Well, hello, hello. Skirk is sitting down. Yes, yes. Anyways, hello, welcome. I'm not, I logged into Genshin late yesterday in my anyway, sorry, distracted. Genshin 5.8. Yay. Normally I would like wake up early for like a reaction stream and whatever. But instead we're gonna react, well, not react, because I've seen, well, a lot of the things already. So instead, we're just gonna go over the things that there be in the. Oh, that's I am very professional. I prepared ahead of time. We're gonna not watch the whole thing or anything. Don't worry. This isn't like a reaction. Just reposting the Hoyo Fest video. My intention is just to skim along with different parts of this. Be like, hey, this was added, this was added, this was added, and I want to see like what they say about Anefa's kit kind of thing. Because it's always interesting to see what Hoyo Fest is like presenting things as, right? But the quick rundown, I'm mostly saying this for the VOD watchers, honestly. Oh, also, actually, wait. For VOD watchers and whoever, there's a link in the description. I was provided, I don't know why, they haven't done this before for me. They're like, oh, here's a gift code you can use to attract people to watch the video. But like, what? Like what? They want me to like be like, gift code if you watch my video. Like, I'm not advertising this video as like you can go to my video to get this gift code. And I imagine every Hoyo creator is probably giving this code. But anyway, 60 primogem code. You might not have gotten this code yet. It's in the description or in the pinned comment in my live stream right now. Bam. Should be 60 primogems. So yeah. First look at thing. Oh wait, what does this go to? It's the online event thingamajiggers. Yeah. Okay. I haven't redeemed all the codes yet. I forgot. I haven't redeemed the normal live stream codes. I didn't wake up early. I somewhat forgot, but also remembered, but then it was like too late at night, and I was like, oh, I either have to stay up the whole night to watch it live or go to sleep. And I went to sleep. Sorry. Anywho's. Things in the patch. Quick rundown without going through the live stream and looking at the things. There is exploration. It's the next patch is the summer event, but it's permanent content this time. I don't remember where. I don't know where it appears, if it's its own separate map or not yet. Oh, I apparently have depot things we need to do. I don't know if it's its own separate thing or not, but it's new permanent content. From the screenshots I saw so far, it looks pretty nice. I like it visually. I have no problem with it being permanent, obviously. I always found it crazy how previous summer events, like, clearly a lot of effort was put into making them, and then they just get deleted after 3 weeks or whatever. That's crazy. Or no, they usually ran the full patch, so it gets deleted after a month and a half. Like, what the frick? It just must feel weird if you were working on those areas at Hoyo Fest and then your work gets deleted from existence after a month. So, anyways, it's an island to the west. Yeah. So, I know I saw a map and I put that in the thumbnail. But yeah, I think it's just an island somewhere. That's the summer event, which I think is interesting. That means that the total number of exploration patches we got this year was 4, which is quite low. Like Fontaine. Right, for like separate patches that got new exploration. We had the first part of Fontaine. I believe this was the second part of Fontaine. Then we got the third part of Fontaine, and then I think we got Chenyu Vale, and I believe we got this with the Underground Sea. So there was what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Versus 4 in Natland. That's a little rough in my opinion. My optimism with that is I hope they add more exploration next year with Nodecry. Like, Nodecry, clearly there's some of that in the stream, right? Nodecry, clearly they're going to be trying some things different, and I'm looking forward to that, because part of, like, playing Genshin for the last, 3.5-ish years, their formula, well, it's a formula. It gets very formulaic, and it gets a little boring, right? For years on end. So if they're spicing up the formula for storytelling, for how they choose to do patches, whether like if they do exploration every I would be very down with like exploration every patch, but like every individual area is smaller. right? Would that be cool? I think that'd be cool. And that would justify, I think, this year being a little bit smaller. But you could also say that this year isn't that much smaller because who's to say that like the size and time of total exploration is that different from the size and time of total exploration here? But I would say that like it does feel like we got less exploration this year. That's all. So, anyways, and I don't know. Exploration patches are always more fun for me because it's just like I didn't used to like them as much, but honestly, Natland did a good job converting me back to caring about the exploration of Genshin. I think they've done a really solid job with that. And now it's just like, hey, exploration patch, sick. I can now, like, one, it's easier to plan out your resources. Like, you can get at least, 20, 30, 40 more pulls usually in exploration patches. That helps. But also it's just more engaging. You can do things, right? So, yeah, not that I, like, haven't had things to do this patch or anything, but yada yada. So exploration is probably, in my opinion, the biggest thing. I think there's a new quest along with that, too. And it's permanent this time for a summer event, which is cool. There is a Bennett skin, which is, in my opinion, look, Bennett, he's the most overworked adventure boy in this video game. I'm not a hater of his skin or anything, but like how used he is, and the fact that they've made so many 4-star. I mean, I wouldn't say so many. Genshin really doesn't have that many skins, right? Like it seems like Zenless is gonna have skins almost every patch. It's kind of now. Meanwhile, Genshin's pace of skins is just like what the frick. Anyways, like all these skins. The only 4-star skin I don't have is Barbara, because the Barbara skin was released, I believe, like the patch or two before I started playing. Or no, it was the first like summer skin, wasn't it? So yeah, that was a few patches before I first started playing Genshin. But yeah, as you can see, I've never been convinced on my main account. I've never been convinced to buy a 5-star character skin. I know there's a lot of people like, oh, it's a 4-star skin, not a 5-star skin. I don't care. I don't care about the distinction between it being 5-star or 4-star when it costs more anyways. I just care if it's like a skin for a character that I like, and does it change how they look. Like, I would pay for a Yai skin that gave Yai pants. I like Yai's design a lot. It's like 9.5 out of 10. Give her some pants. I think she just looks weird. It looks over-sexualized for being like a shrine maiden outfit, right? That's what it's a minor nitpick. I like it. 9.5 out of 10 is a strong like, but like, then you have Sylveon and like how I think most people act, where what people actually pay for skins is just more gooning. Meanwhile, I'd pay for less. Anywho's, situation with the Yai controller. Still considering buying it. I'm not gonna order it though, because it would ship from China until I actually move. So, yeah, might buy the Yai controller. Should be funny, because like that means that'd be more money than I've ever spent on Yai in game. For that Yai controller. To be clear, the Yai controller is like a relatively small markup, but it was, sorry, distracted. That's not Genshin 5.8. That's the thing that released a while ago. Where's Yelan? So you might say, ooh, this. I don't want to talk about this. But like this clearly means you like Yelan a lot, and you're gonna get the Yelan skin, right? Okay, so let's go show this again. I don't hate it. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate it. But as always, every time they have released a skin in Genshin, I'm just like, for a paid skin, other than Hu Tao. I bought the Hu Tao skin on polearms only. It's the only money I've actually spent this last year on the account, other than Welkins. And like I bought the Hu Tao skin. I don't have Hu Tao on this account because like I was like, you know what? I really like the Hu Tao skin. That's the only 5-star skins I've actually like really liked. Yelan's is like, it looks nice. It's like a nice dress.
So awesome and so elegant.
I like, but honestly,
if she needs to.
Yes, I'm obsessed.
The only thing I really like about it is her hair.
Fontaine written all over it. Perfect for going undercover at an event like an
That's all. Like, I don't know. You just heard me say I would pay for a skin that gave Yai pants. They've removed pants from Yelan. So, I don't know. I'm not like a dress hater. There's many a dress I've seen that I like. But I think this like style of it's basically Farina, but less nice looking to me. I don't know. It's not my vibe, and that's fine. Anywho's. But it exists, and that's cool for anyone that cares about it. As you can tell, I'm probably not going to pay for it. Sorry, I'm a base Yelan skin enjoyer. I apologize. I don't know. I like this vibe. Also, is her coat gone? Is her coat gone? Isn't her coat like part of her whole lore? Like it's a magic coat that she murdered someone for? Or I don't remember. This is like, yeah, it's gone. Her coat's been taken away. Why? She still has the scarf. Her hair looks better. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. If I could just have the hair, Mihoyo, I'll pay you 5 primogems for the hair. No, I'll pay you like a welcome amount of Genesis crystals for the hair. Where's the coat though? But I don't know. I like the pants. I don't know. But also like I was gonna say she's off-field a lot of times, but honestly no. She's an off-fielder, yes, but she's on-field a lot of the time because like you use an overworld for like zooping around, right? So that's my vibe. Sorry, that's my vibe on Yelan skin. I've been playing her more lately, by the way. Like I will give that Stygian Onslaught has made me like look. She's on a. Why is that? Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry, brief tangent. You know how I've jokingly I've talked about before how like my crit damage circlet luck is like really terrible. How I have not until yesterday. I have not gotten a single crit damage circlet that has had more than 2 crit rate rolls. Right? Not a single one until yesterday. I now, for the first time ever, got a crit damage circlet, and it's on Yelan, that has more than 2 crit rate rolls, like additional crit rate rolls, not 2 total. Like right, this one is 2, so I'm talking the number here to the left of crit rate is higher than 2. It's this, and it's super meh. Like that. I think this is technically better on like an Akasha scamming level for my Skirk, but not in an appreciable enough way. Like without having attack percent, this is not better for my Skirk in my opinion, because I'm going to continue using this and I can improve this with rerollers. So like this is a good circlet, but also as far as like this is also just an example of the only thing I actually really strongly dislike about Genshin's artifact system is roll variability in like the substats, because oops, I wanted to, can I turn off? There we go. Like this is my previous highest crit rate circlet, which only has 2 rolls, right? This only has 2 rolls, and it's 11.3 crit rate. For an off-piece circlet, right, because I'm not going to use this as an onset and Skirk, and this is only relevant as an onset Skirk piece. For an off-piece circlet, this is a better circlet than this piece. It has 1.5% more crit rate. And the other rolls are worse on a generic level, other than for HP scalers, like the Yelan. So, like, it's a Yelan upgrade, kind of. Not really, because I had a really, 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 really good off-piece. Like, by Yelan being able... My Yelan being able to use this crit damage circlet is only because I swapped her to a high crit rate piece here, a high crit rate piece here, a high crit rate piece here, and crit rate ER on this goblet onset, right? Like, this is a good Yelan build, don't get me wrong. But the build I had before was with this, which has more HP. With this, I believe this was the same, and then with this was the same, and then I used the best crit rate circlet I had, which is a lot of crit damage substats, right? With Aqua still, and it's this, right? So this build has slightly less ER, slightly less crit damage. Like the CV is actually about the same because I have 5% more crit rate. So like the crit value is about the same, 1 less ER roll, and it has a lot more HP. This build is better. This build is better than with that crit damage circlet. The difference is that I actually like having this crit rate circlet available for other characters, like it was on Chaska. So I'm fine with this change. Like it's fine. It's an acceptable change to me. But like it's not actually an improvement, and I wish to lodge that complaint with Hoyoverse. In that like the fact that roll variability makes this not even a very good off-piece circlet, especially from a min-max build perspective. it's just not relevant. It's just like not relevant on my account at this point because min-max builds need to have circlets that have more than just crit rolls that are relevant on them. Like if I want to use this on Skirk, I need to have it either a really I don't know. Anyways, so like it's not relevant for me. It's barely relevant for me. You use Deepwood Yelan, I have in the past, but anyways, Yelan skin. I'm actually enjoying using Yelan a little bit more because. All right, let's go demonstrate. So I'll demonstrate why before Stygian Onslaught, before a form of content existed that justified having very, very high damage things, why I regretted C6 Yelan so much. Right? You're gonna see why I regretted C6 Yelan. It's gonna take about a minute. And this is an example of what team should I do on the second side? Here, you know, let's just do. This is not gonna be the fastest team on the second side, but let me do it. I do what I want, okay? Like high investment things just felt kind of pointless. Like a balanced approach to high investment like is what I have enjoyed, right? I enjoy getting certain specific constellations, some 5-star weapons, whatever. But getting C6s of things in particular was always just irrelevant. Yep, I should have done Sea Volley first, by the way, because whatever, it won't matter. Yep. We're gonna one rotate? I think we can one rotate this. I don't know if I'm going to. No, I have skill issue. It's fine. We didn't one rotate, but like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, that seems so fun, but like, it gets old pretty quick, yo. Like it gets old pretty quick when the content in the game was just like the only thing truly, and like someone mentioned it, like C6 Arleccino. My experience on polearms only with C6 Arleccino has been the same. We're like getting these really strong constellations to the point of C6ing characters that were already strong at a baseline at least, like just isn't that interesting because there's almost never a case where you can ever truly utilize it. Like there's fun ideas like, oh, I can make Yelan do this much DPS. But then you just end up clearing in 20 seconds. So it's 20 seconds of fun every month when they reset Abyss. Like it's not unfun to do on occasion, but for the cost of acquiring it, not worth it, right? So the only place I've actually truly seen it be valuable is in farming, genuinely. Where I've seen Yelan C6 be valuable in the past for me was for farming like artifacts. And talent domains because like wiping through domains in 5 seconds is kind of nice, but the thing is that's really useless nowadays because Yelan with C6 is worse at doing that than Mika, right? Mika presses Q in a domain with you do Mika Shalonen, right? With a cryo unit, doesn't even have to be Sitlali. Mika Shalonen in most domains, well, some domains have like multiple waves of enemies, right? So oh no, you have to take 20 seconds. But Yelan would have to take 20 seconds in those contexts too, because Yelan's also like Yelan C6 is also front-loaded damage. Like my point is, it's not worth it, right? Other than like on a farming level, but there's better units even than Yelan C6 for a farming level, so even that is not even relevant anymore. Arleccino C6 has been a similar experience on polearms only, where like there has not been a single situation where C6 Arleccino was even close to necessary. I'd be like, oh, what about clearing dire difficulty on polearms only? No, because clearing dire difficulty on polearms only requires 3 really highly invested teams. And polearms only could probably clear dire difficulty if it had a really compelling on-field cryo DPS, because we have a Scofier, right? But it can't because I don't have a super compelling on-field cryo DPS. I just have like a good Escoffier team, but not good enough to clear dire. So I don't know. The point is, and C6 Arleccino, by the way, didn't have to spend a ton of money for. It was a polearm only account where I can justify hyper investing a lot more. Point is, why did I get on this? I don't know. C6 Yelan is boring. I don't recommend it. You can basically get just as much enjoyment out of playing it as, in my opinion, you can from seeing someone use it. Like, you can get almost the full value out of playing C6 Yelan by watching C6 Yelan. Wow, I didn't kill you, guys. Okay. That's my overall vibe. Why'd I do that?
Nothing lasts forever. Emerge.
Can I get my energy? No? No? Thank you. So, yeah. C2 to C3 is a nice spot for vertical investment. Yes. Even with dire difficulty, because of how much, like, Stygian Onslaught is, you know, designed to be... Really? Because of how much Stygian Onslaught is designed to be, you know, really not just wants you to have, you know, constellations, but wants you to have, like, constellations in specific... How did I not get the particles funnel? Oh, because yeah, whatever. Wants you to have constellations more, like, in specific characters if you want to easily clear. It is doable to clear with C0 characters, right? But, like, I don't know. I could... By the way, I didn't clear dire... I probably can. But I didn't clear dire difficulty with Yelan. With like a team specifically focused around like Yelan. Yelan C6 is not that good. Yelan C6 is good in the context of front-loaded damage. It's not actually that good in the context of sustained damage, which is what you want for Stygian Onslaught. But my point is that I do enjoy it more still, regardless, in Stygian. Like I enjoy my high investment things more in general in Stygian, because it particularly a problem that I've had is like my enjoyment of getting like some 5-star weapons on occasion, and some constellations like C1 Sit Lolly, for example, I wanted. And C2 Farina. C2 Farina, I didn't do any tapas for, right? I just spent a bunch of savings, and like Welkins helped, but like, you know, like I enjoy having these high investment things as options for me, but sometimes the conjunction of them does feel a bit too strong to a degree that sometimes things become boring, right? In the same level that C6 Yelan becomes boring. And I'm glad Stygian Onslaught exists because it gives me more reason to actually have those things. Not that you should specifically pull them and you should care about, you know, not that you like, oh, pull these things and then you'll have fun. Like, no, you don't need them to have fun. You don't need to clear dire difficulty, right? It's just, I already had them. It was already like in line with the kind of player I was. And that's why, right? So, anywho's. C1 Farina more impactful than C2 Farina? Yes, for sure. I think anyone who says C2 Farina is better than C1 Farina is like wrong. I think it's just wrong. I think it's just wrong. Outside of the context of if they're playing Farina in highly specific teams that are specifically designed around maximizing Farina's damage. If you're playing Farina in teams where you're trying to like get big forward vaporizes on Farina, okay, maybe you feel that C2 Farina is more relevant. Or one of the highly specific niches of like abusing C2 Farina plus prototype Amber on Nahida, like C2 Farina, Proto Amber Nahida, Raiden plus anybody in the Lex slot, a hybrid Raiden, right? We're talking hybrid Raiden plus C2 Farina and Nahida as the healer is like a pretty strong combo, right? Because you don't need to have Bennett there, you don't need to have another healer, you can play Sara, you can do whatever, right? Like, Hybrid Raiden becomes a lot stronger with C2 Farina in that context. It's still not, like, the strongest combo in the game or anything, but it's, like, a relevant combo. So, I don't know. Outside of, like, highly specific niches, C2 Farina is just a lot worse than C1 Farina. Anyways, why am I talking about this? I don't remember. We need to talk more about the patch. I apologize for getting distracted. I had a point with this, I think, related to the patch, and I think it started because of the Yelan skin. And I think it was, oh yeah, I was saying like the reason I started with this is because I'm not skipping the, oh man, we didn't run rotate this either. Lame. God, skill issue, honestly. Is like, I'm trying to say I am enjoying Yelan more actually lately. I don't hate this character. There was a long period of time where I barely used her. I've actually started using her a little bit more lately. Post Escoffier release and post Stygian Onslaught release. I've started enjoying her again. She's not always on a defense circlet and a defense timepiece now. Or no, she's on an attack timepiece usually. She's no longer on a powered down build unless I specifically want to power her down. Like, I am enjoying the character. I'm still not going to buy the skin because I don't care. Unless someone, well, okay. If someone gives me Genesis crystals because they want me to buy the skin, fine. I'll buy the skin if someone else buys it for me, because that's not me buying the skin. But I'm not like I can't stop you from giving me Genesis crystals unless I try to always hide my UID, right? Which I don't do because I don't want to. I like doing co-op things with people. So I don't know. If someone buys me the Yelan skin, I'll buy the. Or if someone gives me Genesis crystals and like, yo, I gave you those Genesis crystals so you could get the Yelan skin. I want to see C6 Yelan with her skin. Fine, sure. You know, I won't. I'm not gonna tell you you can't spend money for me to do that. But I'm not going to buy it. Right? That was dumb. Really should not have used that either. I'm not buying it, and I don't really care about it. I can get any enjoyment out of the Yelan skin just in the same way I think you can get enjoyment out of C6 Yelan by watching someone play C6 Yelan. I can get enjoyment out of the Yelan skin by looking at it here. That's as much enjoyment as I feel I need to get out of the Yelan skin, and I don't care. But I don't hate it. I'm just not gonna pay for it. I freaking oh, I thought I pressed E. No, I did not. Okay, that's good. By the way, this gameplay has been terrible. Ignore it. And you're getting R5 Aqua. Aqua was never supposed to be R4 in the first place. Like, realistically, I'm sure what's going to happen is there's going to be some weapon that releases in the future that's like, for a character I really like, and I'm like, wow, I really want that weapon. And it has Aqua Simulacra on the banner. And I'm just going to be, and I'm going to get R5 Aqua because that's what has happened to me. The reason I got R2 Aqua because that was Yelan's first banner, and I got lucky. I got way luckier than I thought I was going to be. Like I planned for like a relatively normal scenario, and then had a Wishes to Spare, and then, you know, I wish more on the weapon banner. I should have, is my point. Is the long and short of it, if I recall correctly. What? How did you get your shield? I called baloney. Whatever. Should I? Wait. I wonder if I can. I'm thinking. Can this team? So for reference, by the way, Skirk non-C6. Skirk. When I first used Skirk here with Skirk Escoffier Farina, I was able to kill this. And kill this thing, and they didn't get, this thing didn't get its electro shield up. Can Yelan C6 do the same thing? I think so. So anyways, the two other Aqua copies happened on the Lumidu's Elegy banner, which hurt. I really did not want that to happen. No, I haven't activated C1 Skirt. Oh, this takes way too long burst rotation wise. Yeah, like you get your shield up. How long do you take? You take until 20 seconds? Maybe? No, maybe it's fine. Maybe... No, I think it might be fine. Okay. So this is harder to optimize than Skirk. But I think there's enough time where I as long as it's frozen, I free to burst. I don't think I see Lolly burst. I don't think that's worth it. I think it just hit Lolly E. So I free to burst, sit Lolly E, Escoffier, burst. I need to Farina E. I'll try to Farina EQ. I'll try to Farina E first, I think, and then burst. Yeah, so the only optimization is Farina E, Q, Silali E, Escoffier EQ, Yelan burst, nuke it down, run my arse over with Yelan E all the way over to this, and then hopefully the skill doesn't end by the time I get over there, and then that, and her Yelan's E, if you didn't know, when it lands, it procs her burst, and that will probably get through the white shield. That's the thinking. I failed. No, yeah, I knew I failed. Frick. I think I actually have to wait and not do Farina burst until I freeze it. Okay. Can I?
Get to work.
Okay. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, one rotate. That was about as fast as Skirk does without constellations. And it required less thought with Skirk. Anyways, let's get out of here. I spent too long in there. I'm sorry. I said it was only going to take a minute. I apologize, especially to the pod watchers. What the frick was... What? Okay. I guess I'm getting the Yelan skin. Was this you, Sylveon? It was... I should have known it was Sylveon. Of course it's Sylveon. Sylveon is my mod who is a hot woman. She's hot woman sexual. That's what I would describe Sylveon as. So like Sylveon is probably being like, here's another, oh no. Sylveon's like, oh, I need to C6 another woman, right? Another woman. Why did I say it like that? Whatever. So wait, is there another code? The code I pinned is one my rep gave me. So okay, I guess we're getting. Is that how much they cost? How much do they even cost? I've never bought a 5-star skin before, and I only bought one on Polar. I don't remember what they cost. 1680. Okay, well that's acceptable. That's fine. You don't need to give me the. That's enough. That's fine. I can use the. I'll buy a Welkin, right, or whatever. I'll buy a Welkin anyways. It's fine. I'm fine. They discounted. Oh, they're discounted. Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. So never mind. That is enough. Well, thanks for the Yelan skin. I guess there you go. So I'm not buying the Yelan skin. Someone else bought the Yelan skin for me. There you go. I guess that's the end result of that. Anywho's other things in the patch. Good lord. What productivity? Anefa, we're gonna come back to her, I think, last, because I am a combat focused boy. The long and short, if you don't want to listen to it, you need to leave. I don't know, because you have a life. You need to go play Uma Musume career, because that takes a lot of time. I understand. Anefa seems like an interesting character. She's valuable, but I also think she's in a pretty comfortably balanced spot where she's very easy to skip. I think she's a good way to do an off-fielder that like does something compelling for anyone who wants to pull for her without feeling like you probably need to pull for her. But we also don't know the characters that are releasing, in the future that may have specifically way higher synergy with her. She seems like she's pretty good, but I'll discuss her more in depth later. She for what it's worth, she is a character I am planning to skip on my main account, unless Lanyan runs on her banner, which is a possibility. I'm gonna yap about that too because I'm Lanyan biased, and Lanyan influences my polling decisions quite significantly right now. The two things that can significantly influence my polling decisions currently in Genshin on my main account is whether or not I like the new character, for whatever reasons, combat, personal biases, yada yada, and if Lanyan reruns, because she is the main 4-star I care about in the game at this moment in time. Anefa, I would be Anefa, Aoife. Sorry, there's I, F, and A. Aoife would also be someone I would like to get Aoife dupes over time, but anywho's, I could see Aoife being on this banner, by the way. I would be a little salty if Aoife already got a rerun, and Lanyan hasn't gotten a rerun yet, I must admit. But anyways, yeah, this banner, as far as the banners go, yeah, in case you didn't see for some reason, Lolly and Anefa on the first half, which is interesting. Because I was talking about in our previous stream, like I wasn't sure what they were going to do for the combination, because we heard it was going to be Sitlali, Anefa, and Mualani Chaska, which is indeed what it is. It's Mualani Chaska in the second half. That's cool. I wasn't sure what they were going to do for banners, because like any combination I could think of didn't necessarily make for like a super sensible combo for like the weapon banners, and because a lot of times they seem to like configure things in ways that make the weapon banner attractive. But like honestly, this weapon banner for Sitlali Anefa, even though Sitlali's weapon has actually, I think, gotten meaningfully better over time, people have realized, because of how, one, restrictive Thrilling Tales can be at a baseline, but also the fact that Sitlali's signature weapon is quite a lot better for the context of Escoffier teams, but Skirk teams in particular, right? If you wanted to use Sitlali as your last slot. But a lot of people, I don't think that's not that big of a concern. If you're using Sitlali for your Mika, you're probably not using Sitlali for your Skirk, right? So I don't think that's that big of a concern. I don't think you should feel pressure to get Sitlali's signature weapon. I'm just saying, I myself was skeptical of its value on launch, but I wanted it because of the fact that I was planning to get C1 Sitlali, but I have found it valuable in a number of contexts outside of the context of C1 Sit Lolly, and I think a lot of people have realized that as well. And that makes this weapon banner better, but the fact of the matter is that Anefa's weapon, I don't think they show the stats of it in the screen, is not that big a deal, is my vibe. With the only asterisk on that being polearms don't have like a craftable attack percent polearm that's super compelling. But they have had event polearms recently released that are pretty compelling on her. Jade Spear, if you have it, is compelling stat stick on her. Skyward Spine should be a compelling stat stick on her. Yada yada. Deathmatch is compelling. Like, if you have any of those, there's not much reason to care about her signature weapon. It's kind of my vibe, personally. But, yeah. So, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna pull this character in my main account unless Lanyan runs on her banner. Because then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. My most hated character, I don't know, what would my most hated character? If I had to pull, well, I guess the worst case would be Yelan. If I was forced to pull on Yelan, well, there's two banners at a time. Anyway, you get the point. Like, if I had to pull on Yelan's banner for Lanyan, fine. I'll do it. I don't care. I'll get useless 5 stars for getting Lanyan. Lanyan is worth all costs. Lanyan copies are equivalent to 3 5-stars each, and I need 3 more Lanyan copies to get C6, so that's equivalent. I'm willing to get up to 9 5-stars in getting C6 Lanyan. You think I'm joking. Anyways, Anefa, pretty good. We'll have about her more later. There's a code. I need to enter those. I'm not going to right now. New area. So yeah, there's a new area. It looks nice. It's definitely like summer celebration. Natland is the party region vibe. I'm assuming this is this looks like Mexican inspired, right? Is that hopefully I'm right there. Yeah, it's very pretty. And it's permanent area. This gives me Coco vibes. Greek, maybe it's Greek. I don't know. Yeah. So. Anyways, Nation of War, Nation of Parties. Yeah, it's definitely more Nation of Parties than it is Nation of War. I probably would have been more positive on my overall experience with Natland if going into it they weren't like, this is the Nation of War, they're constantly at war. Instead they're like, nah, this nation is like a nation of tribes, but they're just like vibes, man, and it's just a nation of parties. Like, if our first introduction to Natland was Aoife, and it's like, hey, bro, I'm from Natland. We're the Nation of War, but like actually we're just bros. And then I would have been like, oh, okay, that's cool. But instead they're like, no, you gotta take everything super seriously. And that like made it feel whatever. The war is over, they chillin'. They were partying all the dang time in between. Let's be real here. Anyways. I'm being a bit silly for hopefully obvious reasons, but anyways, new area should be good. I'm assuming this has enough Oculus to finish the statue, and that, well, actually, I'm assuming that is the implication here with 79 Oculus and level 8 statue. Yeah, so I think currently you can only go to level 8. Anyways, I'm assuming this is like the enough to finish Natland, presumably. I would hope. It's been a little bit longer paced out than it has in the past. Bennett skin. Oh, I didn't even finish talking about the Bennett skin. 10 out of 10. Well, okay, I shouldn't say 10 out of 10. It's kind of, in many ways, it's super whatever, right? I don't know why it has a splash of paint on sploosh of paint on it, but like compared to normal Bennett, I don't know. He deserves some new fit, right? Right? Like, don't hate it, but also like your belly button isn't showing, right? Yeah, no, his belly button is covered for once. Let's go. Like, I don't know. It's like a similar balance of color tones, but a little bit lighter blue, more orange. I don't know. I like it more. I think it's an improvement for him. I think it's an improvement for Benny Boy. And I like that. He looks taller. I think he looks shorter to me in some ways, but that's probably just this image. Is his model updated? Oh, he might be. I don't know. Maybe we can do some more direct comparisons when we get it in the future. But I will be using the Benny skin. I like it. Improvement overall. Oh, you know what? I just noticed that. I do kind of like his bag with the scroll in it, whatever, because it's like it's implied that, you know, he's in an adventurer's map. Doesn't he have like a canister? Doesn't he have like a gas canister now?
Jaded. I feel like he needs more of that in his life. For Bennett.
Comfortable graffiti elements. His new outfit.
Yeah, what is that? This looks like a gas canister. Or yeah, or like a Bluetooth speaker. Why does he have a Bluetooth speaker now? Where'd his map go?
Love all the graffiti elements too.
It's totally Natland style.
I guess he's in Natland. It's a nation. Oh, he has freaking spray cans, dude. As did Bennett? Did the Pyro Archon go to Natland and just become a rebel?
Wow. It just looks so
Not a rebel. Rebel's the wrong term. But like, he's just like a spray paint boy. He went to Natland and he's now just spray painting everything. And he has a speaker with him. He's got a blue. He just became like a normal teenager.
That means it couldn't be perfect for Bennett.
I guess, I don't know. Yeah, sure. I don't know. The overall though, for me, it's just like the balance of colors. I think I like a little bit more. I like the headband. So I like the Bennett skin, and I don't have to pay for it, which makes it even better.
More of that in his life. Makes him a
So,
new friend.
yeah.
Ends up an unforgettable summer.
Anyways. Exploration showcasing, I think. Sniping people from the distance, I think. I haven't seen this. What is this? Is this an event or is this something in I don't know. We'll find out when I play it. I hope it's sniping people because we like to do that in America. How to get on a list. There you go. Yep. Oh yeah, I think by the way, there's like mini games and events I think tied to the new area. And whatever. So, you know, there'll be one-time additional rewards, but then exploration rewards. So, if you don't have enough time, you'll want to prioritize clearing the whatever the event temporary rewards are, and then do the exploration after if you need, because it'll be permanent this time. Oh yeah, there's an event exclusive claymore and weapon refinement materials. What does that do? Here, let me black it out quick. In the past, if I show the I don't want to show it because in the past they have copyright striked me, not a copyright claim, which is copyright strike is way worse than a claim. For the accident, I didn't even do it on purpose. Like I just accidentally. Oh, interesting. Okay, this weapon is actually kind of good, assuming there's a character that releases that. You're gonna want this weapon. I think you should get this claymore. This event claymore, you should get it to R5 and level it up. That's my vibe. What it does is so it's 510 base attack, 165 EM. When Electro-Charged, Lunar-Charged, or Bloom is triggered, and it says is triggered, by the way. It doesn't say is triggered by the wearer. Normally, let me double check. Is there... So weapons that say reactions, like does Sapo Blade say it has to be the... After triggering. Yeah, that's what I thought, right? So after triggering, this means, like, Bennett has to trigger. So I'm pretty sure this weapon means that the user has to... Sorry, a little bit disconnected yapping there. I was just live yapping my thoughts without being very coherent. I apologize. This weapon, Electro-Charge, Lunar-Charge, or Bloom being triggered by the wearer is almost assuredly what it has to be. There is a chance, though, that this weapon effect works without the wearer having to trigger the reaction, which could matter, but it probably isn't that big a deal. But it depends. It affects whether or not this weapon is more relevant for off-fielders or not. Most likely, you have to trigger the ability on-field. Wait. No, I'm stupid. I didn't read the last line. It literally says it can be triggered when the character's off-field. Never mind. Okay. No, I didn't read the last line. Sorry, I was going to focus on the numbers. Oh, God. Anyways, when Electro-Charge, Lunar-Charge, or Bloom is triggered, restore 24 elemental energy and increase EM by 120 for 15 seconds. So this thing gives 285 EM and 24 energy refund with Bloom, Electro-Charge, or Lunar-Charge being triggered. So we're talking Electro, Hydro, or Dendro Claymores can use it. So yes, right now that means this is kind of a goated Kave weapon. This is actually a pretty significant upgrade for Kave Shatterbloom. I'm not gonna lie. Well, you know what just got on the menu? Kave Shatterbloom got buff video. Kave, it's gonna be something slightly clickbaity. I'm sorry. It's gonna be Kave got buffed because he did. No longer, yeah, I should no longer need fab. Exactly. Like I'm gonna get an additional 300 and some EM on him on my Kave. Like holy, my Kave is gonna go to like 1400 EM total ish. Like holy, he's gonna smack. So you know, he doesn't have his Guild of Dreams build right now, but that's fine. And I no longer have to worry about triggering Fab 2, which is not that big a deal, but I can maybe change my artifacts around a little bit, I think, for that. Let me double check what my Guild of Dreams build looks like. Like this, for example, I can switch, but I can focus just on probably ER stats mostly. In fact, I don't know why. I guess use this one. I think it's the one I used before. Gooblet could be something different as well. Could do something like that with ER, that with defense, that with ER. So I'll just equip that for now. Or I could yoink the Cookie Goblet. Okay, EM, ER again. I mean, Cookie doesn't need the EM. So, or doesn't need the ER. And then, yeah, do that. Although, well, okay, sorry. Cookie no longer has the 4-piece. Oh, well. Bap. Check out that. Holy. Yeah, my Kave after... Before I would, like, I would have less ER than this. Let's be clear. We're talking... Here, put this on for similar vibe. Like Mailed Flower before is like, oh yeah, theoretically better, but his energy needs were kind of awful, right? So the fact that I can get as much EM as Mailed Flower gives, but the attack doesn't do anything for this, right? But then get energy refunding for his awful 80 energy burst, like, holy, that should be a pretty huge upgrade for him. He'll be at like, yeah, 1400 EM, I think was fairly accurate after fully leveled and whatever passive is triggered. Any other units? Well, there's no Hydro Claymores in the game, so no. Kanich? Probably not. Is it technically, is EM a useless stat on him? I mean, not technically in some specific context, but let's be real. Probably no. But it's a thing you could consider, I guess. And then we have, you know, Electro Claymores, which is bap, bap. You, and you. And then any future characters. And I think there's a very good chance this event weapon is going to become a very good weapon for a future character. Probably even in 6.0. We'll see. Razor, yeah, so I think it's a, like, Thundering Furry Razor just wants a bunch of EM, and his main problem is needing energy. And he's a similar situation to Kave, where you'd usually just use Fab on him because he needs energy oftentimes, unless you happen to have the perfect artifact situation. This weapon should just kind of be a no-brainer for him. Although he should be able to trigger Electrocharge pretty consistently. He only happens to trigger Electrocharge once. Electrocharge is just a little bit weird in, like, making sure that he is technically the one triggering it, potentially. So there's that minor problem, but it should work. Dory, it can do similar things with Razor. It actually should be pretty good. And Beto has energy problems. The problem is she doesn't need EM as that much. She doesn't, like, trigger that many reactions, usually. But it's also not bad on her. Like, she can trigger some. And with Lunar-Charged being a thing, EM will be a bit more relevant. It should be a pretty good weapon for Beto still. The problem is, like, if you have Anefa, are you doing, like, Anefa and Beto together? Probably not, unless you just like Beto, right? Because you don't need two Electro Shielders. Like, Anefa, quite frankly, by the way, is... Anefa is official power creep in context with Hydro, just on a damage level. Not necessarily on an Electro application level, and that is a very big part of what makes Fischl so strong. Fischl... Electro application is still going to keep her relevant for, like, shield breaking contexts. Where'd your weapon go, by the way? Why do you not have it? I see Amber. I mean, that's fair. So Fischl will still be relevant. Fischl's not being power crept on anything other than a damage level, but on a damage level, like, yeah, like with Hydro specifically, Anefa is just better than her. And Beto is kind of even worse because like one of the reasons you'd consider using Beto is defensive utility. Anefa is just, again, assuming with Hydra at least, Anefa is just way better than Beto. So, I don't know. And there's more reason to play Official with Anefa than there is reason to play Beto with Anefa, but you can still play them together, either of them together if you want, just because you like the character. But anyways, oh, I showed it. Oh, please don't smite me, Hoyo. Please don't smite me for showing it for 2 frames, good lord. Surely they won't. Surely, I swear to God, if I get a copyright claim because I just showed it for a frame, I will be real mad. Or not copyright claim, copyright strike, which is much worse. Anyways, and we'll get smote. Yeah, apparently. So I recommend probably leveling that claymore. Unless you are strongly confident, you will never. I don't know, to be clear, I think it's likely it'll be relevant for a future character. They've been doing that a bunch lately, where they released a event weapon that is pseudo relevant, like not the weapons that they released this year that like the bow, as fun as they are, right? The bow that they released, as well as yeah, so this bow as well as the catalyst version, like they're not that good. Obviously they're funny meme weapons but not actually good. But every other event weapon they released this year has been like a relevant weapon. And it seems like they are targeted at like just being compelling weapons in a genericized sense. But like require some kind of relatively restrictive condition to fill. Calamity of Eshu is a ridiculously good weapon on like normal or charge attack DPS sword units that can be shielded, right? Like this is a ridiculously good weapon on Skirk, for example. And then the polearm is also quite good. Is there any other? We got the polearm and the 2 bows, right? Or the 2 HP ones. Is that the only 4 weapons they released this year, other than the one coming out next patch? That's not a polearm unit, by the way. This thing, by the way, is basically Skyward Spine, but it doesn't have the crit. So like Skyward Spine is better for like a crit DPS. So like Escoffier prefers Skyward Spine over this, or Anefa will prefer Skyward Spine over this. But even for the crit DPSs, it's not that much. This thing is not that much worse than it. It's just it has less uptime and doesn't give the crit, right, in the passive. It's pretty good. Like it's basically Skyward Spine, but they gave her free. And it's good on Yelan. It's good as like a fab alternative on a number of units, as an alternative for Shenhe, for Yelan. And with how many polearm units just kind of want energy and like a little bit of the other stats it gives with a high base attack and whatever, it's a bad fab, but a pretty good weapon, pretty much. And not everyone is, in the situation my account is in, because you've made better decisions than me, is probably what that means. But it means you making better decisions means you may struggle to have enough polearms for your character sometimes, and that's good. This was a very good addition to the game. Yeah. Is there any others? I think that's it. There's just the 4, right? Because 8 patches, yeah, and they alternate. Yeah. So there's the 4 they released so far. So 3 out of the 5 weapons they released all seem to like event weapons, other than the ones that are specifically just like silly and for the fun of it. Yeah, I don't know. I never made a video, by the way, on the bow again, just because I didn't have the resources to level it up. And I didn't think there was as funny of context to use it in as there was with the catalyst. So, yeah. And also, it was just like the same thing as the catalyst. So I didn't feel like it was necessary to make a video again about it. On top of the resource problem. Anywho's, level up the dang claymore. That's my vibe. I'm gonna plan to level it up, even if I like don't per se have an obvious need for it outside of Kave. Kave is my reason I'm gonna level it up. Just plan on it, and the reason I say it, in case you're not aware, is it's cheaper to level it up during the event when you get it. Like it costs less Mora, costs less of your XP crystals. Where are they? They down here? Yeah, costs less of these. So like I have enough right now Even though I had like gone down to almost none of these when I leveled Skirk's weapon. I have now recovered since like this patch, and I have the battle pass to be clear. Well, no, I don't think I was getting anything from the battle pass this patch. Anyways, you get the point. I think you should plan on saving a little bit of resources for that. I don't remember exactly what it takes with the reduced cost, but it's quite a lot cheaper. I think it might be cheaper to level an event weapon during the cheaper phase as a 4-star than it is to like level 3-star weapons normally. And 3-star weapons are really cheap to level, right? So, yeah. C6 Yelan but physical video. I mean, you know what? That would have been the funniest context for it. I just kind of missed the timing of it. I didn't even think of that. Oopsies. Oh well. It would be a perfectly fine option on Yelan. It wouldn't change much for Abyss at least. Okie dokie. Anything else? Other than before we get into Anefa Yap. Oh yeah, did they showcase the boss? So this dude is a. Oh, they did.
And talking to things that aren't there. Have distract with.
Okay, they. Okay, I think this is part of an event still, but.
Talking to things that aren't.
Okay, they very briefly showed the Cactus Man. Okay, I hadn't seen anything of it yet. I just knew it was a boss. Wait, what?
Whoa.
Is it?
The mayor, Javari.
Wait. Are you serious? Is it finally our chance to unravel the secrets behind the Mayor Javari?
Whoa. Yeah. Hold up, you guys. The
Okay.
dev team just gave us 2 reference images, but I need a little help here.
One of them is
I'm not sure
Poopy.
which one is Mayor Javari.
Weird.
What do you mean they're the same? They just have different things going. Okay, whatever. I mean, lower things. I know. It's just a weird way. Their script was a weird way to describe that. I'm not sure which one is it. What do you mean? These are the same image. Like you don't like if someone, your significant other, sends you an image of like 2 images of themselves and it's the same image, but one has they're like 2 images but with different color filters on it. You're not just like, I'm not sure which one is you. Like one has wind. Oh, okay. I didn't know about the wind lore, I guess, but that you get where my confusion is coming from. Like it's like the same image but just a different like effects going on.
What's with
Anyways,
all the wind? Isn't
With an ancient
so anyways, don't spoil the freaking boss, you freaking butthole! Stop, bruh. I look like a boss. I happened to mostly click on it when it was like covered by VFX, which is good. Why the heck would they do that? Is it just events, whatever, or more with whatever. Yelan skin, yup. Yelan skin codes, yup. Another a piano. Okay, that's cool. Man, the people that like played the stuff impressively. I don't know. Rhythm games have never been my thing. The only rhythm game I've gotten into was like Beat Saber. It's just because I like the activity of it, like the physical exertion of it. It's like Beat Saber converted me into a wow. Exercise can be fun. Believer. You missed Benny Constellation in the skin? What? What do you mean? System optimizations. If I recall, there was something good. It's not. I mean, that's cool, I guess. This tells you which characters display the thing, so you know, I don't have to be like, hey, which characters do that? Oh yeah, Kachina. Which it's not really a problem for Natland. I remember Natland, but like, which character for Inazuma displays the local specialties? I still don't remember. Oh, Benny's Constellation in the sky. I see. Goro? I see. Wait, I wanted to see what they said about the other system optimizations. They just said nothing because they know they had
or
nothing?
which characters those are.
specialty exaction errors? Yeah. Clock will automatically turn to the time needed for the quest to continue.
So much.
For a few system optimizations. Starting in version 5.8, short tutorial videos will be added to the trial stages. And
Okay,
talent
this
screens for new
was
characters.
this was the thing.
Ooh,
This is a
nice.
good thing.
Just in time for the new reaction system.
Like I am slightly concerned that they're describing it as new reaction system, It's not that different. Like, it looks... There's going to be so many people that think Lunar-Charged is much more different than it actually is. I don't really like your rhetoric there, Mihoyo, that you're presenting. I don't know. It's at the end of the day, it's marketing rhetoric. These streams are as much ads as they are announcements of things. Calling it a new system is a bit silly, right? It's a bit silly. The most notable difference for the reaction, quite frankly, right now, at least unless they release units that synergize with it more directly, is it looks different, like, on the screen, and it can crit, but like the actual functional damage, even with critting, isn't that different from how much damage Electrocharge could do before. The main notable difference in this case is that Anefa is the only character that can enable the reaction right now, and Anefa's damage, which has part of her damage in her passive that specifically counts as Lunar-Charged damage, so people are going to think that's the reaction damage when it's actually just Anefa's talent damage. Anefa's damage will make it seem like it's doing much more than it actually is, relative to what Electrocharge does at a baseline, right? So, anyways, these video tutorial things are good. I am curious because, like, the last time they did changes last patch, right? I think, where you can, like, click on this stuff, and this is good. This is a good change, but they didn't go back and, you know, change old characters, right? Nothing to click on here. And that's kind of stupid. Like, Mihoyo, you need to go back and do your old things. And I don't know. It depends on, yeah, how they are done. Is this actually going to be that useful? Or is this just going to be whatever? I don't know. I think it'll depend on the character and depend on how they describe things. Quite frankly, as it seems right now from this presentation.
Sure, there's a bunch of information to learn, so having intuitive demo videos should make it a lot easier to digest.
I don't know if this is that different than just how the trials work. But if it's something that's permanently available for you to reference back to, I'm sure some people will find it somewhat helpful.
Since the videos are pulled straight from the cloud, it won't take up storage space.
Perfect.
It's good, I guess.
Version 5.8 is also optimizing the time interface requests.
So the reason, like, to do that, and I mean, they could theoretically just render it in game. That's what a lot of games do. They, like, technically render the video in game, or they have a video that's saved in the game files. It's like super, like, low resolution, like it's compressed in some form. They chose to make it non-compressed and have it go over the internet because it's an internet connected game anyways, and that's a fine approach, I guess.
In the past, when completing quests...
Yeah, it's a positive. It's not a negative change unless they force me to go through every one of them. If they force me to go through every one of them, then I'll be a little annoyed. But I don't think they will. Hopefully, I think that is an optional thing to view.
Travelers would have to repeatedly confirm and adjust the time in game. But with this optimization, travelers can simply press navigate in the quest interface, and the clock will automatically turn to the time needed for the quest to continue.
So much more convenient.
I'm sorry. So from their description of that, my understanding is the way that this works is it doesn't solve the main problem. It still does this as far as I'm aware. And, like, I don't hate this being a thing. It's, like, visually pleasing sometimes, and not in this area, but it's visually pleasing sometimes to, like, watch this. All this is a QOL, a quality of life that makes it so you don't have to, like, press escape and press it through the menu there or whatever. As far as I understand. It just is a shortcut skipping to this menu directly. And I think also, like, you don't have to drag this. So, like, it's not technically nothing, but it's like, guys, that wasn't the problem people had. QL for more QL down the line. Yeah, so I don't know. Whatever optimizations this patch, not bad. I don't know. It's good. And I'm glad they're having those in the streams. There's still nothing fundamentally different I think they did this stream. Let's watch the... What is this? Hoyo Fest, yeah. No, Hoyo Fest is cool. Leeway collection. I did see these
Teaming
images.
up with ergonomic gaming chair and desk brand Secret Lab for a collab.
Ooh, this is Genshin Impact's first time working.
They're freaking gonna reach out to me, aren't they? Ugh.
Secret lab, right?
Do I want a shitty secret lab? Okay, no, but so I shouldn't say shitty. As far as I'm aware, secret lab actually has really good chairs. I already have a good chair. Like, I'm just like, what? Like, they're inevitably gonna reach out to me, and are they gonna be like, hey, would you like a free chair? To like, whatever, and I'd be like, sure. But I don't want to just, I'll take the chair for free if it doesn't come with any like contract requirement of like doing anything other than being like, I got the chair is pretty decent. I don't know. Anyways, did they show the actual chair?
Collaboration features.
Oh, they did. Oops.
Information.
There's a Ning Wong and a Xiao chair. I mean, did Ziox lose his shit when he saw the Xiao chair? I feel like he would. The desk, I will admit, this desk is pretty dope, by the way. That's pretty freaking cool. I already have a desk, though, as well. I like the Ning Wong chair more. I don't know, the golden black is nicer looking. So I don't know. I'm not going to say I wouldn't use it. It might be a minor upgrade over my chair. It might be a side grade. The desk, I don't know if I'd even be able to... So when I move into my new apartment, by the way, my new apartment has a walk-in closet on one of the bedrooms, and I'm going to see if I can fit my desk in the walk-in closet and have the walk-in closet be like a small office. But like, I forgot when I went and saw the apartment to like bring a measuring tape to see how wide the walk-in closet was. From my memory, it's like super borderline whether it fits my existing desk or not, and that desk looks too big. So, anyways,
yeah. That sounds...
I don't know. If they reach out to me, I'll be like, maybe. But depends what they want in exchange. So, I know Secret Lab sponsors a bunch of Secret Lab sponsors a bunch of YouTubers in general. And I imagine as part of a collab like this, they're probably going to try to sponsor Genshin creators. And it's very likely I'll get contacted by them. So, what do I have to sell? My soul? Yeah. What do I have to sell for... doing that, and how much do I actually want the products? I don't know. Right now in my life, I don't need them that badly, but it also wouldn't be bad to have chairs. I take free expensive chairs. If you can get free expensive chairs, that's just good for your long-term health. Let's be real. Anywho's, well, let's go to the Nod Cry teaser at the end. I haven't seen the footage of this. I only saw the images. Is a dog. Resale value? I mean, yeah, I guess.
Go now.
My intention wouldn't be to sell the chair, though. Just be like, it's good to have chairs as long as you have space for the chairs. Wow. Who dat? I think her name is Lauma. And she looks like a ZZZ character with that bust size. Sorry, she looks like a Genshin character with that bust size, too, to be clear. She looks more Genshin character than ZZZ character. But... By the way, if this is a sign of the music in Node Cry, freaking 10 out of 10. I gotta say, like, they continue to show things that make me excited about Node Cry. I think I will miss some of like the vibrant colors of Natland and whatever, because Mihoyo's favorite color in Genshin is blue. But like the music is a great vibe so far. Like when Yu Cheng Pen, I think that's his name, when he left, it was like, oh no, is Genshin's music gonna lose some of its spirit? No, Yu Cheng Pen clearly left a really strong ass team behind, and it's freaking great. This is a music company in disguise still. The Zenless even more shows that, by the way. The amount of variety and like quality of Zenless music is wild. Like going from the fantasy vibes music in Genshin to the entire spread of everything that is Zenless's music is so weird. And it's like, oh, the same company does all of this, and that's just, they got something right there. And events and all that. So, anyways, Dendrovision. I guess, yeah, before we talk about Anefa, let's do some hypothetical yaps. Now, the character she's a Dendro character, and I don't know if you noticed. Let's go look at existing Dendro characters. Not that I have everyone. Wait, do I have everyone? Do I have every dendro? I might. I do. Oh, okay. Green. Yeah, I mean, greenish, like green-blue, right? Green and green-blues. You're actually the least green, to be fair. And I think that's part of why a lot of people like your design the most. Green, a bit green, and green. She's not green. She's a bit bluey. Mihoyo's favorite color is blue, so maybe that means nothing. But it most likely does indicate something thematically on mechanics, and I'm a combat boy. Her design is, well, that's a Genshin design if I've ever seen one. I don't know, I don't strongly love that design, I can't say. That's fine. Jean far more my vibe than Jean and Arleccino are far more my vibe as far as tall ladies in this video game go. But that's fine. As far as, can we call Nilou a Dendro unit? I mean, probably not. But yeah, she gives Hydro or Cryo is the intended, like with Anefa. So Anefa, right, seems to set up that node Cry units, the next year of units, presumably many of them, not necessarily all of them, are going to have special node Cry reactions that they're going to enable, right? It remains to be seen whether, each one will only be like one reaction, or like if let's say I don't think this character will be because she doesn't have any Electro vibes. But let's say this Dendro character enabled a special Dendro Electro reaction. Well, that would be a lunar quicken, right? If there's lunar quicken reaction added. Well, Anefa is also a node Cry Electro character. Are they going to make it so Anefa, after they add the lunar quicken to the game, is Anefa also going to enable lunar quicken, or is Anefa only going to still enable lunar Electro Charge when they add lunar quicken? I don't know. The way it seems like they're balancing lunar Electro Charge is that they kept, while it looks visually different, and they changed the baseline calculation for how lunar Electro Charge works versus normal Electro Charge. Lunar Electro Charge is, still the end damage you get from the reaction itself, not from Anefa's talent damage, is still just kind of whatever. It's like, it's the same mostly, but like more consistent. It's more consistent and incentivizes you toward building a more crit if you're playing Electro Charge teams that didn't have crit before. But most of the time when you're playing Electro Charge teams before, you already did one crit on the key units like Fischl that applied the application. So like Lunar Electro Charged is not really that different. Like it doesn't really have that much nuance to it at the end of the day for how the damage is actually happening. That requires changing your existing character builds meaningfully. Other than if you didn't have crit before on your Electro or Hydros, you're going to want crit slightly more. Who knew you wanted crit? They're continuing down the direction of making you want crit for everything. They're making Electro Charge into a crit reaction with Anefa. Anyways, my point with it being the same damage is that like that's my expectation going forward, is that these units enabling these reactions, the reactions itself are probably, unless it's a if they do like a lunar crystallize, my expectation would be crystallize now starts to like explode or whatever, like crystallize turns into Burgeon or something, and that would be cool, but Burgeon with less steps. And that would be cool, right? A lunar crystallized unit. But for the context of all the reactions that already do damage at a baseline, it kind of seems like the vibe with Anefa is that they're going to keep the end reaction damage mostly not crazily different, but change things about it in some ways or another that will result in nuances where it is a meaningful difference. Like there is a meaningful mechanical difference in Lunar Electro Charge versus normal Electro Charge in that the elemental aura on the enemy behaves differently than normal Electro Charge, and that means like doing things like swirling might be different, which matters a lot potentially. It might make things easier, might make things harder. It also means things like doing overvape. So it means like, you have Electro Hydro aura on the enemy, you try to trigger overload and vaporize at the same time. Like overvape is going to be a thing you're going to see a lot of people potentially discuss with Anefa's release. And that's cool. There is like mechanical relevance there. It's just the actual end damage is going to look more significant than it is with Anefa, because it's like italic, it's a special color, and it can crit, so it's going to appear as a big number on the screen rather than a smaller number, like physically, like the percentage of the screen it takes up, not like what the actual number is. If you go compare the actual numbers and the total damage and like the amount of hits you're getting, you add all the numbers up, it's not fundamentally that different. And Electrocharge itself, actually, as the reaction damage, has better potential ceilings than Lunar-Charged does. Lunar-Charged has a more restrictive hard limit on the damage you can deal, essentially, from the reaction itself. Again, not from Anefa's talent damage. So anyways, back to this this Dendro unit that seems to be either Dendro with Hydro or Dendro with Cryo. I hope it is Rhymegrass. Yes, like everyone else, I hope it's Rhymegrass, because why? So one, Rhymegrass is not a reaction. I think people forget this. Like Rhymegrass, to be clear, they could make this unit actually do it as a reaction. Like it doesn't have to be exactly Rhymegrass, right? But Rhymegrass is just when it was in theater, was when Dendro and Cryo were on the enemy, it triggered a theater damage effect, right? But the elemental auras weren't actually consumed. There was no reaction being triggered on the enemy. So that matters because it affects what you can use the Dendro and Cryo for triggering other reactions with other units. So in some ways, I would actually prefer if it worked the same exact way with this character, wherein it's just like this character enables Rhymegrass, and it's just a damage effect that happens from the character's kit or whatever when Hydro and Cryo are on the enemy at the same time, because then you have the flexibility to still do the normal things we can do with Dendro and Cryo. I can actually probably demonstrate this quick. There is an interaction between Dendro and Cryo that a lot of people are aware of, but you might not be, and I'll go demonstrate while we're near Abyss anyways. But yeah, I don't want them to, like, I actually think Fridge is a cool thing. I think the current interaction between Dendro and we're going to do someone that does one unit of Dendro. I don't have Dendro trailer, frick. We can just use like Kave, and then we need a Hydro, and then we need a Cryo. So this interaction is a weird thing in that what it basically does is it lets you, so this is not that relevant for Nahida, but this lets you get functionally, the interaction between Cryo and Dendro is not a direct mechanical interaction, but a side effect of how aura consumption works when you put an element on an enemy, right? So if we put Dendro on the enemy, we put Hydro on the enemy, it does a bloom, right? So let's just so watch the symbol under the HP bar, right? So as Dendro, we do Hydro, we generate a bloom core, right? And we can just do our skill again. As long as we don't die, bap, and bap. And okay, it did. Well, it's not lasting long enough, but that's fine. I probably should have actually here. I should do Xingqiu or something. Xingqiu is probably a little bit more useful for this because he'll have some sustained Hydro. We are getting aura taxed a little bit. It's fine. So we can do anyways. What we can do when we have Dendro on the enemy and Hydro is we can get 2 bloom cores out of 1 instance of Dendro application, right? So do this. You can see I got 2 bloom cores. The reason we got extra bloom cores there with Xingqiu versus with Mualani is because Mualani only applied Hydro once, which consumed, and Hydro, when you put Hydro on an enemy that has 1 unit of Dendro on it, it consumes half of the unit of Dendro. That's why it had a little bit of Dendro left still. Whereas with Xingqiu, he applies a bunch more Hydro with just his skill use. So he had multiple instances of Hydro application. Additional Hydro means he consumes all of the Dendro aura. But that's my point, right? Is 1 instance of Dendro application gets you 2 Dendro cores. What should happen here, I believe, I haven't actually specifically tried to test this in a while, so hopefully Kave works for this demonstration, is with a Cryo unit, some of the Hydro that ends up being put on the enemy it gets consumed to trigger the freeze reaction instead. But you still have some leftover hydro, right, for triggering the bloom reaction. So with 1 unit of dendro applied, I believe we should be able to get 3 dendro cores instead of 2. Is basically the idea here. But we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. There's this. And now you can see it has cryo and dendro. And I think I needed to activate his burst, but just use Nahida and Barbara. Yeah, I probably should have. Does this work with Kave? Maybe this doesn't work with Kave. It just lost its cryo. I think that's what happened before. Oops. I chose the wrong characters for this. God dang it. Okay, whatever. I chose the wrong characters. There are contexts that are niche. I don't know if you like demonstrating this for 5 years. I could go do the right characters for this. Kave was a terrible choice. There are contexts where you functionally, even with Nahida, get a higher generated rate over time of dendro cores. And a higher rate of dendro core generation, remember, each of those dendro cores can turn into a hyperbloom or a burgeon. Usually hyperblooms. Although, funnily enough, one thing I think a lot of people don't realize even today is cryo, this cryo interaction and cryo consuming a little bit of the burning aura can actually be something that makes burgeon way more consistent. So doing pyro, cryo, hydro, and dendro together can actually be pretty good. But anywho's, the point is, right, normally you're not just applying one instance of dendro, right? You're still applying dendro consistently. I could have like bursted with Kave there and whatever, and like the better measure is like sustained, do a full rotation, count the number of dendro cores you generate, right? And there are limits, to be clear, how much bloom damage an enemy can take. An enemy can only take 2 instances of bloom damage every 2 seconds. Or sorry, every 2 seconds, every 0.5 seconds. That is a low enough limit that the limiter for how much damage you can do, like with bloom, is usually not the bloom cores you can generate. It's more the timing of what abilities you have in the team that are triggering the bloom cores to explode. So that's why there's like there's actually a weirdly high amount of like min-max optimizations you can sometimes do with different kinds of hyper bloom teams and burgeon teams with the reaction damage itself. And my point with this is that this interaction with dendro and cryo is cool. This is functionally a cryo reaction, but without the reaction happening, because it's not a cryo reaction. It's a synergy between cryo and dendro as a result of the other reactions in the game, right? And I think it's really cool, and I think it'd be dumb to remove that. So I am against the idea of them adding Rhymegrass as a reaction where dendro and cryo actually react together and consume aura. I am very fine with the idea of them adding Rhymegrass as an effect that happens like it works in theater, where it just happens as a source of damage or something happening that doesn't actually require consuming the elements, is my point. Because I don't want them to break something that's cool as an existing interaction in adding something new. And for that reason, I'd be very fine with this also not being added as a thing across the game entirely, and only being in one specific character's kit, right? So if Lauma specifically is the only unit in the game that makes it that the Rhymegrass reaction is possible, I'm very fine with that. That's going to probably be her main criticism, because presumably she's a 5-star. And if she's a 5-star and that's the only way to get the dendro cryo reaction, even if it doesn't actually consume aura and people call it a reaction regardless, if that's the only way to get the dendro cryo reaction, you know, people will complain about that because they'll be like, oh, this should have been added across the whole game, and like she should have just had a stronger version of it. Like, I get where they're coming from, but I think those people may not be aware of the interesting synergy of cryo and dendro already. Even in hyper niche context, like with Burgeon, like I was saying before. So that 0.5 second time limit applies per character. An enemy can take damage from more than 2 blooms at once if the bloom cores have ownership from different characters. Tars, I actually see. Here's Tars with his hyper niche specific, because this is because Tars does insane things like hyper carry Chi-Chi, right? I actually didn't even know that 0.5 limit. I just assumed the 0.5 second limit was always per enemy, and it didn't care which source it was. The fact that it's 0.5 second generated by different characters is very interesting, actually. So, anyways, point being, I'm fine with the idea of this character either enabling Rhymegrass or something like it, lunar grass. What do they call it? What would they call it? Are they just gonna call, like, it'd be weird for them to call it Rhymegrass if they're gonna call everything lunar reactions, right? Maybe they lunar rhyme. If they call it lunar rhyme, I'm just gonna call it lunar lime. Moongrass. What about lunar gas? No, that doesn't make any sense. But lunar gas, lunar rhymegrass. I don't know. Like that'd be. I don't know. Lunar. I don't know. Who knows what they call it? Lunar frost. That'd be. Well, but they need. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. Anyways, it'd be weird if they call it lunar rhymegrass is all, because like rhymegrass is not a thing at a baseline, right? So I don't know. If they call it lunar rhymegrass, if they're gonna call it lunar rhymegrass, I would hope that they add rhymegrass as some minor baseline effect, and they don't make rhymegrass consume aura. So it'd be weird. It'd be weird if they add a reaction that doesn't consume aura. Because, in my opinion, if there's no aura consumption, there's no actual reaction happening. It's just like a damage effect that happens independent. Like, because reaction, like that's a word that implies like combining of two things, like like a chemistry reaction. Like reaction is a word in my brain that means like combining of things. So if they add Rhymegrass at a baseline and the aura isn't consumed, I don't like the idea of calling it a reaction. But it's a video game, it's fine. So it was like it's just semantics that I wouldn't like because it's an inconsistency. But it's just semantics at the end of the day, and it's a video game. So I don't know. But my point is, I'm fine if they don't add Rhymegrass as a baseline reaction. And if this is restricted to this character's kit, by the way, I actually would prefer it is a reaction, like a proper reaction that consumes aura. If it's only this character's kit, because I think that's good. I think if this character makes it so Dendro and Cryo consume aura, again, that changes the context for how you could consider using other elements in conjunction with different characters, and that's cool. That means there's completely new team context that would only work with these characters uniquely on a mechanical level, that it's interesting to think about on a team building level and could result in more interesting gameplay. Lunar Blossoms is cool. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So, anyways, and I would hope, by the way, that this character is not just Cryo, right? Like, I really want these lunar reaction things to not just be like every unit is only one reaction kind of thing. That seems a little limited to me. So my hope for this character, for this oh, I thought I had her up still. Cooter. My hope for this character would be that it's lunar. It's like lunar bloom and lunar blossoms, lunar rhymegrass, right? So, what about how Anefa passive is written? So yeah, I don't know. Oh, you mean? Oh yeah. So it's worth yeah. You know, I'll risk showing this. Let me scroll down. Here, let me show Anefa's passive. So, please don't smite me, Hoyo. When a party member triggers an Lunar-Charged reaction, it will be converted into the Lunar-Charged reaction. Blah 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 blah. Further blessings may follow the new moon's rise, which sure as heck implies to me that what I was talking about before, where like if they add a Lunar Quicken reaction, because Anefa's a node Cry Electro unit, she should enable Lunar Quicken too. She won't have a kit that gets bonus damage from Lunar Quicken, but she will enable it, right? I know it doesn't say all Lunar Electro reactions, but it says more blessings will follow. That's a weird line to put in the kit if the intention is not what I mentioned there. That's the only reason I'm assuming that might be a thing. And if that's going to be a thing, that makes me inclined to hope and believe that this Dendro character might do more than just Lunar Cryo. Like, she might have a kit that specifically where she makes the most sense to use is Lunar Cryo, whatever. Cryo Dendro. But we'll see. I don't know. This character's probably... So, I've been considering, in case anyone's not aware, I've been considering skipping much more aggressively next year. Not because I think I'll hate all the characters or anything. Just because this last year on my main account has been an experiment of like, hey, I'm a content creator. I can justify getting more characters on a content creation level. Like it's a business cost for me kind of thing. And I've gotten every character except Mizuki, who even her I was considering, but like I tried her on someone else's account. I didn't make a video on her because I was gonna make a video being like, hey, Mizuki's not that bad, and if you like this character, she can be used. And like that's true. It is true. If you like this character, it's not that hard to use her with investment in other units. But like the problem is I couldn't find a single. I had like a couple of ideas where I'm like, I think Mizuki could be better in this context, but like everything I tested, Mizuki C0 was worse. She was just worse than existing options. I don't get it. To be clear, I get it from the context of she's a standard banner character, and her kit only starts to make sense, in my opinion, post C4. I'm sorry. Anyways, but my point is, this is an experiment of like, there's some characters I think I would have pulled for regardless of like that content creation logicking. I think I would have pulled for Skirk. I would have pulled for Escoffier. I think I probably would have pulled for Veressa because of the fact that Yelan was on her banner. I think I would have skipped Mika, and I might have actually ended up regretting that because, not because I like Mika on-field DPSing, but because I do have fun memeing on Mika, doing meme DPS playstyles on Mika, and more importantly, I like her as a Xiangling replacement quite a lot. I really like her just pressing E and doing nothing else. She's my favorite press E and do nothing character in the game. So yeah, Mizuki was supposed to be bad. Sitlali I probably would have still gotten. She's one of my favorites in the game at this point. My only complaint about her, she's kind of, I haven't found anything I really like for main DPSing her, like on-field DPSing her. I think putting Obsidian on her is kind of fun, but yeah. And Shallonen I probably would have gotten, but maybe regretted. I definitely would not have gotten Shallonen Constellations. I decided to try to go for Shallonen Constellations as a content creator excuse. That I regret. And secondly, I just don't think I would have done it if it wasn't for content, because I had some specific content ideas to do with it, and I still might do them, but I chose not to do them at the time because I didn't want to make a video that specifically was selling a current character on banner. But then I kind of just forget about it when she's not on banner. So, I don't know. Anyways, maybe Lauma will make Sitlali a viable main DPS. Maybe. I don't know. The problem is, like, I don't know. It depends how that character's kit works. We'll see. Because if like on-field elemental mastery buffs to Sitlali, and if this reaction is like Lunar-Charged, where there's reason to build crit on Sitlali to make the reaction crit, that is what could make me, I think, have fun with on-fielding Sitlali. Her plunge team seem fun. So her plunge animation is great. I love her plunge animation, but like, oh, by the way, to finish the other main DPS, I think I would have skipped Kinich, and I think I would have. I had a really, really negative initial reaction to Kinich. I don't dislike him anymore. I actually kind of enjoy. I've learned to enjoy him a little bit, but my initial experience playing Kinich was really negative. The most negative I've ever had for an initial impression of a character. It gave me like pretty motion sickness on his initial trial that I didn't even expect to be that bad. I've gotten over that. I've never had that since then, really meaningfully. But like, I don't know. It was a pretty negative initial reaction, and I almost surely would not even dare consider pulling him if it weren't for the context. And I was wishing for C6 shovers on his banner, and then I was like very close to pity. And again, I'm a content creator, so I can justify, the cost of like going to pity for a 5-star. I might not get a lot of value out of long term, and I have gotten a little bit more value out of long term, but I probably would not have done that, but was a content creator, right? Mulan, I think I would have. So I actually think I would have pulled a lot of the characters if I wasn't a content creator, but I definitely wouldn't have pulled some of the constellations, and would have skipped a couple of specific units for sure. Chaska, Kinich, Mika, and Veressa would have been a skip, but depending on how the polls went, because I think I still would have gone for Eon's on under constellations. Anyway, Sitlali, like, her plunge animation is fun, and like it's plunge Sitlali, like with melt or whatever, is like a thing you can do. There's two things I don't like about plunge Sitlali. One, this plunge animation is really slow. Okay, this is a bad spot to try to do the things without swapping to Cloud Retainer. Just need to get somewhere I can run backwards to do plunges. Oops. I not meaning to do that. Whatever. You get the point. This is a really slow plunge animation to start it. And I think with Cloud Retainer you can probably get whatever. But anyways, one of the things I really liked at a baseline about potentially being able to do that, even with slow animation, was the fact that Sitlali, by applying off-field cryo, can, you know, theoretically do VV swirl setups for plunge melts. So you could do Shanyun, so you could do Sitlali EQ into Shanyun, into Pyro, right? Put your Bennett down, do Mika, and then like start plunging, right? I found that it just doesn't work very well. I don't know. I haven't tried it in a while. I should probably try it again. I don't know. It just didn't feel very good. Again, the slowness was the thing I didn't like. Like, I don't like when teams feel too slow. It makes them feel like not reactive and like I don't have the ability to control what they're doing properly. And I had issues getting getting consistent melts because of the fact that Sitlali was applying cryo with her skill and off-field, like, or on-field, and doing plunges, and it was consuming too much pyro at times. So I think I had to use Xiangling, and as soon as I have to go from using Xiangling instead of Mika, managing energy becomes more annoying. I just like, look, right. So that's why, if I recall, that's what I tested, and that's why I haven't even made a video on DPS at Lolly, because I haven't found anything I really enjoy. So that's fine. It's fun in concept, but then, yeah, it just doesn't work that enjoyably in practice. Anyways, that doesn't mean don't pull Sitlali or anything. I just think I have gotten the most enjoyment out of Sitlali as a support, as she's intended. I enjoy her burst animation. Like, I tend to bias towards teams that have less burst animations for 5 stars, and it's one thing I dislike about Sitlali because of how long, on a gameplay level, because of how long her burst animation is. But I also enjoy the character and enjoy her burst animation. So, like, you know, and it's also, like, maybe on Sitlali's rerun, I will make a video about DPS Sitlali, but it's going to be DPS, it might be DPS Sitlali, but just like, LOL, how, you know, you can just put scroll on Xilonen, like a lot of people do anyways, and then put Codex on Sitlali, because if you already have someone on scroll anyways, right? And Codex Sitlali, especially with their signature weapon, in my experience, I was playing this with, to be clear, C2 Xilonen, which was biasing things. Like, I was able to get a Sitlali that was consistently, like, nuking on her burst for, like, 400,000. And that's enough front-loaded damage that before you even switch to whoever your on-field DPS is, like Arleccino or whatever, it's like compelling enough front-loaded damage that could result in faster clear times. Like, I actually think there are reasons to consider doing Obsidian Sitlali. So, anyways, and where's the cat? What cat? You mean the Bongo cat? Bongo cat has gone away in favor of Yapping Fox. Not because you need, or not because Bongo cat can't coexist, sorry. Because I just thought it would be too much visual things on screen. I might try to make the fox itself react to keyboard inputs in the future. So like the paws of the fox are like tapping as I'm doing inputs or something. Yeah, Bongo cat went to the farm. Sorry. Anyways, I like Sitlali a lot. She's still, I think, one of the better characterized characters in the game to me. Maybe I just find her a little bit too relatable, but anyways. Maybe I'll revisit some kind of shenanigan idea, because there's definitely shenanigans you do with her. I mean, I've done a million shenanigans with her. If you've seen any of my videos since she's released, I've used her all the time. Like, she was exactly like literally Sitlali is really funny in that, like, I said before Sitlali's release, before we knew Sitlali was going to be anything other than she was a cryo unit, and I was like, I believe I said things like, we need cryo units that are like just a little bit more convenient to use than our existing off-field cryos, because like we didn't have off-field cryos before Sitlali that like had cryo application that lasted very long, and like followed you around and happened automatically without like you having a circle impact from Rosaria and like yada yada. Like Sitlali in my opinion, fixed like a lot of the problems of Cryo. And I will say it is like slightly annoying that she feels like a must pull for certain pyro DPSs. Realistically though, she's only really feels like a must pull for Mika if you want to get the biggest Mika damage numbers. But like Mika for Arena is not that far behind, right? And assuming you have Shalonen at least. Mika for Arena, Shalonen, Bennett. If we're talking Mika without Shalonen, a little bit different, right? Depends what you're comparing to. For Arleccino, I think she is, in my opinion, similarly impactful, but on paper, a little bit less. Like Arleccino, I think gains less relative than to what Mika gains. So yeah, I don't know. And yes, there's also Rosaria from Mika, but like Rosaria again is just like a little bit more awkward to use. Yeah, assuming you have Eons on or Shalonen for Mika. Arleccino, I really like Lolly Arleccino together. I do. But like I also like many other Arleccino teams. I overload Arleccino teams. Like Arleccino is still really versatile, and that's still her main selling point to me. Doesn't matter that she's not the strongest pyro DPS in the game. But yeah, for like Arleccino, Mika, and then Gaming. And Gaming, honestly, for me, is the unit I feel like I've tried doing some 4-star only clears with Gaming or whatever, and I'm just like, I hate this. It just like is not like I can get used to it, to be clear. It just feels bad. It just doesn't feel very good to me. Like I am in the middle ground of like I like to have teams that are a little bit enjoyable, or like a little bit challenging. Sorry, not enjoyable. What is enjoyable to me is teams that are a little bit challenging, but then like Gaming's like 4-star teams, like is 4-star options for melting in particular. Sorry, not like 4-star vaporize is not as bad, I'd say, but 4-star melting is like ugh. Like doing things with Diona Rosaria are ugh, is what I would describe the experience as with Gaming. So Lolly just makes him feel way better to play. So I don't know. Those three though I'd say are the most compelling cases. Everyone else is like Sitlolly is a very nice to have option. Like I can do things with Sitlolly Dia, but Sitlolly Dia does not melt every single one of her hits, right? And Sitlolly is nice as an option for Escoffier teams. Sitlolly is good for Shatterbloom Kave. In my Shatterbloom Kave video, we knew Sitlolly was in beta, so you know, I specifically like use Rosaria and was like, the thing that this team needs is maybe a Cryo Shielder that applies the same frequency of Cryo as Rosaria, but also provides a shield so the team is more tanky, and also has Cryo that walks around with you and lasts longer. I wonder if we'll ever get that. Weirdly enough, not many people in the comments noticed what I was talking about, which just tells me that a lot of my viewers don't watch leaks at all. That's fine. But it's like, anywho's. So yeah, I don't know. New teams for Ito. I mean, C1, Lolly is a good buffer for Ito. Sorry. Like C1, you might say no, that can't be true. But like, yeah, C1 Sitlolly for Arena, Shalonen, Ito, I guarantee is one of Ito's better teams. Just like I think Ito's best C0 team is a Escoffier, Shalonen. Well, it might be Yelan. Yelan might be better technically, but we're gonna say Shalonen is better. Hopefully, it's better because it's better for Ito's damage. Okay, Ito Escoffier for Arena. Is probably with Shalonen is probably Ito's best C0 team. I think currently. I don't know is Escoffier on GC Sim yet? Has this been proven? I don't know. Anyways, but see, Lolly C1 is an alternative that would make Ito do more damage. So yeah, well, Mika, yeah. Yes, you can do Bennett. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Ito's best team is probably Bennett, Mika, Sitlolly. Yes. Escoffier is on GC Sim. Alright. Let's see. Let's see if someone's done this yet. No, I'm not going to do it myself because I don't care. I don't care that much, and I think it would just make me sad. Ito. Oh, well, no, we can do by date added. Date added is fine. Is that the only Escophiism? Why has no one done Shalonen? Why has no one done Shalonen here instead of Yelan? Anyways, like, non-Mika team, okay? Why did no one do a sim with Shalonen instead? But, like, yes, Mika is, yes. This is the problem with Mika. We ignore that. Yeah, I want to see this, but with like, this team, but with Escoffier instead of Yelan. Right. Because I believe this is Ito's best C0 team. As sad as it is. Before Escoffier. And my thinking was that Escoffier should have been a meaningful upgrade. Especially because you know, the damage bonus stacks are going to be way more consistent by Escoffier burst rather than by Shalonen burst. How hard boy has fallen. He was never that high in the first place, I'm sorry. I regret to inform you. He's a C2 Shalonen to make Mono Geo work. Oh no. This is another C2 Shalonen. Wait. Yeah, is Anefa gonna be his best? Oh no. Anefa might be better. Anefa might be better than Escoffier. If this is this high, Anefa is better than Fischl here. Anefa is better than Fischl here, I assure you. As long as you don't need the Fischl shield breaking, whatever. Oh my god. Farina, Shalonen, Anefa might be Ito C0's best team. But again, I don't know if I consider that, I don't know, is that worse or better than Escoffier? Anyways, what I'm saying is C1 Sitlali is a universal flat buff. So like a high investment C1, especially like a C1 R1 Sitlali with like 1100 EM like I have, would buff Ito's damage enough, and I think it would feel like an Ito team. It wouldn't feel like a wheelchair team anywhere near as much. But Ito is very much in the category of unfortunately needs to be wheelchaired. I'm sorry, Ito in the current context of Genshin is not fundamentally different from DPS Charlotte. Let's just be real. He's not. Charlotte has the advantage. She is a cryo unit. And that's better because of Escoffier. So, I'm sorry. This is the state of the game. Hopefully, surely, lunar crystallize makes it so Ito, you can put all your crit stats and all your EM on Ito, will make him get 80,000 damage from Lunar Crystallize, and then you ignore the normal Geo damage. Anyways, yes, C1 Sitlali is still one of the most interesting constellations in the game. Did I make a video about C1 Sitlali already directly? I think I did. I did with the Kachina video. The Kachina video was primarily meant to be like, yeah, C1 Sitlali makes Kachina go from like quite cope DPS, even if you have C6, to like suddenly feels like she's doing meaningful damage, in my opinion. Can you clear without C1 Sitlali and DPS Kachina? Yes. Tars did it. It's not impossible by any means with like Anubis. But it much more feels like Kachina's doing real damage. Like C1 Sitlali makes it feel like, oh, as if it makes it feel like as if you're in the hypothetical reality where Mihoyo gave Kachina some real multipliers. Full EM Ito. Man, that would be really funny if they release a lunar. What if they release a lunar crystallized unit and Ito's best team becomes full EM Ito? Ito's best build in the future becomes best team for main DPS Ito becomes full EM Ito. I don't know what his ICD looks like, but full EM Ito with lunar crystallize on Gilded Dreams. Surely that won't happen. I doubt that. I don't think it's going to happen because, again, the indication to me seems like all these modified reaction gimmicks they're going to do, they're probably going to make all these modified reactions crit in some form. So if they do Lunar Crystallize, it's going to be fancy looking in some way. It's going to be italic. And it's going to crit, which means it's going to scale on crit to some extent. And it's probably going to scale more. Like right now, Lunar-Charged scales more on crit than it does on EM. You still want some EM, but like you don't really want... It's the same as like Vaporize and whatever. Where you don't really want much more than like 200, 300 EM. You don't get no value from it, but like the value you get from it like peters off pretty quickly. And it's likely to be the same thing for a hypothetical Lunar Crystallize, if it deals damage. Or by the way, actually, okay, I want to say I hope they do more than just like damage effects. One thing that's been missing in Genshin's combat, I think, is more things with reactions that do effects that aren't just like damage or stat increases or whatever. I think they could do something like, let's say Lunar Crystallize. They keep Crystallize as a reaction that doesn't do damage. What if Lunar Crystallize makes shards, and when you pick up those shards, you get cooldown reduction on your burst and your skill? Like Lunar Crystallize is you can generate a special lunar shard every 3 seconds, and those lunar shards decrease your burst and skill cooldown by 5 seconds. Like, it probably isn't going to result in any insane teams, necessarily. Like, off the top of my head, I have no freaking clue what exactly that would do. But that'd be, like, neutral enough, like, something like right, I want something like C2 Shallonen cooldown reduction, but more universally applicable. So I want them to do more effects that have effects that aren't just damage. But I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're just going to do effects that are damage. Right? So yeah. TF, 5-second cooldown. Look, sir, I can dream. Look, I think it's a dream. I think it's a dream that they would do 0.5 seconds of cooldown reduction. So I think I can also equivalently dream about 5 seconds. That's why I said a cooldown of like 1 shard could be generated every 3 seconds. I wasn't saying like every single shard reduces by 5 seconds. I mean, I would take that. Imagine it was just every single crystallized shard reduces by 5 seconds, and there's no limit on it, just as long as they exist. Like, damn, that'd be like, what the frick? Every geo unit, you know what that would mean? Who becomes relevant in that context? In this hypothetical context, which will not exist. There's no way. We haven't even talked about Anefa yet properly, by the way. I've just talked about her disconnectedly. Navia, oh god, Navia would be bonkers. God, yeah. Navia with like skill cooldown reduction. Well, actually, she'd run into limits where like you'd end up doing a ton of skills that are her baseline multipliers. Without any additional stacks on her stuff. So that'd be a little weird, but I don't know. It'd be fun. Albedo would become kind of goated potentially. Yeah, yep. Anyone else with off-field geo? Well, Kachina actually becomes a lot better. Chiori becomes a lot better. Does Goro apply geo off-field? I don't think it does. Zhongli becomes better. And then on-field geos could theoretically, do things as well, of course. Have their own cooldowns reduced. But I'm talking about reducing cooldowns of others. Like Kachina could become a cooldown reducer. Chiori becomes a cooldown reducer. Navia becomes the most interesting one because she can be main DPS and off-fielding. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be so fun. Like, they're just not going to do it. There's no way. Or if they do, it's going to be super restrictive in some form. And it's going to be like only in Geo Cryo context. Only with Geo and Cryo can you get cooldown reduction for some reason. And it's only cooldown reduction for the Cryo unit, right? That's what I feel like if they do it. I don't think they're going to do unrestricted cooldown reduction. But I don't know. At the same time, I wouldn't have expected they would have done a ability on a character that like, I know this is a constellation, but this is like a relatively accessible constellation. Like it's not that hard to get C1s if you care about them, right? Like it's just a decision. Do you want the value this could add for the scenarios it's fun in, relative to getting a new character? That's a decision you have to make, right? If you already have C0 Solali, right? Or you're already planning on C0 Solali. 5-star instructor set win. I have to assume we had sus information which who knows if it's true, right? But I hope it's true. We had some information that one of the new artifact sets might be a 5-star instructor set, but a 5-star instructor set that's specifically required to trigger the set requires node cry like lunar reactions going on, which I want that to be true, because that would be even with the restriction of needing lunar reactions, that makes that would inherently make for new teams and reasons for me to care about node cry units. Like I presume they're going to give a free 4-star that enables some lunar reaction, right? And that it would mean that new 4-star, even if they're a garbage kit, like at a baseline like Kachina, the artifact set would make them interesting to make new teams around, right? And by the way, that information, if it is true, I believe did specify that it worked off-field. So like off-field lunar damage, whatever. So like just having the artifact set, having lunar damage, it would work, right? I want that to be true. It would be unfortunate. It's like not exactly what we want, because what the dream is having a 5-star instructors, so that like you could have a 5-star instructor set on Bennett and him not be nightmarish to build in some of the contexts where instructors Bennett makes sense. So you know, so like that wouldn't be relevant on Bennett most likely, but we'll see. I hope that is the case. But we don't know. We don't know. We will find out very shortly, by the way. We will find out. When does the banner end? In approximately 10 days and 24 hours. Actually, no. Usually we find out before the banner is ending. We'll find out in approximately 10 days and 10 hours. So, yes. We'll see. Anyways, last thing to talk about, I think, Anefa. So, well, let's go watch what their phrasing is. I want to see what they say about Anefa. Should not take that long. They don't usually do that long.
Hey, your hat's back.
Finally.
Greetings. I am Anefa, a multifunctional robot for domestic application. And I'm the voice of Anefa. What's up, everyone?
I like your voicing.
I'm Angelina Daniel-sama, and I'm super happy to be here.
Yay!
Sauce hybrid Anefa? I'm Poems only, yeah.
We were just
Which I
trying
can
to
do.
make sense of the Traveler and Anefa's
Like, one of the reasons I don't care about getting Anefa on my main account is I don't really think there's anything super crazy. Like, I can't reach maximum full potential because, like, I don't have Farina or whatever, right? Duh. But there's a lot of things I like about Anefa. Like, I would probably be pulling Anefa if I didn't have my Poem only account, right? Because there's fun things to do with her. But the things that are fun with her, I think I can do all of them on my Polearm only account, right? I just don't strongly feel a need to have this character on my main account right now. But anyways.
Mysterious first encounter. So, can you give us the inside scoop?
Yeah, any hints?
Sorry, guys. I think I'm gonna have to leave you guys in suspense on that one. Solving the mystery is a big part of the adventure. Okay. But
oops,
I can share some exclusive intel about Anefa.
Ooh, tell me.
Oh wait, Angelina.
Trying to skip forward 5 seconds.
But...
I wouldn't use the word owner. It's more like she has
an owner or something?
I wouldn't use the word owner. It's more like she has family. And her family happens to be a Nodcry.
Oh, Nodcry? Cool.
So,
oh, is that the
who is this?
Is that the character I am again, unless 4 stars. Oh, maybe she is a 4-star. I don't know. No is what I can say. Please don't have a kit I care about. That's my vibe. Please don't have a kit I care about, because I don't.
Wow.
Ugh.
Where did that come from?
To be clear, gameplay fun overrides dislike of things for me. Don't like the design of that character, and we'll leave it at that. I should have put that face in the thumbnail. I panned through a little bit of this before making the stream. Be like, hey, what can I do for a thumbnail? I just where is it? We saw some like blank stare face. That could have been a good face for the thumbnail. Oh well.
A little bit more about it. I bet our friend from Nodcry has some surprises in store.
You think she's an NPC? No. She might be a 4-star, but like, where is she? Whatever. I don't know. She gave playable character vibes. I don't know. They're most likely 4-star vibes, but Now, I tend to like the kits at 4 stars, so I don't like when the character's design is strong, no.
Installation chamber deployed. Cleanup sequence initiated.
What?
Annihilation mode.
I'm not seeing things, am I? The reaction between
Lunar-Charged.
Hydro and Electro, it's different.
Super different.
Oh,
It's
yes,
super
it is.
different.
Anefa's
Before they say whatever they're going to say, I want to see what they present it as. It's italic. It has a gradient. And it can crit. The functional damage you get from it isn't super different.
the first Nodcry character travelers will get to meet. And guess what? She's bringing a new elemental reaction with her.
What?
Come on, let's go.
It's fine. I don't. It's weird. They've changed. They've technically changed enough under the hood for how the game calculates the reaction that it technically is a different reaction. It's just weird in that the end result of it doesn't meaningfully change that much. So it's both weird to call it new to me, but it also is technically. So like, sure.
New reaction?
Yes, so when Anefa is in the team, she can trigger the new Lunar-Charged reaction when Electro meets Hydro or vice versa.
So, is there anything special about this new reaction?
Yeah, tell us more.
Yes. So,
the main special thing mechanically is that it, again, the aura, I mentioned this before, the auras on enemies behave differently, and that can change team comps that you can potentially do and like what kinds of reactions you can trigger with different units. Compared to Electro-Charged typically. So, yes, that there is something different. That's not what they're going to say, though. They never say that kind of thing.
the new reaction has a very intuitive feature. When triggering a Lunar-Charged reaction, a thundercloud will appear that continuously deals electro damage to nearby enemies that are affected by both
Every 2
Hydro
seconds.
and Electro.
I believe.
But here's where it gets interesting. Lunar-Charged reactions can trigger critical hits.
Electro-charged reactions
Wow.
can crit now. So I'm guessing that comes with new damage scaling?
That's right. Lunar-Charged damage scales based on all characters who applied elements during the
Yep,
reaction.
which is new.
basically
That's what I was talking about, how like it is a new reaction. It's just like it uses multiple characters. It can use up to 4, which is weird. But it doesn't really matter because the 3rd and 4th characters' contribution essentially is irrelevant. Only the main 2 characters that apply the elements actually matter to it. It's fine. It like again, the end result for the actual damage you like the numbers of damage you're dealing to the enemy total with the reaction is not really that different from Electro-Charge. So, you know, that's what's weird. But like under the hood, it is doing different things. It's doing different calculation. And it's interesting that it is using all the characters. And you would think that results in like, oh, we're going to have to build our official differently and whatever. And like, not really. It does make like, it makes the 4-star bow on Fischl, which is already good on her, but this weapon was a little bit worse in Electro-Charge context. So like Fischl's best bow in Electro-Charge context was normally a crit bow, like Skyward Harp. Like crit stat stick weapons were just better on her, because raw talent damage was better to spec into for Fischl teams with Electro-Charged Fischl, whatever teams, than the reaction damage itself. And I believe this was still the case even with the reaction buff that happened last year. But this new reaction, making it so you want some EM on top of like giving you some value from like the initial 200 EM and wanting, you know, crit and whatever. Yeah. So, although the only weird thing is this doesn't scale with damage bonus, if I recall. Well, no, it's skill and burst damage bonus. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because the reaction damage is not skill and burst damage bonus. But yeah, the reaction doesn't scale with damage bonus at all. Which, by the way, that's like, again, part of the reason I don't care about Anefa as much on my main account. Like, yes, Anefa wants Hydro, but she's not synergistic with Farina. Because a lot of where her damage comes from is her talent scaling, and her talent scaling scales off of is counts as Lunar-Charged damage, but it has additional bonus scaling for whatever reason. So it does a lot more damage than the normal reaction damage does with her passive, but it doesn't. Because it counts as Lunar-Charged damage, it doesn't scale on damage bonus, like your normal damage bonus that you would get from Frina. Or it doesn't count as skill damage, right? So no skill damage bonus for just like no golden troop relevance really on Anefa kind of thing. So yeah, that's a good nuance for Kit in my opinion. I think it's a good thing that she isn't that relevant to pair with Frina. I think it's really good. Funnily enough, though, yes, it actually does mean because the only relevant Hydra unit to pair with Mizuki, because Mizuki can't normal attack, it means that Mizuki doesn't really gain as much from Anefa relative to like what Aoife gains, because Aoife can gain quite a lot from Anefa. Mizuki gains relatively lower, which is really funny. I'm just saying, it's really funny. the fact that this character isn't that relevant for Mizuki, because Mizuki was made basically to only work with Frina. That could be resolved in the future if Mihoyo ever chooses to decide they are going to allow there to be another Hydra unit in the game that can apply Hydro without doing normal attacks off field. But anyways, Pyro Plunge over Vape Anefa might be our best carry team. Yeah, so Anefa might be one of the best on-field Electro on-fielders in the game, by the way. But, you know, anywho's. Point was official. Sorry, I just distracted. I think Stringless is now I don't know. I'm not gonna say it's better than Skyward Harp or anything, right? But it is now a much more compelling universal weapon on official. This used to be like a best in slot on official kind of for aggravate, like better than an R1 Skyward Harp and aggravate, but like mostly just still really similar in aggravate. But then definitely worse in Electrocharge. And now for like Electrocharge, if you're doing Anefa and official together. Although oftentimes Anefa would replace Fischl, so that's the weirdness of it, right? But if you are doing Anefa and Fischl together, Skyward or Stringless should be like really, really good on her. Better than it is in normal Electrocharge context, and that's cool.
Compared to the previous
skin, yeah, we talked about Yelan's skin, and I said I wasn't going to buy it, but if someone else wanted to buy it for me, sure. And then Sylveon gave me Genesis crystals, which thanks Sylveon. So I guess I will get the Yelan skin, but I'm not the one buying it.
Iteration of Electro-Charged. Lunar-Charged reactions can systematically boost the entire team's damage output? I think I'm starting to get what...
The reaction itself boosts the entire team's damage output about as much as normal Electro-Charge does. A little bit more in some contexts because it will be more consistent. It will be easier... It will probably feel better to the average player because of that consistency. Electrocharge is weird. We don't need to get into it that much. I think Lunar-Charge, I would say, is better than Electrocharge. But like it's more like a quality of life thing rather than it actually doing more damage. So I think it's a little misleading to present it as boosting the team's damage. But it is, again, it's going to seem like it is boosting the team's damage a lot because you're going to see really big Lunar-Charge numbers pop up on screen because Anefa's talent damage, which is where like almost all of her damage comes from. Not almost all of it, but like the majority of it comes from, even when it got nerfed, is going to cause a really big Lunar-Charge number to appear on screen, but that's her talent trigger. It's like equivalent to Emily's skill. Like Emily has a passive with a big bout of like dendro damage that happens on occasion, with burning going on. That it's as if Emily was reworked to it just says moon burn when Emily's damage happens and looks different and then doesn't scale on damage bonus. So like I think it's misleading to describe it that way because the reaction itself is not really boosting your team damage that much relative to what Electrocharge itself already does. So
boy, Anefa comes with waivers.
So if it's that powerful, is there something special we have to do for Anefa to trigger it?
Nope. As
I mean,
long as
have
Anefa's
Hydro.
in the team, all electric...
Ew, do they just show a non-signature weapon? Or they just... Yeah, they did show Farina without her signature weapon. What the frick is that?
Anefa to trigger it?
Nope. As long
You see that?
as enough...
That's Farina without her signature weapon. What the frick, Mihoyo? You made an entire game mode to shill Farina on her signature weapon. What are you doing? You made an entire game mode just to shill this. And then you're not even advertising it implicitly. You're trying to shield this, whatever this ugly piece of garbage is. I don't get it. Sorry. You want to see a dire difficulty Farina build? Want to see the ideal? I mean, not the ideal. This is an excessively high amount of ER. This is not a min-max dire build, but I don't have the perfect tenacity artifacts, okay? But Fav Sword, 4-piece tenacity. This is a lot better dire difficulty build than like a Golden Troop Farina on signature weapon at C0 at least. C4 Farina is a little bit different story. But anyways, skin works. Does it look worse? Sorry, we're distracted. Again for the 100th time. I don't know. Like it doesn't match exactly. Like I agree that Fav. I think I agree. I think Fav looks better. But I have the weapon skins now. I don't know. They're just a fun little thing. Like it was not easy for me to clear dire difficulty. So let me have my trophy, okay? I don't care that they expire that much, but let me have my trophy that lasts for the patch. But I don't disagree. There's not really many characters I really give two flying hoots about losing the weapon skin on, other than maybe I think it's a minor bummer not having the weapon skin for Navia. Like I don't hate. This looks really nice on Navia, but I don't hate how this looks. I don't know. Like this yellow and red contrasts really well. Like it looks pretty good. And you don't, again, Navia is the combat, you don't see it very often. Oh, Arleccino is one, but also I have white tassel, it's not that big a deal. But I really like this, is getting, like, it's mostly because Jade Spear is just ugly as sin, right? But, like, there's just, like, I like it for Arleccino, so I'll miss it for that, I guess, but it's not really a big deal. If I truly care about drip Arleccino, I can clear with white tassel without a problem. And this is her drip weapon anyways. It's better, white tassel looks better than this, so, like, and there's like Chungus, I guess. You do see the weapon on Chungus a little bit more. So I don't know. It has to be a weapon I actually see in combat for me to truly care. So like Chungus I get. Eula, yeah. But there's very few contexts I actually care. So mostly it just replaces a lot of Fabs. Just as like a trophy. Fabs are the real trophies anyways, let's be real.
As in the team, all electro-charge reactions triggered by your party will be converted into lunar-charged reactions.
Oh, wow.
So cool.
Yeah, so it seems Anefa's arrival opens a lot of possibilities for existing Hydro and Electro characters as well.
Exactly.
Let's go find some treasure.
Look, I am someone who really always defaults to pulling characters that I think make for new, interesting kinds of teams. So them saying that this opens up possibilities for characters means that, oh, this is a character I would like, right? And I think I will enjoy her. And like I said, if I wasn't going to get her on my Polar Mill account, I probably would pull for her. I don't think they're fundamentally wrong in what they're saying, but I think she opens up less new kinds of teams than Seat Lolly or Escoffier does, right? Like I think it's a little misleading to describe her that way. But I will say that like one of the interesting contexts, because I don't know, they're probably going to mention this, but one of the things that Anefa does that is very interesting and like is the one thing I am quite tempted for on to have her on my main account is she buffs elemental mastery of the on-fielder. If they change this to the whole team, by the way, I will pull, no questions. But it's not the whole team. It is only elemental mastery for the on-fielder. And for the on-fielder, there's two synergies that I care about. One, Yai. Yai on-field with Anefa sounds kind of fun. Because Yai converts EM to damage bonus. I think this would work. I believe. As far as I'm aware. I actually have never double-checked. Does Yai's elemental mastery damage bonus work with percentage-based EM conversions? Because it's not a flat EM buff. It's a percentage-based. It might not actually work with Yai, by the way. I'm not sure. You think I would know that? I know a lot about Yai's kit. I actually haven't verified whether or not... I could go test this. Someone remind me. After we're done looking at the Anefa stuff, I can go test this with Nahida because Nahida gives a percentage-based EM buff. If Nahida's EM buff doesn't result in any extra damage when Yai is on field, Anefa wouldn't either. Because there's a weird interaction where when you have percentage-based buffs and then an ability that uses the stat that was given as bonus to the percentage-based buff, it won't actually increase. Like, they wouldn't stack. Like, she would gain the EM for, like, how the aggravate damage scales, but she wouldn't gain the damage bonus, right? So all we have to do to test that is do Yai. We don't put Dendra on the enemy. We just use Nahida's burst without Dendra on the enemy. That's all we have to do to test that. It's very easy. So I think that actually might not work now that I think about it. But and for the same reason, I know that Staff of Scarlet Sands would not work with Anefa's EM. So you might say, well, that's not that relevant for Hybrid Raiden. And it isn't. It really isn't that relevant for Hybrid Raiden. And again, it's part of why I'm comfortable skipping her, because Hybrid Raiden has a million other options on my account. Realistically, at this point, if I want to improve my Hybrid Raiden, it's get C2. That's how I improve Hybrid Raiden. But at the same time, it wouldn't be bad to have more EM, right? Because the whole shtick with Hybrid Raiden is that I build a bunch of EM on her anyways, and EM converts to attack. So like after this EM is converted to attack, she goes over like 2,000 attack, I believe, ish. At a baseline, what is it? It's like 100 and with full stacks, it's like 108% or something of her EM. So yeah, she goes to about 2,000 attack at a baseline, and then you can still have attack buffs on top of that, right? And she still has a bunch of EM, and she's being built for crit, and having EM and having crit at the same time, and plus triggering reactions from off field, like Hybrid Raiden for Lunar Electrocharge. She should automatically synergize quite well with Lunar Electrocharge on this kind of build. And that's cool. But I can also play this on polearms only. I can play it on polearms only, again. Like, I think Raiden, either, not even with the hybrid build, I'm just saying hybrid is a potential synergy that is fun. But you don't need to have Raiden on a hybrid build to gain the relevance of that, particularly because of the fact that Anefa buffs EM, right? Anefa buffs EM, so Raiden can just have a normal emblem build, and you get the EM bonus, you have crit on Raiden like normal, and she'll be doing decent. Like Anefa, if you're doing like Anefa, Raiden, what are you doing? Anefa, Raiden, Farina, Bennett, maybe? Or Eon's on. Well, no, Farina would just be there for damage bonus for Raiden, right? Not for Anefa. So maybe, actually, you know what? You know what's funny? Eon-san Bennett. I wonder if Eon-san Bennett, Raiden, and Anefa will be better than Farina there because of the fact that Farina doesn't increase Anefa's passive damage. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anyone calc that. But again, that's a good thing. I think it's a very good thing that they're releasing a unit that, despite, wanting Hydro, doesn't just like automatically want Farina. She doesn't have like 0 Farina synergy because you can use her with an on-fielder that still might want Farina, but it's not like an automatic thing. Anefa will outdamage Raiden, so I mean, we're gonna ignore that. Look, I'm sorry, but Mika, why are you playing Raiden? You can just press Q on Mika instead because you want to play Raiden, right? Like, I'm sorry. In the current context of the game, with the entire spread of units that do 2 damage versus units that do 2 quadrillion damage, you play the units you want to play. I think that's what most people do. So I'm operating on a context of you want to play Raiden. I'm sorry. So yes, you can just on-field Anefa instead. Anywho's, Candace, Anefa, Eon-san, Raiden on my Polearm only account. I don't think it's going to become better than Raiden Chevreuse because Red Shred is OP, right? Raiden Chevreuse plus the buffs that Chevreuse provides, like Raiden, Eon-san, Chevreuse, Xiongling is a really strong team. Particularly on my Polearm only account with a C3 Raiden. I mean, technically C5, but that doesn't really do that much. With a C3 Raiden, Eon-san C6 now, yay. That took forever. Whatever, like, it's good. That's my point. But like Candace, Anefa, Raiden, Eon-san might compete with it. Might. I'm not sure. Like Raiden's damage is definitely going to be meaningfully less in that team context. Like, meaningfully less. But Anefa's off-field damage might make up for that. Like, it might actually perform quite similarly at the end of the day. So, I don't know. And it'll be interesting to mess with hybrid Raiden in that context, right? And see if it's relevant to do hybrid Raiden with Anefa on polearms only. That's all things I can do. But and it's just like potential synergies, and like this is what I'm talking about with like giving EM to the on-fielder, I believe is primarily something they did intended so that you don't have to do anything like consider building extra EM on your Raiden. You just keep your normal Raiden build the same, and she'll get EM automatically. And again, the fall, like if you have a 2k, if I recall, I had to go double check. But if I recall, if it's like a 2 to 2.5k attack Anefa, she will buff EM by like 150, 200, something like that, if I recall. And I might be wrong. Maybe it's 3k attack for the full 200. I don't know. Well, it's not. There's not actually a ceiling on how much EM Anefa can buff. And also, we don't know if Anefa can snapshot or not yet. If Anefa can snapshot, then you can get even more EM potentially. Anyways, the point is, Anefa will buff your on-fielder's damage, your on-fielder's EM, and that means there's probably not a reason to build extra EM on Raiden. So hybrid Raiden should actually be worse for Raiden with Anefa, but it's something I'm going to test on polearms only, and I can test it there. If it turns out that it is actually better to do hybrid Raiden still, then that makes me want Anefa more on my main account, because I play hybrid Raiden more on my main account, and I play normal Raiden now, mostly on polearms only. How much let's just go check the scaling. Let's go check the scaling. Oh, actually, maybe they'll show it on screen.
Exactly.
Yeah, on
so
stream.
Let's
whatever.
take a closer look at what she can do in combat.
Okay. Yes, please.
So, with her elemental skill, Anefa deploys a shield and summons.
Oh yeah, she's a shielder too, because every off-field DPS needs to have defensive utility nowadays. To be clear, I think this shield, like on a spreadsheet DPS level, not necessarily better than someone like Fischl in a Shivers team. But let's say you're playing Arleccino, Bennett, Shivers, right? You want an off-field Electro unit. A lot of people like having a shielder for Arleccino, and in the context of, for example, the previous Abyss had the Icewind suite, Coppelius, and like Coppelius, if you're playing Arleccino, Shivers, Bennett, Fischl against Coppelius, you have to be really smart with when you're attacking. Like functionally, you lose a lot of damage output, right? Because you need to live to kill the enemy, and Anefa against that enemy in that Shivers team, while Anefa will not do anywhere near the damage she does with Hydra because she doesn't have her passive damage. She just has her skill talent damage, which is quite low, and that she's a shielder. The fact that you would put Anefa on Tenacity, and Anefa can still deal some damage, and she provides a shield where you can just tank the damage, hopefully, from, you probably still would need to play a little bit well, though, so against Coppelius. Coppelius can do a lot of damage and rip their shield potentially fairly quickly. But point is, it's a competent shield with good uptime. She can have full uptime on Tenacity, and depending on your investment in depending on your investment with Arleccino, like if you have a really invested Arleccino build, it's possible that Tenacity buff with Anefa is just better for team DPS anyways than having Fischl. Fischl herself could also be on Tenacity, to be clear, right? But the fact that Anefa needs less investment into Tenacity, or doesn't care about investment into Tenacity as much, I think is a good thing as well. But anyways, Tenacity Anefa is already probably her best build, by the way, until we see if a new artifact set is best on her, which will probably be the case. But Tenacity Anefa, I think, will be very relevant in Shivers teams for a lot of people, for just comfort of play in a lot of team contexts, for an on-field pyro DPS. Doesn't mean you will have to, doesn't mean it's objectively better than Fischl, because Fischl has higher potential damage output, but also a lot of people don't have C6 Fischl. They've rerun Fischl once in 2 years, or twice in 2 years, I think. They rerun Fischl so little for how good of a character she is, and that's just stupid. Like if I get Anefa on my casual account, for example, which I'm not planning to do, because I want Sibali. We'll see if I can actually get her, because I haven't been that motivated to log on lately. If I got Anefa on my casual account, I would absolutely play Anefa over my C2 Fischl, right? With an O-Cage build. I think it's a vast oversimplification to say that Anefa doesn't make sense in Shivers teams, which is something I saw Zujef say when someone asked in his chat earlier today, literally. Someone's like, can I use Anefa in I think the question was literally something like, it might have been like, does Anefa make sense in Chever's teams? And he's just like, no. Like, you, she doesn't. Dude, who that pisses me off when Jeff says things like that. Because you want to know something that Jeff has recommended to people before? Raiden on Tenacity. Anefa is just objectively better than Raiden on Tenacity. Well, I shouldn't say objectively. Yes, because Raiden gives a little bit of burst damage bonus. I'm sorry. Technically, Raiden Tenacity burst damage bonus from her E. Technically, maybe that's minorly better in some context. But like, Anefa gives a shield. Has, I believe, her, what is your coordinated attack damage? 71%. One, Anefa's skill damage is not coordinated attack. Coordinated attack causes some freaking problems, right? A lot of the time. Because shields are a thing that's, I don't know if you notice, shields are like always present in this game, right? So like saying that like, oh, even if Anefa's talent damage was lower than Raiden, which it's not high, but it's higher. It is 155%. Anefa has double the talent damage than Raiden does, but I believe it hits less frequently. So I think Anefa's talent damage is actually similar to Raiden's E talent damage. But it's actually a similar story where if you're playing with her with Arleccino, by the way, you probably build Anefa full EM on Tenacity. So full EM Tenacity so that you trigger your overloads every time you trigger, you apply Electro off field will do like, decent damage. Like it'll get like 200, 300k damage output from overloads probably on a full EM build, I suspect. Doesn't necessarily make sense in every team. Anyways, and you probably won't, you might not want to do full EM necessarily. Well, maybe you will. I don't know. Anyways, point is, the multiplier damage is close enough. The multiplier damage is close enough that the difference comes down to problems in like Raiden's E not triggering on shields, whereas Anefa will trigger on shields. And also that's a problem in that like I believe Tenacity. Wait, does Tenacity won't work, right? Tenacity doesn't work if you're facing a shielded enemy. You don't. To be clear, it's not really a problem mostly because Tenacity you don't really need attack percent if you're just getting through a shield. But it's possible there's a shielded enemy in conjunction with a non-shielded enemy. Well, if that's the case, your Raiden is probably still hitting because it's AOE. Anyways, you get the point. There's different nuances of things. The fact that Jeff will do something like recommend Tenacity Raiden, but then say no, don't use Anefa in Chever's teams is stupid. Sorry, Zajeff. L take. Zajeff has bad takes sometimes because he gets Zajeff. It's fine. What Zajeff does in the community is very valuable. He's trying to give people a simple framework for being like, what's a character's best teams? If you're pulling Anefa, you should probably not pull her for Chever's teams. It's probably not the reason to pull her. You should pull Anefa because she's a compelling off-field damage dealer with Hydro going on. That's the long and short of it, right? She's a compelling off-field damage dealer with Hydro going on, and she also gives a shield, and that's cool. But she also has meaningful utility in Chever's teams, right? That's all I'm saying. Saying she doesn't is a bit silly.
Multi-purpose smart assistance unit, Brigida, which is the cute little robot you see here.
Yeah, Brigida is the thing that does damage.
Wide range of movement and agility,
it follows you around and teleports to the enemy and does AoE. Like meaningful AoE. You can see how big that AoE is. It's quite good.
Her face appears on Brigida's screen.
Which is meaningful as well. Like that's one of the things that makes Raiden, like why is Zajeff like, oh, recommends Raiden? It's because like Raiden can have compelling AoE range damage. So like in an AoE situation you keep better uptime. Anyways, Zajeff is meta-oriented in most of his comments. Yes, and that's where he's coming from. That's fine. Like, it's fine. But, like, it just annoys me sometimes when he doesn't recognize the fact that he recommends something like that, even halfway jokingly, but then someone asks him a question where, like, I would say Anefa is, generally speaking, objectively better. A Tenacity Anefa, for the vast majority of cases, is probably going to be objectively better than Raiden. And so, like, saying she's not relevant at all is just a bit silly.
It's almost like she's controlling.
And again, like, shielding is relevant. Shielding can result in many circumstances in damage improvements. So, like, in practice, just not on a spreadsheet.
The bot and making it attack.
Cute. So
cute. Anefa good for Clorind. That's one thing I won't be able to test, unfortunately, assuming I don't get her on my main account. But, like, Anefa, Clorind, whatever Hydro unit plus... I wonder, do you do an Animo or not? You probably do an Animo still for Red Shred or Shalonin, of course. Yeah, Anefa, Chlorinde. So like, this is again going to be a context where I think, yes, the answer is yes. Sorry, especially because she is a shielder. Again, Calamity of Eshu is a really good weapon on Chlorinde. So enabling Calamity of Eshu, like Calamity of Eshu is basically the same as this weapon, but more restrictive. Quite frankly, when I've tested it, the damage is extremely similar on my account with the artifacts I have at least. I never ran a spreadsheet analysis of things with KQM standards, to be clear. But like, so enabling this is compelling at a baseline for Chlorinde. So, and then giving Chlorinde some EM, and Chlorinde already is a character that scales with crit, and Chlorinde is also a character that's really easy to build because she starts at 45% free crit rate. Like, I think Anefa will be pretty fun and compelling with Chlorinde. The question is like, okay, what Hydra do you use? Because Farina has really, the interesting thing with Farina with Chlorinde, right, is that Chlorinde can get damage bonus just all on her own, because the synergy with her having 110% healing, but then Farina's damage bonus increasing this, where like you end up like solo Chlorinde is enough to proc Farina's overhealing passive as long as you don't take too much damage, and you can actually get pretty consistent decent damage bonus up even with a C0 Farina. But that damage bonus is only is not relevant for Anefa, it's relevant for Chlorinde. But you can do something like Chlorinde, Farina, Anefa, Fischl, although you're probably not triggering enough reactions for Fischl to be that relevant, actually. So, I don't know if that's per se that good. It's probably better to use an Anima unit or Shalone in there than another Electro. But you could also do Chlorinde, Eonson, Anefa, right? And then Xingqiu, right? Or Yelan. And I like that, right? So I don't know. Again, like the fact that Farina is not as directly synergistic with her, I think is such a cool aspect. It's such a good aspect to her kit, and it makes me optimistic about their kits moving forward. Anefa is a very well balanced and designed character, and also one thing I think they need to do, and I think they might be doing, the fact that Anefa is an off-field DPS that actively doesn't really care about Farina despite synergizing with Hydro. Farina is only relevant for the other characters, like on-fielders that you might pair her with, makes me have hope for the idea that they might release a unit that is Farina for shielders. Because the shielders are still in the place of like where they have always been, where they can indirectly, in different situations, for different kinds of players at different skill levels, result in functionally extra damage output. Like, you know, the case of why people might find, oh, even though Zhongli might be a lot worse than whatever other buffer, Zhongli is worse than Kazuha, I don't know, whatever. The Zhongli is worse than whatever other buffing option they have available, but they still clear faster with Zhongli. It's because of the fact that they can live with Zhongli, and they don't have to think about dodging, and they can just practice their combos, and they can do more ideal combos because they have Zhongli in the team, right? Like, shielding is valuable always as it has been for a baseline, and I think that's what Mihoyo intended shielding to be. And how they have balanced shielders is such that, yeah, shielding can functionally result in damage increases. But as you get to be a more skilled player, and like I'm not that skilled of a player, I have found shielding mostly irrelevant, right? And the fact that they're making weapons like this now, even if this is just an event weapon, but the fact that this weapon exists and it is relevant, and they have released more shielders that are more compelling in their kits as a whole, Lanyan, Seatlali, Anefa, anyone I missed? Hopefully I didn't miss anyone. Honestly, I would argue Kachina in some ways. Like, Kachina, unironically, can kind of be a pretty compelling shielder. I know a lot of people don't realize that. But, like, EM Kachina build, she's still awkward because of her uptime on her abilities. Don't get me wrong. But anyways, EM Kachina build with scroll buff, like, it's pretty decent. It just depends on how annoying it is to get the crystallized shards. And you can jump on her thing to get the crystallized shards, which is again awkward, but like Kachina is unironically, I think, most interesting from a context of full EM. You can build EM crystallized Shalone too. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a shield HP bar still, which is bonkers. Anyway, my hope is that there is a unit they're planning to release next year that is Farina for shielders, is my point. I want them to have shielding converted to some form of additional damage, because I think Farina's existence right now inflates the value of healers for defensive utility a bit much, especially as they've been releasing units like, if they're going to continue releasing units like Escoffier or Shalonen, who just like do a bunch of buffs, but then also can be a compelling healer for Freenet at the same time, or even like a completely ideal healer. Like, Escoffier is like the ideal healer, right, for her. So I really want them to do shielding is converted to damage in some forms. And I think that could uplift a number of existing shielders without having to do any like crazy mechanical changes for the game or anything. So yeah. And that would buff Anefa, of course, too. And I suspect if they want this feature character to have synergy with Anefa, it's not going to be literally Farina, but for shielders. Like I'm not saying I want shielding converted to damage bonus, right? It would be shielding converted to attack, maybe. I don't know. Like shielding, whatever your shield value is, divide that by X%, and that's the amount of attack the whole team gets, or something. That could be something. Cute. And this could be an artifact set too, by the way, they release, theoretically. It wouldn't surprise me if they did that. But, yeah.
Might look adorable now, but during Anefa's elemental burst...
That burst is quite long, by the way. So, like, that burst is enough to make it so, you know, in the context of comparing Raiden's damage in a Chevre's team to Anefa, if you're bursting every rotation on Anefa in a Chevre's team, which I don't think you should do because I don't think the burst is actually that worth using, but it is a 1200% multiplier at level 10. So, like, it's basically doing as much damage as her skill will, if you have the energy for it. But I honestly think if you're using Anefa in a Chevre's team, you oftentimes won't have enough energy without building extra energy to burst every rotation. So I don't think you bother. I don't even think you bother even on the rotations where you have it, unless you need that little bit of front-loaded damage value and you have a bunch of crit built on her. But again, in Anefa and Chevre's teams, you might still want to... Oh, I'm not showing it. Oops. You might still want to build her for full EM. So I don't know. Well, I don't think you do, because again, I think you want to have her shield, so you still want some attack. I don't know. It's weird. I think you can use their burst for front-loaded damage value sometimes. It's just, this is very not necessary. Maybe the most notable thing about it is that it does extend... You can do the same thing you do with Emily, although it's not as important. Like, Emily is more relevant because it, like, Emily's thing retains her sense collected when you use her burst and extends her duration at the same time. This just extends duration, like when you cast Official, whatever. So you can skip the skill cast in your next rotation, essentially. But also her cooldown on her skill is 16 seconds, so it's not like Official where you have to alternate or anything. It's just there, so you can use it instead of pressing her skill. But the burst animation also still lasts so long. Why did I do that? Her burst animation still lasts so long that I don't know. This is definitely a character I can tell you I would almost never use her burst.
Screen.
Not never, but
like
rarely.
She's controlling the bot and making it attack.
Cute. So cute. Brigitte might look adorable now, but during Anefa's elemental
It's way too long of a burst.
Brigitte transforms...
She also, I don't know, I haven't played her. You notice there's a lot of... So one, this animation's quite long. Like how, that looks like a Yoldi 3-second animation.
Cute. So cute. Brigitte
153.
But during Anefa...
Yeah, that's like a 3-second burst animation. And then after you exit the burst animation, she's like in air. And then floats in like has a little like, by the way, like the visuals are good, like little rocket engines and whatever. She like lands back on the ground, but like there's a very good chance the game doesn't let you swap out until after she like lands on the ground, right? You might be able to. I haven't used her. This will be something to test when she's out. But like if you can't swap out after you use her burst, that might be functionally like a 4 or 5 second burst animation, and that would be awful. Right, I don't think it'll be 5 second, but it might be functionally a 3.5 or a 4 second animation. And if it's a 4 second animation, I think that burst might be in the category if you basically never use it. So outside of the front loaded damage value sometimes being relevant. Like if you can use a burst to kill an enemy before you have to like use a burst on your Raiden, that makes sense to use, right? Like there will be context where it makes sense, and to have it leveled up a little bit.
Brigitte transforms from an adorable little bot into a formidable machine. And Anefa's elemental burst launches Brigitte...
Oh, yeah. Oh, they showed swapping off there.
bot into a formidable machine. And Anefa's...
No, you can swap pretty quickly. They swapped like she had to like swoop down a little bit. Maybe you might not be able to swap immediately after exiting, but they were okay. So at least they didn't have the worry was like maybe she has to like properly land on the ground. So it's not that bad, but still, even with just 3 seconds, I am the type of player who would almost never use this burst, unless I need it for like the damage value where the enemy is just like almost dead, and then it makes sense to use.
Elemental burst launches Brigitte forward, unleashing a rocket punch that sweeps through enemies.
Or there's nothing else to do in the rotation time.
And keeping Brigitte on the field.
Ooh.
Anefa also...
By the way, I think that's actually another context that is tempting to me. I didn't even think about that much. Sethos with Anefa. Again, EM buff. Sethos has a bunch of EM scaling damage. And it's EM like talent scaling, not EM bonus, right? So it's different than Yai, where Yai is getting damage bonus from EM. Sethos, again, his burst here is just a percentage of his elemental mastery. So that is different from like getting a bonus that is a percentage of EM, right? And this is scaling too. This is 70%, 700% of his EM. That's not like there's a difference between that and how Yai would be like this. If Sethos had a thing where he's getting charge attack damage bonus based on a percentage of his EM, like each point of, if it said like Yai, where EM was giving point whatever percent damage bonus for charge attacks, right? They could have done that, but instead it's 700% of his EM. That's just scaling. That's just damage scaling. So the fact that it's just damage scaling means that Anefa's EM buff is actually a lot more relevant for Sethos. So Sethos, Anefa, again, I don't know if you actually do Frina here because of the non-Frina synergy. With Anefa specifically. So it might be more compelling to do Yelan. Well, on my account, it's probably definitely more compelling to do Yelan fully powered, but you know. But I don't know. Freena's still good, because Freena's still amping Sethos' damage, right? So I think there's a very good chance Freena's still better, to be clear, in this context. But not as better as she would be if Anefa scaled on damage bonus, right? Her damage scaled on damage bonus. So anyways, Anefa, Hydro, Sethos, plus like Anefa, I maybe just, yeah, I don't know. I think Anefa is probably the most compelling context to bring Hydro in. Like before it was like you could, but it wasn't necessarily better than doing like Aggravate with good play kind of thing. But now I think Anefa instead of Fischl, you do Anefa, Sethos, Hydro, and probably Dendro still. It's probably better than using Fischl, I suspect. So Anefa, even with Xingqiu might be. I don't know. That'll be interesting to see. I'm not gonna lie. That is the most. The potential Sethos synergy here is the most I'm actually tempted by Anefa, quite frankly. Because Anefa, Hydro, Sethos, Nahida, right? Or well, it's basically just Nahida or future Dendro units. I don't know if there's another Dendro unit that'd be relevant for me. Dendro Travel would be fine, to be clear, but obviously Emily wouldn't exactly work compellingly, so the new Dendro unit maybe. Depends what the new Dendro unit does. Like again, if the new Dendro unit enables more than just well actually I don't know. She has blue. Again, my hope was like the new Dendro unit enables not just the cryo thing, but also, a hydro thing. So new Dendro unit, new Dendro unit, new Anefa plus a hydro unit with Sethos might be pretty dang good. Oh yeah, Baiju. Yeah, yes, Baiju Frina might be compelling, but again, like I don't know if Farina is as relevant there, right? It might be meaningfully better to do Yelan with Nahida. It might be meaningfully better. This is like something that could be spreadsheeted, by the way, but I'm not going to do that. I would rather test that in person or find footage of someone playing those teams in person and showing how well they function. I don't personally need to. I don't know if I am really tempted by enough. This is interesting enough of a context that I hadn't thought about before. Sethos' synergy with her and her EM buff is interesting enough of a context that if Lanyon is on the banner, I will definitely wish on Anefa over wishing on Sitlali. Sitlali C2, I like Sitlali enough that I have no personal qualms getting Sitlali C2. The problem is I like using Sitlali for content. And Sitlali C1 is something I can turn off. And also is something that situationally isn't doing that much. It is doing something meaningful in like every situation where I'm playing her with a crit DPS. But different situations, it has different amounts of like relative value, right? It has more relative value for DPS Kachina, and matters a lot there because it basically doubles Kachina's damage. Whereas for Arleccino, it does not double Arleccino's damage, right? So this though, Red Shred and a 250 EM buff is near impossible to be able to turn off. So like, if for trying to keep things at least somewhat relatable, like I've never tried to go out of my way to make things super relatable. I just try to do shenanigans and do things that I have ideas for and see how well they can work, right? But I try to do different levels of things that are approachable, right? I don't want to do a bunch of constellations. Like C2 feels like a step too far. Mihoyo, I would probably give you money. I'm just going to tell you this, Mihoyo. This is yet another circumstance of I like Sitlali enough. I would probably give you money, Mihoyo, if I could turn off constellations. I just want to be able to turn it off. Like, if I could turn it off, no qualms. I like Sitlali enough. Like, she is maybe the first character I strongly feel a personal desire to C6 since Yelan, but like Yelan was like, I learned my lesson. But now like I know the game well enough, I know how much I enjoy this character and what this would do, that like, you know, I kind of want, right? Like, I will give you money if I can turn off constellations, but if I can't, frick you, I'm not gonna do it. So anyways, I now, you know, it's good that I did this stream and had this going through of like just whatever ideas I have while I'm yapping, because yeah, anyway, the Sethos synergy with Anefa I think is probably compelling enough to give him new team options, because like that's one problem why I don't play Sethos an insane amount. It's like he doesn't have that many compelling team options, and if you've seen me play him recently, I often end up just defaulting to like Shalonin, Nahida, Official for like an aggravate team. But that's a team that's like meaningfully uplifted by my constellations, both C2 Nahida and C2 Shalonin, because Sethos can convert energy directly into extra damage. So C2 Shalonin for Sethos is kind of meaningful. To be clear, C2 Shalonin for Sethos is basically just slightly better than in C6. It's not that impactful. It's don't get it too wrong. It's a better version of his C6. But anyways, Shalonin is still giving Red Shred at a baseline too, though. So with the Red Shred plus that and whatever. Also, yeah, I don't have C6 Sethos, which is a little sad, but someday. I tried. Like, I did try. We don't need... Sethos is definitely a... Every time I want a 4-star, man, the banner hates me. I just... well, no, not every time. At least Eon-Son was not painful. Eon-Son is the one 4-star that is released that I've cared about constellations for that went well. 150 pulls for Eon-Son was nice and not a very stressful experience. Although it was weird in another way in that I had 2 guarantees and I did have to spend 2 guarantees to get Eon-Son, but who cares? It was worth it. Anyways, yeah. Next time he's on banner, can I get 1 copy of Sethos? I don't know. We'll see. Do I need it though? I don't think I need it. It's not that impactful a constellation. Like what you gotta realize is like with optimized Sethos gameplay, I honestly think anything past C2 doesn't really matter. Like he just gains minor increases past C2. Like they matter. Don't get me wrong. Especially for a unit that's like not doing crazy damage at a baseline. They do matter, and I think you will feel them. But like, Sethos is definitely a unit of how well you can play him matters more than like your constellations. But anything you can have that, you know, helps. Yeah, this C5 was the free Sethos. I didn't have C5 Sethos before the free Sethos. So, anywho's. Oh, you know what? Wait. I wonder how good Auron... Well, no, again, damage bonus. Never mind. Frick. Okay, you know what? Again, probably a good thing. The fact that Anefa doesn't care about scroll buff, good thing. Or doesn't care much about scroll buff, good thing. It's probably a good thing. I was gonna say I wonder how good Auron, like Auron, Hydro, Anefa, Sethos is. But and by the way, shield for Sethos. Sethos is one of the things if you try to play Sethos, he's squishy. 680 defense for an on-field unit that you're trying to do like optimal combos with. Like since doing optimal combos changes his damage output quite a lot. And 15,000 HP with 600 defense, and all the enemies that hit really hard nowadays, he dies all the time. It's just like in my Sethos video, I have a thumbnail. It's one of my favorite thumbnails I made. It where like I don't remember what it was. It was like he's Zappy, he's something, and then hidden behind Sethos, I have he always dead. I could probably. Can I try to find it? Let me try to find it. I should have it saved. See if Windows search works. Open search Sethos. Oh yep, I found it. Oh no, it's sometimes dead. I lied. I misremembered my own thumbnail. It's fine. Manufactured memories. This is why you save things. Paint on it. I use Paint on it just because it's quick to launch. It's a lightweight photo editor that's a lot better than Microsoft Paint. Although Microsoft Paint is better now than it used to be. But anyways, remove the Sethos. Like that is the experience of Sethos. He's just sometimes dead. A lot. So, anywho's, Anefa will make him not sometimes dead, I think. So, and then more reason to play Hydra with him is interesting because he's just in this weird balance where like Bloom is interesting with him, but it's kind of weird. And I don't know. I like doing Bloom things with him, but it's never been like OMG incredible. So I don't know. Anywho's, I kind of want Anefa for Sethos now, which is a funny realization. Darn it. I didn't. Oops. I didn't need more reasons to get more characters. Oh well. What? Why is it not popped back up? What? Why is it broken? What? What? OBS, what's wrong with you? Why?
So has a.
Oh yeah, anyone watching now, the pinned comment is a 60 primogems code I was given, if you didn't notice. I probably should have put that in the message, but why? Like OBS just broke. Like it doesn't want to capture the Chrome window anymore. Why? Why? Here,
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing
I do. Okay.
Pretty normal, right?
Hold, please. If I do this, is this gonna work? Why does that work? This is a different. This is my chat. I had a chat window up in Chrome. Okay. And then we just gotta copy the link, or no, not copy the link. Just move the tab over. Why? Why does OBS do this? It's so confusing. Why? OBS is such a wonderful piece of software that is just incredibly jank at times. I can't put the window here for some reason. Why? Okay, fine. Oh god, what is happening? Okay, I don't think you saw that bug, but I saw a really weird visual bug. Okay. Oh, we're gonna have to deal with. Wait, no. Surely they don't have ads in this video, right? Because I'm in an incognito tab. That's probably why it wouldn't let me.
So don't get any idea.
Ah, god, it was freaking max Twitch emotes when I switch over to Twitch. I gotta deal with moving first. Anyways, moving very shortly, in less than 2 weeks.
Travelers will just have to stay tuned to find out.
Diabolical!
So let's take a closer look at what she can do in combat.
Yes, please.
So with her elemental skill, ability, it periodic
Out on the fat and
during Anefa's elemental burst, Brigitte transforms from an adorable little bot into a formidable machine. And Anefa's elemental burst launches Brigitte forward, unleashing a rocket punch that sweeps through enemies, dealing AoE electro damage and keeping Brigitte on the field.
Ooh.
Anefa also has a special ascension talent. So, when Brigitte performs an attack, if there are thunderclouds created by lunar-charged reactions nearby, Brigitte will unleash an extra attack.
Whoa.
Note that this attack is considered lunar-charged reaction damage.
Oh, cool.
And just to be clear,
I've read
Lunar is a
almost
whole new
every
reaction
novel from
system,
Yai
right?
Publishing House.
Do you think we can expect more characters in the
Oh.
future to use it?
Oh, absolutely. It's
Okay. Hey, they doubled down. See? They doubled down on her passive thing being like, oh, there's new things in the future. Them just stating that again is them being like, wink, wink, hint, hint. Them saying future characters use it in the future is not them saying you can pair future characters with Anefa. I'm pretty sure what they're trying to imply there is that they're going to release either future Electro or Hydro units that in Node Cry that will enable the reaction. And this is one of the reasons why, like, as far as the reaction itself goes, for the interesting aura management, I don't think I need Anefa, because hopefully they'll release a unit in the future that can, right? So, anyways.
Definitely not a one-off.
Like, that's them basically saying it, in my opinion.
Sick. I guess that means the new lunar mechanic will be expanding.
So Molly's
in
being
Node
drunk in the
Cry.
background, I apologize.
Considering how Anefa can enhance her entire team's damage output, sounds like her kit might become even more useful in the future.
I guess we'll just have to wait and
I
see.
mean, that we'll see. I don't know.
What's an adventure without a few surprises?
I think she's in a relatively balanced spot, but still very good. Like, she's 2025 off-field DPS level, for sure. It's just like I haven't watched Zajeff's like or anyone else's like recent I watched like a bunch of stuff of like earlier calcs and pre-release analysis, and then watched some stuff as she like got minor multiplier changes in the beta. She's basically mostly where she was throughout the whole thing. And like, yeah, she's still just a good off-field DPS. So
along the way.
Oh wait, I actually wanted to ask you about something. Did anyone else notice the pixel effects in Anefa's attacks? It feels kind of familiar. Like, doesn't it remind you of what Kanich and Ahau use? Is there like
lore?
Is there some kind of connection between them or something?
Good question.
I don't know, man. They
Right?
whatever. I don't know. I gotta go watch whatever Min's Life videos, whoever. I gotta go watch lore people videos, and maybe I can become someone who isn't just annoyed by the pixels. At this point, it's just like it's fantasy video game. I care about the combat, and I can enjoy the story, but I don't take it too seriously, kind of thing. I did not wonder either. Yeah, I don't mind minor little touches like that as much as like Kanich's whole theming of pixels is like anywho's. Okay. I think that's all there is really to yap about, honestly, about Anefa, unless I am not thinking any other like Hydro units. Again, like the Farina Nuance has been yapped about enough. There's not really any strong direct synergy other than, again, I think the fact that Farina is a less compelling unit because Farina's entire team damage bonus, and it doesn't benefit her as an off-fielder, it's just going to benefit the on-fielder, means that Farina's damage bonus is a little bit less relevant, and someone like Yelan, I think, becomes more relevant. And that's cool. Siegewind, I mean, Siegewind will give a flat buff to some of Anefa's damage. It's like Siegewind actually adds. The only problem is if Siegewind is your only Hydro, she doesn't apply much Hydro, right? So you're not going to be triggering the reaction that much, and that's kind of bad. If it's just Siegewind alone. That's not great. Kokomi should be pretty decent, I think, honestly. But do you need a healer and a shielder? So a little You don't apply much Hydro. I think Barbara actually might be kind of decent.
I wonder when I'll...
I ain't trolling. I like Barbara has decent enough uptime, but it's just weird because her skill is cooldown is kind of whack. But some teams that's not a problem. I can imagine. Dahlia doesn't really apply Hydro, so it's just Xingqiu, Yelan, Farina. Barbara is probably okay, and then you get on-field Hydros, right? Candace is actually Candace honestly is in the category of probably pretty usable with her as well. So Candace buffs, let's go. Mona's probably Okage, Kokomi Okage, Barbara Okage, right? The compelling units to pair for Hydra units with Anefa is going to be Farina, Yelan, Xingqiu, Candace is my vibe. Particularly Candace with a C6 Candace, to be clear. Unless you're playing with a unit that can do Hydra on field with her infusion. So, yeah. You don't need a ton of Hydra application, by the way, though. So, like, by saying Okage with, like, Mona actually might be a little bit more than Okage, because, like, you don't need constant Hydra application. You have pretty restrictive set intervals that Lunar-Charged can trigger at, so you don't need it a lot. But you need more than what Siege Queen provides, I think, and more than what Dahlia provides. And like you would be fine, I think, but awkward, right? And you have to run into enemies. So it's definitely going to be a Sing Show, Yelan, C6 Candace, Farina route. But as always, Farina would require you bring a healer when you're already having a defensive unit on the team. And again, Farina's damage bonus doesn't apply to Anefa's damage. Passive damage, her talent damage does apply to, so it does benefit a little bit. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how relevant Farina is with Anefa teams. So yeah, and then we get, whatever Electro units are relevant. And then the only other thing I didn't really mention, Raiden. On-field Yai would be interesting. Veressa should be pretty decent. Like, people aren't really playing much with... Technically, people are doing what? Farina, Veressa, Shanyun, Eonson. Does Anefa replace Shanyun? Right. If you do Eonson... Or no. You have to replace the Hydra unit too. No, I don't think Anefa is really relevant for Veressa in any meaningful context. There is some potential synergy there with Fischl if you're going to do 2 off-fielders. Some of the things I mentioned with, using a buffer, you could use, like a Shilonen, like a Kazuha, whatever. You could just do Fischl in the last slot. And supposedly, by the way, Anefa might be able to snapshot. I heard that early on, disconnectedly from Zajef, but he didn't know for sure if it was true. And for some reason, in recent betas, we no longer get technical information from HomDGCat. I don't know why. I don't know if something happened in the betas that like they can't get that information anymore. But like it's become harder to get ICD information and technical information like snapshotting before betas. So now we have to like make more assumptions. And usually it's pretty easy to make assumptions because they're pretty consistent with Genshin. They don't usually do anything crazy, usually. But if Anefa can snapshot, Eonson Bennett combo might become a monster with it. Like, so, I never freaking, here, what was her scaling on her? Let me go check. I'll just open on my phone this time. Because in the assumption that Anefa can snapshot, her passive that converts to EM is, it buffs your active party members with element of mastery by 6% of her attack for 20 seconds. So 6% of her attack is, let's see, so let's do some quick math. Let's say you have Skyward Spine or, so 674 base attack weapon. So let's say Skyward Spine or Jade Spear. Brain wasn't functioning. Again, this should be relatively similar, but with a little bit of downtime. Although I don't know if her passive will snapshot or her stats or not either. But anyways, let's just assume Skyward Spine, whatever, right? 674 plus what is her base attack? It is 330. That is quite high. She sends a crit rate, by the way. So that's 1,000 base attack plus the 311 from. Sorry, this is not base attack, but it's flat attack. We have to remember that. But let's assume tenacity. We're gonna assume you do attack timepiece. Probably use it for maximum buffing. I'm gonna assume full attack percent. Let's assume full attack percent tenacity build, right? So we're talking 1,004 base attack, 46.6 plus so 0.466 plus 0.466 plus 0.466 plus 0.2. And you know what? I'm doing the meme of what's the max potential buff you can expect from her. So we're talking max EM buff. So we're talking tenacity buff. We'll have noblesse buff, sure. So assume noblesse is on the team, tenacity is on the team, from like her on tenacity. Triple attack percent main stats, which will be not terrible on her, just for her damage at a baseline. Like you can still have crit sub stats, right? And she sends a crit rate anyway, so it's gonna be less necessary to have crit rate main stat. Like you can do Jade Spear, base crit rate stats, crit rate ascension, just crit rate substats and some crit damage. Like it's not gonna be an amazing ratio, but like I can tell you, like, it's gonna be very usable to have her have good crit stats and still be full attack percent. Her weapon is, I believe, a Homa based stats. and then gives some attack percent. And I don't think it's a crazy amount. But then it has like a direct Lunar-Charged buff on it. Like it's her best weapon for her damage, but it's not her best weapon actually. I don't think from a buffing context technically. I'm going to assume just a high base attack weapon. I'm not going to assume something like Shenhe's weapon. Like Shenhe's weapon would be the theoretical max, but I want to assume like an accessible weapon. So I got to clear my throat. Gross. Blech. So anyways, triple attack percent, that's for that's 180% attack. And let's assume, I'll be conservative in the substats and assume like another 20, so 10% on the flower and feather. So that's like, that's almost 200% attack already. So we're at about 3k attack is possible with a, 3k attack is possible with a full attack percent build. With tenacity and a bless on the team, to be clear. So 3k attack times 0.06 is 180 EM. But if she can snapshot, if she can snapshot for this buff, this is the from this context. She might be able to snapshot for her talent damage, by the way, but not snapshot the buff, or she might snapshot the buff, her stats for the buff, but not snapshot her talent damage. The specific phrasing on the passive is when using elemental burst, and so this is the reason. Oh frick, you need energy. Oops. Why is it burst? Lame. Okay. This makes me lean towards skipping her again. I'm sorry. I should have read that was burst. I thought it was skill or burst, because usually when they've been doing these things lately, it's been skill or burst. The fact that this requires bursting on her makes her EM buff passive lame as shit. I really hate that. This makes me actually hate this character a lot more, because like I really like the EM buff was the most fun part of her kit to me for thinking of weird things to do with her, but needing to burst on her makes it really ass. But to be clear, I don't think our ER needs going to be insane necessarily. So I don't know. But this means like getting her to do good talent damage and getting like min-max buff. So I don't know. Let's assume that this can snapshot. But anyway, so it says after you use your burst, all your party members gain the parameter permutation effect. Increases Anefa and your own. Oh yeah, increases Anefa's EM too, which matters. So like this sucks because like this means that you want to burst on her consistently. But again, there's meaningful downsides to bursting. Like even with this buff, buffing your on-fielder's EM and buffing her EM, it might not be better to burst in some situations. But this means you do want to burst on her consistently most of the time, I think. Like this is a good enough buff for her and the on-fielder's EM that you probably burst on her consistently. But it just sucks. I really hate having to burst to get this EM buff. That really makes me dislike it. I really don't like when you have to burst for getting like a significant important buff. Like one of the things I like about Sitlali is that you don't have to burst on Sitlali. You normally want to, but you don't have to per se. There's just some problems if you don't. So, you know, and you can use sac frags on her as an option too. If you, like I did my dire difficulty clear mostly not bursting on Sitlali, for example, because it saves some time. Yeah, and this is all a problem, yes, because bursts stop time, but yeah, making her have to burst for this passive sucks a lot. Sorry, this actually kind of kills my interest in her. I'm sorry. I was like, oh, this seems really fun with Sethos, and it still could be, but I hate it. It's like fine, to be clear. Particularly, well, no, it's fine if I really like Sing Cho Sethos, but like the less 5-star bursts I am forced to do, the better, right? But if I have to do like, let's say I do Farina, Baiju, Anefa to get this EM buff with Sethos, I need to burst on Farina, Baiju, and Anefa. That means like 10 seconds in the freaking rotation is spent into burst animation. I hate that. Like I guarantee you I'm gonna hate that team. But if I do like Yelan Anefa, then it's bursting on Yelan, bursting on Anefa, and then the last slot is a 4-star that, you know, hopefully has a burst animation you don't get stuck in, which is probably fine, right? Or I can do like Shilonen or Nahida, where I don't burst on Nahida. But like, if I didn't have to burst on Anefa though, I wouldn't mind. This is one of the things. Like, I like bursting on Nahida, right? Like, Nahida EM buff plus Anefa EM buff is a heckin' frickin' lot of EM for a dude that scales his damage on EM directly, right? Like, I'd love to be able to use both of their bursts. But if I have to also use a burst on another 5-star with like the long burst animation of Nahida and Anefa, like that sucks, right? You get what I'm talking about? It just doesn't feel good to play. I think I wouldn't enjoy that. But if I'm fine with Xingqiu instead of Yelan there, which I probably would be, I think I'd be fine with Xingqiu, Nahida, Anefa. I maybe would still enjoy it. But, you know, we're talking to context where, like, if we're doing what I'm talking about here, we might be able to get Anefa and Nahida to the point of getting like Sethos to have like 400 or 500 EM additionally, right? Which is a lot for someone whose talent damage scales on EM. Do you need to burst on Baiju? Yeah. Baiju is basically irrelevant if you don't burst on him, unfortunately. So anyways, that's my yap about bursting. I don't like it. Back to theoretical ideals, which aren't actually realistic since you have to burst on her, but we'll go back to the theoretical ideal. Particularly if she can snapshot. Well, you know what? Here. If factoring in the ER, let's not assume 3,000 attack is doable. Let's assume 2,500 attack is doable. 2,500 attack, but then let's assume that ideal of this passive can snapshot. And if you can snapshot Eon-san buff, and you can snapshot Bennett buff, what is the maximum EM buff you could have? Because you could do something like Bennett, Eon-san, and Nefa with a Hydro unit. And this would be like over vape Anefa. So how much EM can Anefa buff herself, basically? Can you do over vape Anefa with Eon-san, Bennett, Anefa, and a Hydro unit? You get double Electro, you get Electro Resonance, so her energy needs should be very doable with this. Like, it shouldn't be that big of a problem. Let's assume 2,500 attack at a baseline. And I guess snapshotting doesn't matter in this context because you're building on-field. So on-field over vape Anefa, Eon-san, Bennett, Anefa, plus whatever Hydra unit. Doesn't matter. Because, well, I mean, Farina would be best here, actually. Because you're doing, like, on-field talent damage more with, like, Anefa charge attacks, infusion, and whatever. That's the idea of overvape Anefa. But that would be an additional, like, 1,000 attack, plus up to 800 from Eon-san. So that'd be a total of 4,300 attack. And that times 0.06 is 258 EM, right? So up to 250 EM with on-field Anefa. Realistically, the cap for most people's Anefa builds is probably going to be more like 150 EM, which is still enough. That it's pretty decent, but yeah, I don't know. Is that enough to make it so you should always burst on her? I think it depends. I think you still don't necessarily always burst on her in context where, like, you already have EM on the character, right? Like, if I'm playing Hybrid Raiden, I don't think I burst on Anefa, right? Because I already have EM on Raiden. I don't think that additional EM, especially because of the fact that you don't have the percentage, right? Again, the percentage buffs, this buff scales on a percentage of EM, and Anefa's buff scales on a percentage of another stat. So percent plus percent doesn't stack together. So you don't get any additional attack on Raiden from Anefa's buff. You just get the EM, which means I don't think it's worth bursting for Hybrid Raiden, but it is worth bursting for non-Hybrid Raiden because you would want some EM. Like that first 150, 200 EM does a lot, potentially. The last doesn't necessarily, but maybe it also does. I don't know. It's something that would have to be tested in practice to see whether or not the burst animation time relative to how many other 5-star bursts you have to use causes problems in extending rotation times and yada yada, right? And flexibility that you have. So, I don't know. But having to burst on her for that buff really kind of kills her kit for me. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like being forced to burst. And there's no way around that. That's the trigger condition. It's only if you burst, right? There's nothing. So, the fact that the passive states Anefa and the active character kills the snapshotting possibility. No, it can still snapshot. So, but if it can snapshot the theoretical max, you're probably not going to do, unless you have Shenhe weapon, you're probably not going to do much more than like 200 at max, like really min-max. If you're doing like Eon-san and Anefa with like a full attack percent build, you can get a little bit over 200 theoretically, if she snapshots, right? But it might immediately fall off. I don't know. We haven't gotten meaningful clarification on that. How much does the diminishing returns on EM affect Lunar-Charged? It's relatively similar to vaporize and melt scalings, wherein having meaningful EM past like 200, 300 isn't super relevant. Like you start losing value, and you should be like past 200, 300 EM because the reaction can crit. Your unit should be spec'd more into crit, right? But again, because she gives EM to the active character and herself, if she and the active character are the main ones contributing to the reaction damage, you don't necessarily need that much. But again, the fact it doesn't buff the entire team's EM, so this means like having a little bit of EM on your Farina might be relevant. Having a little bit of EM on your Yelan or your St. Joe might actually be relevant. Actually, you know what? Wait. Oh. Is it possible to get this? Does anyone know? Can you get this full buff up? You have like the 3 stacks. Because the skill cooldown, it isn't. No, you can't. You can't, right? No, I don't think you can. Because this is a team-wide EM buff. Wait, but Farina. Okay, well, wait. Farina Key of Conscious Suit. And suddenly now Farina's relevant again for Anefa. Because Farina definitely can. Farina I know. I was memeing a little bit from my thought of doing full HP St. Joe on this weapon. But Farina obviously already does make sense. So, oh boy. Farina Key of Conscious Suit is probably pretty freaking good. In Anefa team context. Like the damage bonus doesn't do nothing, but the EM definitely does something, and then the EM you get from this probably means you don't have as much need to burst on Anefa, and so you save rotation time there. But then you have to have a healer for Farina, of course. So downsides and upsides. But I don't know. Key of Conscious Suit, interesting weapon option. So I don't know. Anefa's an interesting character. I have all these thoughts on her. She's obviously an interesting character. For other overvape things, by the way, that'll be interesting with her. One of the compelling contexts that some people might like the idea of is Arleccino. To be clear, I think if you don't have Sitlolly, I think you probably are going to get higher value from pulling Sitlolly for Arleccino specifically, rather than whatever. But Anefa is a meaningful off-field damage dealer, and Sitlolly isn't. So Anefa has like more random places you might be able to slot her into teams where Anefa can just do enough damage on a decent build when paired with a Hydra unit that can kind of like Anefa can do enough off-field damage that basically clears Abyss on its own, right? Ignoring elemental restrictions that are always there and shield requirements that are almost always there, right? Ignoring mechanical restrictions that always change what teams you can use. Anefa's damage at a baseline plus a Hydra unit is enough damage to get you through Abyss. Right, for the DPS check, that is, right? Even a really high DPS check for Abyss is like in the 40k DPS tier, and Anefa plus a Hydra unit is about that, right? It's close enough to that, at least. And you're going to have 2 other characters, hopefully, that do damage or buff the team in some form. So, no, I didn't make a video with 3 times crit cards. I considered it, but I can make that video at any time. I don't need the crit cards, because the point of the video would actually be that the crit cards actually weren't that important. The crit cards were just like, maybe I could use this as inspiration for it, but I don't know. It's a video I can make anytime, so yeah. Anyways, Arleccino overvape is my point, sorry. Like Arleccino, Bennett, Candace, Yelan, right, are probably the most compelling ones. Arleccino, Bennett, Candace, Yelan, St. Joe as well, as always, duh. I'm a little bit, to be clear, I don't actually, okay, so St. Joe with Arleccino, I like Arleccino the most when you can do, particularly vaporize Arleccino. but this also applies to male Arleccino to me. I like Arleccino the most when you can do shorter rotations with her. So we're talking like 16-ish seconds rotations. Xingqiu forces 20-second rotations, 21-second rotations even. I think Arleccino feels ass with Xingqiu, unfortunately. The Candace C6. You can do Vaporize Arleccino with 16, 15-second rotations. Yelan can do 18-second rotations, which is not as enjoyable to me as the shorter rotations with Candace, but Yelan also does more damage than Candace, right? So like there's value to Yelan over Candace, obviously. And 18-second rotation, 18 seconds cooldown is a lot better than Xingqiu's awful 21-second cooldown. So, you know, keep that in mind as factors if you only have Xingqiu available and don't have C6 Candace, don't have Yelan kind of thing. I think if you don't have Yelan or Candace, I don't really like Vaporize Arleccino at all personally. Not that it can't work compellingly. I would much rather play Chevreuse with a C0 Chevreuse with Arleccino teams any day of the week than play a Xingqiu Vaporize team with her personally. And I've experienced that directly, to be clear, with a C0 Arleccino on my casual account. I know what it's like. I'm not speaking just out of my ass. I'm speaking from experience. So, but you might disagree. If you already like Xingqiu with Arleccino, then, you know, if you already like Xingqiu with Arleccino, or you already like playing Vaporize Arleccino in general, Anefa is probably an upgrade. Probably. But we're talking like a slot in instead of a Res Shredder, I believe. So like you're adding additional off-field damage dealer, so you're doing Anefa, Arleccino, Hydro Unit, whatever, and then Bennett, most likely. No Res Shredder, and that's going to have a lot of downsides in some situations, but in other situations it's going to be fine, because like adding the amount of damage that Anefa can do off-field is high enough that like it's going to be similar or maybe better performance depending on like what your investment into your Arleccino is. And, you know, again, Shielder for Arleccino, desirable, yada yada. So would I do, the real question is like, would I rather play over Vape Arleccino? Like assume you don't have Sitlali available and you want Anefa for whatever context. And Arleccino was just one of the compelling contexts, right? Would I rather play Arleccino, Bennett, Candace, Lanyan, where I, you know, Pyro Swirl with Lanyan, give Thrilling Tail, right? Thrilling Tail's a Dragon Slayer's buff. VV, right? Would I rather play Lanyan buffing Arleccino more? Or would I rather play Anefa? I think if you're stuck to Xingqiu in longer rotations, I'd rather play Anefa, because it'll smooth out the damage quite a lot. If you're not stuck to Xingqiu, like if like me having C6 Candace, I think as much as I like Lanyan, I like playing DPS Lanyan more than anything. So I don't know. Like I don't think you pull Anefa for Arleccino is my point, but it's an interesting team and I think it's fun. That it's one of those synergies that you can do. And again, you can do over Vaporize. You could do other Pyro units, right? Dia and Anefa, well, that's probably a more compelling context. Because like Dia, to make Dia work, she is more in need of off-field damage dealers, whereas like Arleccino is a good enough damage dealer that you can hyper carry her, right? Where you can just do Bennett buffing her, Lanyan buffing her, and a Hydra unit that is maybe doing some damage, but mostly the Hydra unit, like Candace, for example, mostly just buffing Arleccino, right? So you could that's a hyper carry team. Bennett, Lanyan, Arleccino, Candace is basically a hyper carry Arleccino team. By putting Anefa in the team instead of the Red Shredder, you are making it less hyper carry and more balanced, and that has benefits and downsides. Whereas Dia does much less damage, in case you weren't aware. Dia does a little bit less damage than Arleccino. That means if you want to play like DPS Dia, there is more reason to or more basically a need to have off-field damage dealers with her. So I like the idea of Dia over Vape actually a bit more, particularly because Dia does some off-field too. So Dia and Nefa, you kind of need Farina because Dia does not trigger normal attacks when she's doing her burst or anything. So I don't know, this would be Dia, you know, I kind of like the idea of it. So Dia, Farina, Bennett Hey, we found another thing I actually like the idea of a lot. Dia, but it is with Farina. Dia, Farina, Bennett, Anefa. Bennett C6. You can do on-field overvape Anefa and do like bursting on Dia. You should be able to get vapes on Dia both on-field and off-field, and then you can switch to Anefa, do some on-fielding with Anefa. That actually seems really fun. But yes, we really want off-field Hydra that doesn't require normal attacks. More options for off-field Hydra that doesn't require normal attacks. That isn't Kokomi. Yes, Kokomi is, I guess, an alternative to... Yeah, Kokomi is an alternative to Farina there, but obviously Farina is going to be better than Kokomi. So... Yeah, I don't know. So Overvape Dia, maybe a context. Actually, we're back to now. Overvape Dia, that doesn't have any meaningful downsides, because like having to burst on Farina and Anefa in that team and Dia is not really a problem, because that is not a team where Dia is not spending 10-12 seconds on field, right? Dia's burst lasts 5 seconds. I don't have C6 Dia. Dia C6 lasts 7 seconds, I believe, or 8 seconds. Hit like might extend it. Either way, even with C6, Dia's on-field time, my point is low enough that like having to spend extra field time in burst animations is fine. And it should be relatively similar. It should be a similar dynamic to like how I've been playing Dia, Yai, Eonson, Chevris. But now with, you know, the Hydro vaporizing context, and you get Farina's damage, you get Dia's damage, you get Anefa's damage, I guarantee you, at least at the investment level my Dia's at, with the C3 Dia, with a very good build C3 Dia, with her weapon, this Dia would be able to clear quite well with that team, right? And then, you know, Bennett's your healer, of course, and whatever. And then you do some on-field vaporizing with Anefa. I don't know. I think it'd be cool. I actually, that puts me back to if Lanyon's on the banner, 100% will wish on Anefa banner. I will wish for the new character. But still, she's in this weird middle ground of like, I kind of just want to save my resources a little bit and save my primogems if Lanyon's not on the banner, right? If Lanyon's on the banner, Lanyon's priority. I need me C6 Lanyon. There's no questions. I'm getting C6 Lanyon. So, Lauma's kit. I talked about Lauma's kit earlier, or wishes. I talked about ideas and hopes for Lauma kit. Accidental C1 and F. I mean, well, actually, I don't know. I didn't even look. What does Anefa's constellations do? I looked at them initially and then never looked at them again because they seemed whatever. C1, when she activates her optical flow shield barrier, so her skill, all nearby party members gain, they do bonus Lunar-Charged damage. It just increases the buff that she does, or so Anefa, for every 100 attack that she does, she increases Lunar-Charged damage, whatever. So this just increases that. That's, I mean, C1 Anefa increasing the team's Lunar-Charged damage, I will say, is enough to suddenly make it much more interesting for the reaction damage it's dealing, to start actually thinking about that should increase the reaction damage enough for like thinking about changing Fischl's build more, or think about changing Auroron's build more, or think about changing Anefa's build, or Anefa's. Think about changing Aoife's build more. Why Aoife? Because like normally Aoife with Electrocharge currently, you would just build Aoife for like EM. Even with like a C6 Aoife, you probably still build EM. But like now with a C6 Aoife in particular, with Anefa, just at a baseline, you probably already want to build some crit on him. But a C6 Aoife now with like a C1 Anefa, definitely want to build some crit, I think, is my vibe. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, you might, to be clear, with a C0 Aoife already, you might still want to build him for some crit. If you're too lazy to change his triple EM build, but I don't know exactly. The main downside, to be clear, for removing some EM from him is like I think you still do double EM, right? I don't think you remove double EM. I think you still do EM Goblet, EM Timepiece, ideally, but then you do like a crit circlet potentially is what I'm thinking. With a C6 Aoife. With a non-C6 Aoife and a non-C1 Anefa, not sure. I don't know. C1 is interesting, I'd say, but it's not like that. I don't think this is that crazy. It is my intuition. Like some damage calcs would have to be run. I'm sure people have already released some videos that actually did some calcs for what C1 Anefa actually does. It's probably not that significant of an increase, is my intuition, but it's also probably not insignificant. Why is Lanyon on 2+2? Because I care more about Lanyon doing a little bit more damage than I care about buffing Farina. That's why. And also VV for Farina is also a little inconsistent even. Like VV on Lanyon does work really well, and notably VV can increase Lanyon's own, like VV still increases Lanyon's own damage because if I get like a Pyro Swirl, right, it should increase her Pyro infusion damage from this. Like VV is still good on her. I would probably still use VV on her if it weren't for the fact that I just have a 2-piece build that has a little bit more ER and a bit more other relevant stats. Like it's just a little bit better for her personal damage, and I get more personal satisfaction out of getting more personal damage from her than like the numbers I see on screen, and in particular the animo damage. Like this is better for her animo damage numbers. I don't know. Ultimately, like for Lanyon's damage, VV versus 2-piece doesn't make that much of a difference, is my overall vibe. So it's what your best substat quality combination is. I will probably transition her back to VV eventually, but what I kind of want on her to do that, and honestly, this is a temptation to craft a circlet for, but it's but again, the problem of like I want a crit rate circlet that is this, but with crit damage instead of HP %, and ideally a 4-line, right? Like I want the perfect circlet. So if I could use elixirs and choose attack, ER, crit damage, I would probably no brain, like, because not having the EM is not the end of the world. I would probably, no questions asked, make that circlet, and if it's a 4-line especially, I could eventually reroll that and turn that into a perfect VV circlet, and I'm like, bam, done. Because like, this is a cracked onset goblet, this is cracked, and then my feather is perfect, basically perfect. But then I could put a cracked off-piece feather on her with either extra ER, extra attack % like this if I need it, yada yada. So like that's what I need to perfect my Lanyon build. I want this piece, but on VV, and I am very tempted. Wait, can I do this now? No, I can't. I can only get 1 elixir. I think I'm gonna try to. Even though I think, again, I don't think this makes sense for most accounts. I'm in a very min-maxy state of being right now since Stygian Onslaught, and I like Lanyon enough that I really want to min-max her. That, like, I think I might take the risk on that. But, and I guess I choose, it's probably better for me to choose crit damage ER substat, right? So, I don't know. And by the way, it's weird because, like, I also do have, like, I have this. And this is a 4-line that could be rerolled, right? Like, but it's just like, I really think I want ER rather than crit. Sorry, rather than attack %. But at the same time, I could, let's see what her stats look like. If I, like, put her on this, and then swap to something with ER. Probably not. I mean, well, okay. I think I would. You know what? I would put this on Lanyon over using on Arleccino, but I think she's gonna fall below 70% crit rate. But let's see what it looks like. Yeah, no, that's not enough. That's not enough crit rate. I mean, close, but like I need like, where do I get more crit rate substats? Like nowhere. There's no way I get more crit rate substats. Like there's no reality where I freaking get a better piece than this, right? Like this piece, but with a 3.9 crit rate roll, like dream on. That's not going to happen. Like this, reroll this piece so I get 18% crit rate. Like okay, like no, okay. So we don't use that, and that's fine. Because Arleccino likes that artifact anyways. Where was Arleccino's piece, by the way? Frick. It was a Wanderer's Troop piece, right? Yeah, there we go. But, okay, so like this instead. Ah, frick. God. Okay, yes, funny number, LOL. I don't want to be below 70% crit rate. My monkey brain really wants at least 70% crit rate. That's also less ER than I wanted. So this is actually, yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, where like, even if I put a flower that has 2 ER rolls, I like want, because of the fact that my onset goblet doesn't have ER, I like want a little bit, I want to circle it with more ER, right? So yeah, I don't know. Do I take that risk? It's just weird because like I don't know. In the context of this rolling, let's say I re-roll this and it rolls 30% crit damage. Then I have, you know, then I have enough wiggle room that I can just prioritize something with less crit damage here. So I do, let's see, do like crit rate ER, crit damage as a third priority, and like I need more ER than this. Yeah, honestly, maybe something like this, right? What does that look like? Like yeah, like still not enough ER. I think I would want one more ER roll, but you know, you get the point. Like I could just re-roll this, and it rolls 30% crit damage, and bam, I have a lot more flexibility for my VV build. Although I still don't really have the ideal artifact for it. I want basically this, but as a 4-lane artifact that has an extra ER roll. So like 30 CV with 10 crit rate plus 17 ER. I don't think I have that artifact. Oh wait, I do. I lied. I do have it. Right. Maybe I just do that. I don't know. See, my Lanyon's in a weird spot, right? Where like she's essentially nearly perfected for her artifacts, but like monkey brain wants something just barely more. just barely more than this. I don't know. I think I'll actually keep her on this for now. I don't think I've tried her on this exact build before. And it's weird. Like VV can be a little bit better in some circumstances versus other circumstances. This is a little bit worse for her animo damage than the 2-piece build for sure. But a lot of times like there's animo resistant enemies, and that means the value of VV amplifying her element type damage rather than her animo damage is relevant, right? And it can be better. But yeah, Monkey Brain really wants 150 crit damage, and also Monkey Brain would be really unhappy if I go below 2000 attack. Like that is my end goal. My end goal is at least 70% crit rate, 150 crit damage, 130 ER. I don't need to reach specifically 130, like 129 is fine. 130 ER, 150 crit damage, over 70% crit rate. This is preferable over 70% for sure. Like biasing towards crit rate is preferable for consistency's sake. But like can't really get a real chance of improving this. I mean, could craft an onset goblet to be clear. But again, the only way this is actually improved if it's a 4-line or if it has ER. And like I can't choose 3 stats from an elixir. So like we're talking like improving my Lanyan build at this point requires spending stupid amounts of resin in VV, or strongboxing VV with equivalents of stupid amounts of resin. And the fact that I do have this is kind of the perfect piece I was talking about. High roll values. Like the only thing that could be better is if this was attack percent instead of flat attack, but it's still better than not being def or defense percent or whatever, right? But like max rolls, high rolls, and high rolls ER, that's like kind of the perfect flower. Basically perfect feather, basically perfect timepiece. Like, oh yes, 1 crit roll, whoopie-doo. Basically perfect goblet. And this would be perfect if I get 1 more crit damage roll. Like I'd be happy with this with 1 more crit damage roll. Okay. This is my next reroll target then. Here I was going to... This is how much I like Lanyan. I'm going to reroll this frickin' circlet over... I don't know whether this started with high rolls, though. Did this start with high rolls? I don't know. It's a crapshoot. Because it could have started with low rolls and then max rolled twice. This obviously was starting with min roll. So like I still want 1 attack percent roll. Because I need 1 attack percent roll, at least of any roll value, to stay over 2k attack. And then... need 3 crit damage rolls, and then we're there. And like with the guarantee thingamajigger at the when I use whatever 3 more, that guarantees at least some. Well, no, the next thing just guarantees something equivalent in total roll value, so it doesn't really matter. It only matters maybe. I mean, I would consider using the 4 on this. Like when I get to the decree of the 4, I'll definitely have to be like, which artifact do I do? But right now, my priority artifacts, I think, for re-rolling are that piece now. I didn't even think about that much before, but I guess I should. Why is this? Oh, I mean, yes, this is an eventual reroll, not I'm going to reroll. This piece, maybe if I really end up liking playing... No, probably not. This is a 3-line, right? Yeah, this is a 3-line. No, I don't know why it starred. Not going to reroll that. There's too many 4-line pieces I have to reroll that are more relevant. Oh, this piece? Probably not going to reroll it. Probably not. It doesn't need to be starred, actually. I don't know why it's starred. I think I started for some other reason, not for rerolling. Right now, I want to keep starred pieces as the reroll pieces. Yeah, I mean, this piece I will consider rerolling in the future. I'm still down with potentially min-maxing Farina's Tenacity build, and I think I'm going to prefer her on an ER timepiece for my preferences, at least. And, you know, can definitely get that to be better, but not priority, because it's already good. Where was that Gami piece, by the way? Can I sort by stars? No. Not that. Filter. No. Why is this... Did I have to do that? Oh, there we go. Sort by... No. Filter. Marked. No. No, marked is starred, right? Yeah, okay. There we go. So yeah, for Yai and Lanyan... So Yai, I wanted to reroll this. Because, like, rerolling this once will guarantee at least something... Well, it won't guarantee. Because if it rerolls twice into crit and then all into ER, that's probably not ideal, right? But it's very likely an upgrade. Just rerolling at a baseline. And this piece could be improved too for Yai, but this is like a, again, 4-line piece that has to, like... It probably started with min roll crit damage, so, like, I don't know. It's like, it's already really good, only has 1 bad roll. So not a priority. This is probably, like... after I min-max. Also, I have a better circle in Arleccino already if I care about it, so honestly, I'm not, unstar that one. This is really good. I like using it on her, but I have a better piece I can put on her anyways. If I care enough to reroll this, then I can just give Arleccino this worse goblet, or worse circlet, and take the better circlet for Yai, right? Oh, yeah, this. This looks like it was not a 4-line goblet. It was. So this for Fischl, yes, I want to. I still use Fischl enough. I like her enough that I do want to reroll this eventually. I did actually mark, as insane as it is, I marked this HP timepiece, mostly because, like, I don't know, it just has so much more potential, but it's definitely not a priority. This piece is a similar story where, like, I end up using 4-piece MH on random characters on an attack timepiece all the time, and this ends up being the attack timepiece I use all the time. But, like, it's in a weird spot, right? Where I don't want it to reroll a bunch into crit rate, but there's, like, so much more potential here still. So I don't know. This is, again, a weird min-maxy one that, like, is unlikely, but it's a long-term reroll. And then this, yeah, these 2 pieces are skirk pieces, but, like, after I do these 2, and this piece is, like, if I ever end up caring about 4-piece Pale Flame, I can maybe reroll this as an onset goblet, but it is a 3-liner. But it's a 3-liner with attack %, so it's much less risky to reroll. Like 3-liners with 3 good lines, willing to reroll. 3-liners with only double crit, not willing to reroll. For the current investment on my account. And then the Gaming piece is probably not. Not unless I start caring about playing Gaming a lot more regularly. So yeah, I think my priorities for rerolling is reroll this, because just need 1 more crit damage roll. The dream would be like 28 crit damage and 1 more attack % roll, and like high rolls, of course. So 28% crit damage, and I don't know, like if it started with min attack %, I can get up to like 14% attack theoretically. So like we'll say like 13% attack and 28% crit damage. That's the dream. And then my Lanyan build is essentially perfect. I wouldn't mind having more ER still, but it's not that big a deal. The reason I wouldn't mind having more ER, when I've tested things, the breakpoint for where I think I am fine with not having Farazan on Fav is about 140 ER on Lanyan. That's really hard to do. Like, getting 2 more ER rolls requires this, but these HP stats are into ER, right? I would accept that, but getting that perfect circlet is impossibly hard. So, anyways, this is all why you don't min-max, because like getting these kinds of artifacts is stupid hard. But this is what's left for me to do when I've been playing the game for 3.5 years. So, anyways, I'm willing to reroll that. So I think I'll do that next patch. And then maybe I'll reroll this, assuming this rerolls well. If this rerolls really shit, then I'll probably reroll it again. I think Lanyan will be my priority, because once this is done, I think I'm just done with Lanyan. And I'm happy with that there. So, anyways, anything else? I don't remember why did I get on the Lanyan track? Well, actually, you know what? I'll finish talking about Lanyan. Again, Lanyan being the decision maker for me whether or not I wish for Anefa. It simultaneously seems a little weird for them to potentially run Lanyan on. I have 6.3 points. No. It seems a little weird for them to rerun Lanyan on Anefa Lolly banner, because like, really? Do we need the 4-star shielder when there's 2 5-star shielders on banner? Probably not. And also like, there's not any like specific compelling team context for Lanyan to have high synergy with Lolly in Anefa. But also Lanyan is like just kind of that in general. Like Lanyan doesn't have a lot of like, oh, she's just best in slot in this team. I do think Lanyan is probably on a damage level and comfort of play level arguably better than Kazuha in the current context of the game. Like a TTDS VV Lanyan is kind of, in my opinion, better. But that's not what I care about for her. I don't know. Like, I don't think there's any like specific character that necessarily makes sense. Like, they should definitely rerun Lanyan with this character, because Lanyan has such a direct, strong synergy. It's just that Lanyan's a really, really good low investment generalist unit. That's like as good as Kazuha for buffing utility. Not as good as Kazuha for like the having a stroke utility. The grouping utility, of course. Duh. In single target, you mean? I mean, yes. You tell me where all the AoE is, though. Like, look, Kazuha becomes a much freaking better unit if they actually start doing AoE regularly again. They haven't done much at all. So, like, yes, of course, that's what I mean by grouping situations. But to be clear, I say grouping situations and not AoE, because not all AoE situations are situations where Kazuha can group, right? So it'd be on Chaska Mualani. Maybe. I don't know. I'd be fine with that. Like, I'll wish on... Oh, actually, frick. Who do I wish on? I'd be fine with getting Lanyan. I'd be fine with getting Chaska, or... Well, to be clear, my preference would be saving my pity. My preference would be doing a temple and immediately getting 3 copies of Lanyan. Probably not going to happen. But, like, Chaska C1 is kind of fun. It is kind of fun. I play with it on my brother's account. Like, it enables her to do some more shenanigans, but I don't think I'd go for Chaska C1. The reason being is because Chaska C1, while it is fun on a team building context, that's Chaska in a nutshell for me, where like Chaska has one of the most interesting and fun kits to think about, and then her actual gameplay is quite boring to me. And that's fine. Like, she has, her gameplay is very appealing to many kinds of players. Like, I think she's a well-made character. Oh yeah, check with Nahida Yai. Thank you. We'll go check Nahida Yai quick. I'm pretty sure her passive does not benefit from Nahida buff. We'll go verify that information. So, anyways, what happened to your build, by the way? Why are you not on? Well, I don't remember. Oh, I was playing Kanich. That's probably why. Oh no, because some of your artifacts. Yeah, never mind. Whatever. I still gotta do that for Jello. I'm not gonna do that right now. Hopefully Jello's not anxiously waiting for it. I don't know. He didn't like directly ask me or anything. He was just like in casual, came up in conversation. He was like, yeah, if you send me footage, I'm willing to. He said if you send me footage, like comparing VV Chaska with Obsidian Chaska, he was willing to use that to influence his ranking for Chaska, for her flexibility or whatever on his tier list thing he's making. But honestly, I don't think VV Chaska actually affects how he ranked Chaska that much. It's just an interesting thing to be aware of, and he was unconvinced that VV Chaska is that good, because he is too GC sim pilled. Like, I'm sorry, Jello, you are way too GC sim pilled. He's using GC sim way too much as the baseline for. He understands GC Sim, to be clear. He knows that GC Sim has scam leaderboards. He knows how to find the good ones. But like, I think he's using GC Sim as a baseline standard to evaluate things too much, because VV Chaska is a weird thing that's not very easy to sim. So, anyways, Lalma from the live streams, we'll see what her kid is like. I don't really care about her design that much. She's whatever to me. I've heard some people mention her real world lore is kind of fun. The character or the being that she's named after. So, anyways, GC Sim is just a site for calculating damage for teams. It's a good tool. It's a very, very useful and good tool. There's just been an annoying shift since GC Sim became really popular in the Theorycrafting community to a lot of people that are Theorycrafting and like teams and making teams being like, what's it sim at? It has to sim. You gotta run a sim to prove that it's a team it's worth using. Like, what? Fuck off. And there's many flaws with simming that, yeah, like, just whatever. Simming, like, GC Sim is more complicated version of spreadsheets. That's what GC Sim is. It's complicated spreadsheets that is better in some ways in many ways, but also requires even more than ever. Like, when you spreadsheet things, when we spreadsheet calculate things, we have like a list of assumptions we have when we're spreadsheet calculating. When you GC Sim, you have to do the same thing where you make different assumptions when you're simming things. But it's less obvious on a sim level and easier to make a mistake on a simming level. So like, yeah, simming is an art form, and like looking at individual sims is complicated. It's a very, very useful tool. I'm glad it exists and the work that's been put into it. But like, over relying on it as like the baseline, to be clear, Jello's goal is to try to do an objective. He's trying to make an objective tier list. From my point of view, I'll be respectful and say I just don't think it's possible. Why? Because most of reality is subjective. Yes, including like science has a lot of subjectivity to it that people don't realize. like science is subjective, but science is basically trying to have a process that removes as much subjectivity as possible in order to nail down some kind of fundamental shared truths of reality. And by shared truths, I mean things that are, yes, this is true to multiple individuals, not just to one individual, because there can be things that are true to one person that are not true for another person. And anyways, I think it's a very valid concern. I mean, I've interacted with him in Twitch chat a little bit, and I understand where he's coming from, and I think he's doing a lot of things really well with it. I told him things like he should have a disclaimer that like, so the fundamental reason I think a objective tier list is inherently kind of pointless. Like he's putting so much effort into this, right? Like I respect the effort being put in it, but like he's putting so much effort into it, and like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because every single context for combat that exists in Genshin, the hyper-specific enemy mechanics matter far more. Like, or not even the hyper-specific ones, just ones that are like generically specific, like enemies having a electro shield. Like as much as you want to do an objective tier list, when we factor in you're fighting an electro-lector, a cryo character becomes inherently way better than an electro character, right? Like, context matters. Like you can't. And he's trying to factor that in with some of his scores, but like the problem that I don't know if he doesn't quite I think he understands this if I directly tried to tell him this, and this is what I have a problem with trying to call it an objective tier list, is he is objectively doing things in that he's trying to label scores for like power level of the character, for like how strong their teams can be, and like how flexible they are for how many different teams they can be used in. And that it might include context like different enemies, like how relevant is this character for shield breaking versus this other character, versus the teams they use. Is this character only going to function with Frina and Bennett for their best teams? Because that's kind of bad, because a lot of teams want Frina and Bennett, right? Like he's trying to do things like that, and that all makes sense, right? This all makes sense at a baseline. The problem is at the end of the day, a lot of those scores and what number he's specifically weighing are subjective. And he's placing the exact numbers relative to like what other characters are already put at, right? And like he's been putting a lot of time and effort into it, and it's interesting. I think it's a cool thing, but I basically just told him, I was like, you should probably just have a disclaimer of like, you know, as always, while this is what the goal here is to make as objective as a tier list could hopefully possibly be right now for the current characters that exist in Genshin. As always, things will change over time, and the exact enemy your context ultimately influences what characters are best on your account more than anything else. And he's like, I agree with that. And then I think he said something along, I don't remember what exactly he said after that as a response, but he didn't give me vibes of like, I'm going to put that disclaimer in the video. That's what I would want him to do, where he's like, yes, I'm trying to be objective as possible with this. But I don't know. It almost feels like what I feel like, because he got railed on for his like tier list that he made last year. Like a lot of people made a lot of fun of his tier list that he made last year, and that tier list was just like his personal tier list. It was a normal like vibes based tier list, but from the perspective of someone who, you know, runs the numbers a bit more, but still was clearly a lot of vibe based tier list. And that's fine. I think that's what tier lists are fun for. I think tier lists are fun for the discussion and the expansion of like, I rank this character this highly for me because of XXXXX. As you might expect, I would actually strongly rate Dia relatively higher. I showed quite recently where like I was like in the Abyss we were doing a couple days ago, we're like, oh, oops, so we're struggling. Wait a minute. Why am I trying to be stupid using more damage? I can just put Dia instead of Bennett and clear the first try. Whereas I was trying to use Bennett and I was dying all the time. Oh, Dia's a better character than Bennett. Like, no, Dia's not a better character than Bennett, but she was in that context, quite frankly. She was in that specific context. Context matters. And anyways, like, there's no universal objectivity when there's too many contextual factors to things, is my vibe. And he's trying to put a number of different stats to things to try to nail down those things. And I think his overall placements of things are going to land in places that I'd say are fairly accurate. That's why I've been popping into a stream and seeing where things are. I got him to actually like de-rank Mika a little bit. Like Mika's still, by the way, at the top, justifiably for a lot of reasons. But I actually got him to de-rank Mika's flexibility, and I also got him to up-rank Lanyan, not from a DPS Lanyan perspective. He knows that Lanyan can be a decent DPS, and I think he ranked that as part of her flexibility, but not really as part of her power level. I think he ranked her power level-wise the same as Kazuha, essentially, because of buffing utility. But then she ends up ranking fairly high in his list because of her shield, which makes sense, right? And so... Anyways, what was the point of this yap? Tier lists are inherently subjective, because it's not possible to, well, I shouldn't say it's not possible to weigh down. It's possible to narrow down your context and try to get at something more objective, but tier lists are inherently something that is not trying to narrow down context, right? Trying to make a tier list is just a question of like, oh, what characters are the best and what characters are worse, right? How does Dahlia compare? Tier lists are meant to be like a visual format of like, you can look at this tier list and be like, how does Dahlia compare to Ganyu? Except like, what is the point of comparing Dahlia to Ganyu, right? Is like what? So like, is the hope that with your tier list you have someone that's using your tier list and just understands that there's no point to comparing? But if there's no point to comparing Dahlia to Ganyu, why is Dahlia and Ganyu on the same tier list? It's because your tier list is too loose, in my opinion. Like, I don't know, there's too many different nuances to things that you can't make a holistic tier list for all characters in Genshin and say it's objective, is my opinion. Like, there's too many factors. I think when you narrow down the factors and say, I'm making a tier list about specifically this, when I'm making a tier list specifically about 4 stars, whatever. Even 4 stars, that's not really whatever. I don't know. There's nuances to things, and the meta of Genshin is not static either. Like time, like the characters that are best right now are completely different than the characters that are best next patch, because the Abyss will be different and Stygian Onslaught will be different, right? And those are the 2 endgame contexts that matter the most. And if we're talking if we are factoring in theater as a relevant context too, because it is relevant to some people, well, theater makes literally entire elements of characters' classes unusable. So if there's a theater that doesn't have pyro, Bennett is a trash-ass character from the theater context, right? Because you can't use him. So I don't know. Anyways, too many contexts. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing about the video game that there's different contexts and nuances to using the 100 different characters in the game. It just means that you can't objectively rank something, and I don't know. Focusing too much on the word objectivity is silly. That's all. So it's a pet peeve of mine of using the word objective to do something that is inherently not really possible to be objective. And he's not following a scientific process in trying to remove, because like if you're trying to do a scientific study of answering these things, you need to, like, a scientific study would go to the process of like hyper specifically narrowing down the context of, like, you know, or if it to be clear, there is scientific study though that is much more subjective, and it's called usually the word used on like a study level. If you've gone to college, you've probably heard this breakdown. Is qualitative versus quantitative study, right? Quantitative study is where you're doing the numbers. You're breaking down things on a number level. You can back up your study based on math, yada yada, whatever, right? You can do whatever. But then like there's qualitative study, and qualitative study is like there's entire categories of scientific study that are more qualitative in nature, and qualitative is much more subjective, because it takes like personal judgment on what makes sense to focus on. And I just qualitative versus quantitative, objective versus subjective. There's semantics in here and yada yada. Words can mean different things to different people. I don't like how loosely people use the term objective. I really, really dislike, by the way, like, I don't dislike what Jello is doing with it. Like, he's just trying to make a YouTube video that's going to make people watch the video, and is trying to break down things in ways that at the end result of it is going to be just a tier list of ranking of, like, these characters are better than other. Check back in a year, it might be completely different. And that's fine. Right. Like, that's what that video is. I think it's more effort being put into it than is necessary for that end result. But and it's not my style of video, but a lot of people like that kind of thing, and a lot of people find that simplification useful, even if it is an oversimplification and it can cause people to draw incorrect conclusions. Science itself does that too, right? Where someone doing a study, a scientist, or even not someone that's a proper scientist, someone doing a study will make the incorrect decision potentially in trying to narrow down how to approach a study, in order to answer some question they have. And yeah, anyways, Jello generally says it's as his opinion as a disclaimer. Yeah, but like objective isn't like the word objective. I think most people, if we try to nail down a shared agreed upon definition of objective, is we're trying to nail down on something that is more universal, not to one personal, like if you're saying it's my opinion, you're just saying it's subjective. If he launches his video saying, disclaimer, this is ultimately influenced by my opinion, you're just immediately saying it's subjective. Like what I would prefer, like, so I don't know, I'm nitpicking that I don't like the use of the word objective for something that can't really be objective in this way. Why can't he just make it the ultimate Genshin Impact character tier list? Right? Yeah, the word objective is subjective to a degree because everything is subjective to a degree. So I don't know. Like it's just misleading, especially if he opens with a disclaimer, right? Like I'd be fine with him calling it objective. This is why I suggested to him. I'm fine with him calling it objective if he opened with the disclaimer of ultimately context matters in Genshin, right? The enemy, but ultimately keep in mind that while we are trying to break down things on a numbers level, blah 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 blah, you know, what the enemy context and enemy mechanics matter more than anything else. that enemy mechanics being different and how often certain types of things feel like they show up to me is something I tried to put a score to in weighing my ranking of characters, but ultimately my weighing of scores may not be 100% perfect. But I have tried to do this not just with my own decisions on how to score things, but also by interacting with other people. And like, he's not just score things based on his own view. So like, it's more like a mutually subjective thing, and that's why I think his tier list has more ability to be accurate. But like, I don't know. Anyways, I just wish he didn't use the word objective. That's my nitpick, and that's fine. I'm not going to watch the video. I'm down with helping him. I'm down with influencing the way things are ranked and seeing what the end result is. I'm probably not going to watch the whole video because it would probably just annoy me if it's not obvious. I don't know. It's not possible. But the thing I learned in school is that I was like, you know, I'm still a believer in the scientific process at narrowing down some truth of reality. But what I learned in my life and through school, it's not just school, is that there is no such thing as 100% truth. There is no such thing as a completely objective perspective. And so I find it fundamentally flawed to try to approach things from that specific perspective. And that's why science doesn't try to approach things from the... Science doesn't have a study of the objectively best potatoes. Right? Science does... These potatoes have a higher glucose sub-74D molecule content. And this study is approaching... studying what the health benefits or downsides of this higher glucose content percentage in this genetic strain of potatoes. Right. That's why like most people don't like science. It's because it's not interesting on a highly specific level. Like because when you're trying to get science has to be highly specific to like actually narrow down at some truth, because you gotta remove variables. You have to remove all the variables you can to try to narrow down some truth of reality. That is actually a truth of reality that is more likely to be shared. Some shared truth of reality that is more likely to actually be true, essentially. Yeah, the sky is blue is definitely subjective. Like, gravity is real is a subjective take too. Like, we don't have a good theory for what exactly gravity is still. It's just the word we label. What we have learned is our best fitting theory is, you know, it is a force that exists where things with mass attract other things with mass very weakly. What is mass? Well, it's a label for... mass and energy is actually the same thing. So it's just energy attracting energy, but energy in different forms attract... Like... Okay, like... What? Like when you start thinking about something as simple as, you know, E equals mc squared, and it seems like Einstein's theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, whatever, right, is one of those like scientific theories that, as time has gone on, it seems to be one of the most accurate theories that has existed, that humans have made. And like, the implications of that is weird shit. Like mass and energy are the same thing. And if gravity is masses attracting masses, so energy attracts energy? But what is energy? Well, energy is... right. Like, we're just trying to nail down and label things in order to understand the world we exist within, right? Humans are creatures that want to understand. And I think it's something that makes humans amazing. But it's worth acknowledging that the processes we have for doing that aren't something that answers a universal truth when you have many factors. Like, you have to eliminate factors to try to answer a universal truth. You can't just look at something and be like, Yep, that color blue. Because maybe you had blue sunglasses on. Right? From the perspective of someone with blue sunglasses, things probably look a little bit more blue. And, I don't know, right? Like, you might be like, well, they knew they had blue sunglasses on. They wouldn't say things are blue if they had blue sunglasses on. What if they forgot? Have you ever forgotten where your phone was? Have you forgotten you had your glasses on? I've done that before. I've forgotten I had my freaking glasses on. I've been like, where's my glasses? Oh, on my freaking face. Like you can wear blue sunglasses and forget that you have blue sunglasses on. Start to think reality is a lot more blue than it actually is. Like, and that's why we need to reduce variables. If we're actually trying to answer how blue is reality, we probably need to reduce the sunglasses tinting things variable. Probably. In the more real context, we need to answer, okay, how blue is reality? We need to start digging into the fact that, you know, okay, how blue is reality when have you seen what is the RGB human eye? And this is ignoring all the psychological effects that come into things, right? But on a what the frick? Oh, this is still not working. Oh, frick. Oh no, kill me. Okay, paste. No, it works. No, it works. I hate that I have to do this. What? Where? No, now it just doesn't work at all. Wait, there? No, it just doesn't work. I just, what? Oh, what? There, what? Okay. Whatever. OBS is having problems. Like, how blue is reality? Well, from human perception, we have less ability to perceive blue than we have the ability to perceive red and green. The weirdness of trying to answer the question of how blue is reality, and this is why this isn't a scientific question. How blue is reality is not a scientific question, because it is inherently a subjective perception question. But if we are trying to break down of how do we answer the question, how blue is reality, right? We need to take into factors like, okay, our eyeballs physically receive less blue light. We are less sensitive to blue light. So you could argue that because we are less sensitive to blue light, that makes blue things like the water less blue than they actually are. Like, we can see blue, but the fact that we aren't very sensitive to it means this might be more blue in reality. If this graph was all even, right? If these were at exactly the same sensitivity levels, so all the peaks of these colors were all at the same level, right? But also, there's the mind factor in that theoretically, our human brain interprets things like optical illusions are a thing because our sight does not just objectively show things to our eyeballs do not just do camera feed into our brain and we see things as if a camera, we see the exact data. Cameras don't see things as the exact, like the output of a video camera is also has some amount of human influence, subjective measure to it. But anyways, our brain interprets things, and what our brain does, as far as we can tell, is it balances this out. Our brain balances out this sensitivity. So it naturally seems to uplift blue and red and green. So theoretically, we can use our perception of blue relatively accurately to answer the question, how blue is the world? And then you're just going to do, I don't know, how much blue things are there in the world? And then you try to answer that on an objective level by measuring the quantity of blue things relative to I don't know, like you can answer how blue is the Earth from a simple question of what surface area does the Earth's ocean cover the Earth, and you could fairly confidently say that, and most people would agree with this, that the ocean is blue in color, and therefore how blue is the Earth? Well, you're going to get very close to the answer of just answering the question how blue is the world. You could say the world is Earth by just saying the surface area of the ocean, right? because all other blue things are a lot smaller than the ocean and are a very minor relative increase. But then you have other weird problems. You have other weird geometry problems actually in this question. See, this is the problem. This is the problem. This is what science is, right? Where like, if you're actually going to answer the question, how blue is the thing? How blue is the world? Okay, if we're answering the question of how blue is the world based on surface area of blue things on planet Earth, yeah, the ocean is a really big surface area. Except we get into geometry problems where things can have really big surface area but be really small. And like, what is the surface area of a blue piece of yarn? Right? Like, what is the surface area of a blue thread? Like the surface area of blue yarn might be larger than the surface area of the ocean. I'm not sure. That's actually a more interesting question. Is the surface area of all blue yarn on the planet higher than the surface area? This, by the way, if you're not familiar with geometry, this might be unintuitive. Like, of course not. Of course, the surface area of blue yarn is not higher than the surface area of the ocean. But the surface area of the ocean is definitely a pretty easy thing to estimate quite closely. And the surface area of yarn has a problem of blue yarn specifically, has a problem of like, yarn has like a bunch of different, like, so yarn is like, how do you measure the surface area of yarn? I don't even know how you do it. But anyways, like, my point with this is like, you can ask simple questions, and when you try to like break down them on an objective level, you just end up finding different levels of specificity until you land on a more specific question that answers a more specific aspect of reality. And that's the same thing when it comes to Genshin tier list, quite frankly. Genshin is not as complicated as reality. Genshin exists within the subset of reality, and as a human creation, and it's easier to answer, and it's easier to nail down things in this way. But you still have to, because there's so many factors at play that you have to. You can start with the question of who is objectively the best character in Genshin, but then you end up having to acknowledge all these factors that influence what the best character is in different situations, and then what you end up with is, in this specific situation, Mika is the best character. Or you can end up answering the question of, because of the fact that Mika, we have broken down the different contexts of character, of like, here is these types of enemies. Here like if you try to like I think Jello, to actually try to do an objective tier list, has to do a measure of like breaking down every enemy in the game, ranking it on likelihood it is to appear in Abyss, and staging Onslaught in the future, and then have a separate ranking quotient for, like, it's nightmarish actually to even try to do this, because like the scale is too large, and there's people that do this on a scientific study level, right, that do large scale, because there's very significant value to answering more large scale questions rather than hyper specific things, right? But it takes a lot of work, a lot of data work especially. And that's what would actually be necessary even in Genshin. Because I think you have to... yeah, Jello broke me. What's the code on screen? The code is a 60 primogem code that my representative gave me. Anyways, what is objective reality? Math. And you know what? Jello is trying to do a math breakdown of all Genshin characters. But the problem is, I think he needs to do a math breakdown of enemies too, and then weigh some amount of relative occurrence with some subjective weighing of those enemies. Like, I don't know. Like, it doesn't make sense, obviously, to like just look at all past abysses and use that, like, use occurrences of certain enemies in past abysses to weigh the relevance of characters, because obviously Mihoyo has changed how they've done abysses over time, and things have become like more restrictive in some ways, and like so there's not even an objectively best way I can see, because you can't see the future. I don't know, like like the only way I think you can try to objectively answer what is the best characters in Genshin, objectively say, and objectively make a ranking, so a tier list of characters in Genshin, is from the context of like one specific patch. I actually think you can't go outside of that time context at all. So you know what, Jello? I'm fine with Jello. I don't think you're watching, but Jello, I'm fine with you labeling this as objective. If you add the disclaimer, we'll change the disclaimer from whatever I was yapping about the BS before. Just change the disclaimer of, this is the best that I think I can do for making the objective tier list for this Genshin patch. Done. And that's good enough, I'd say. Narrow your limit to a specific time frame, and I think it's fine. I think it's fine. He's not excluding context. He's just weighing different parts of context in different ways that I think makes his tier list kind of inherently not very objective. The best thing about his tier list is the fact that he's been doing this with a lot of influence from chat and with a couple other people influencing him too. He's been very open to like letting other people bring up things and influence things, right? So that's his best thing about it, is it's like shared subject. It's not, I wouldn't call it objective. I'd call it more, it's a good numbers-based approach of a shared subjective tier list. I love how hard you were thinking about a thing Jello is thinking too hard about. This is the problem with having math brain. See, this is, yeah. Don't have math brain, kids. It ruins you. Okay, let's go test Nahida, yeah. And then we can spend our resin. And then that's probably the stream. Calculus is extremely weird and cool. Indeed it is. Calculus, like, it's hard for me to state how
that wasn't me spitting on the ground. I know better than that. I just had some
calculus thinking changed how I was able to perceive reality. Like, calculus is literally just math, but it's like the rate of change, and that, I mean, that's derivative specifically. But it's like, time, I think, I think the reason it had such a meaningful effect is I think time is significant, I think, to me and many humans. And what I mean by that is we perceive a lot of things as by the processing of time. And what calculus does is uses time in multiple directions. This is a weird way to describe it, but calculus uses time in multiple directions to put a mathematical label to things. I don't know. Like, it's weird. I don't use calculus on a... I don't need energy. I don't use calculus on like a day-to-day basis or anything, right? I don't. I just... But it's still like... It's like... It like provided some foundation for my perception of reality in a meaningful way. Anyways. What is calculus for people who then go to school in America? Calculus indeed makes timelines out of equations, yeah. It destroys a lot of what you learn about math and makes you realize that not everything is simple black or white. Yep. Calculus is what made me realize truly that math is like the fact of the matter is the most objective like you can be about reality is breaking things down to math levels. How do you break everything down to numbers? But even math, and math has had like specific moments where like certain axioms of mathematics have had changed across human history. So mathematics itself changes too. Like, it's just a system we have made that is particularly rigid in its descriptor of existence, but also incredibly frustrating at times. So, anyways, calculus is observation for instantaneous change of variables over time. Yeah, there you go. That's the That's the more specific description. Mine was a vibe-based existence descriptor. Inventor of calculus was a Genshin spreadsheeter born in the wrong era. Newton would love Genshin Impact. Alright, so I can't put Dendra on the enemy. All we gotta do, see what we get. 2,800. It's gonna go higher. Yeah, 13,966. Okay. That. But it does work. Oh. Huh. Okay. Make sure. You have nothing else. Why are you on flop? Oh, you're... yeah, never mind. I'm just making sure there's nothing in Nahida's kit or anything we had going on that was buffing her elsewise, right? Proto Ember. No, it's just... yeah. Okay. Interesting. So something about... See, this is one of those inconsistencies in Genshin that's really annoying. This is one of those contexts that matters. So that means that, yeah, so this passive does work with percentage-based increases of EM. No, I know if Yai is off-field, but what if Yai is on-field? I'm talking on-field Yai. I know it's on-field. I know that Anefa's buff is only on-field, and for Anefa, which is lame. So it's the lamest thing that they've done. Be like, oh, can't make it buff the off-fielders, but then they have the gall to be like, oh, Anefa buffs in everyone. But they're saying the reaction buffs everyone, but not Anefa's passive. So like, it's not misleading. But I still have a nitpick. I have a gripe. Again, if even with the annoying burst requirement on Anefa, if it was a full team-wide EM buff, I'd pull her, no questions asked. It's literally the one difference maker. The fact that they let it buff Anefa herself, who is off-field, and buff the on-fielder is just kind of insulting to me. But anyways, so it would buff on-field Yai, but it doesn't work. It doesn't. By the way, it does not work for Raiden. So we just need to use Raiden E to see this. By the way. At least this shouldn't work for Raiden. Last time I tested this, it didn't work for Raiden. So by for Raiden, I mean it doesn't work with the Staff of Scarlet Sands passive. So this is the same thing where like you have an EM bonus from Nahida that is based on a percentage of the highest EM in the team. But then this is a percentage-based buff using a percentage of EM to buff Raiden's attack. Whereas for Yai, it was damage bonus. But for Raiden's attack, the reason that this probably works in Yai, it probably doesn't work on Raiden, is just a difference of how they code damage bonus in different... Like if Yai gave specifically electro damage bonus, rather than like a stat that appears in her screen, rather than just damage bonus for her specific talent, or like even if it was skill damage bonus, maybe it wouldn't work. I don't know. It's an inconsistency. This is what I don't like. This is why it surprised me when I made my first hybrid Raiden video, and people said that Staff of Scarlet Sands passive doesn't get additional attack from Nahida burst buff. Was because of the fact that there were buffs in the game that I knew did get like percentage buffs of percentage things did work and did layer together, but Staff of Scarlet Sands is not one of them. So give me energy. Don't die, please. I just need to get energy. Okay. Don't know why I did that. I guess I will miss... Like, I don't hate how Staff of Scarlet Sands looks. Well, actually, no, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, I will say when walking here, I notice I like having this weapon over Staff of Scarlet Sands on her. But honestly, you never see it in combat because she uses a booba sword. So, anyways. So we have to make sure we're going to look at her skill damage after she gets full stacks up, which she should get by the time... Whatever. Okay, so you can see Staff of Scarlet Sands, we have 2,030 attack, And we are getting 2,400 on her skill. Right. 2,400. Alright. And we do this. It's going to go invisible, isn't it? Yeah, 2,400. Yep. See? So, no additional attack. We have the bonus EM. Bonus EM, but no additional attack. So that means our reaction damage would increase, but not the attack conversion. So our raw attack scaling multiplier does not get any bonus damage. Whereas Yai, that does work, even though these are both percentage things into percentage things. So, like, I've seen some people say, that, oh, all percentage things don't work, but no, some do, and Yai's is one of them. I feel like I tested that in the past. I just couldn't remember for sure if that was the case, but anyways, that's fine. It means Anefa is a little bit less relevant for hybrid Raiden, but a little bit more relevant for some shenanigans with on-field Yai. I don't know. On-field Yai, Anefa, probably Nahida, and then I was gonna say Farina, but healing. Singcho or Yelan, doesn't matter. Same difference. Well, Yelan a little bit better, but so Yelan, on-field Yai. Singcho might be better because of Bloom Core generation, but I don't know. Yai, by the way, just in case anyone's not aware, Yai is one of the better like on-field Bloom triggers in the game.
All right, amuse me.
And I don't know why people refuse to acknowledge that, but is she the best Mizuki teammate? Yai? I mean, she has 14-second uptime with... What is Mizuki's uptime on her? What was Sack's? Sack, don't you extend the uptime a little bit? Sack Mizuki. Oh, is she the best Mizuki mate? Anefa? No. Why? Because... Well, okay, I shouldn't say she's bad. I don't think she's bad. The problem is that Farina is basically necessary. And Mizuki doesn't really have an ideal healing situation for Farina. It's just like always not a lot. But she's still probably one of the better options because of how much off-field damage she does, and she does it in AoE. So, you know what? Yes. I think she is one of the better Farina teammates. Farina teammates. One of the better Mizuki teammates. But quite frankly, Anefa makes Aoife more betterer than Mizuki gains from her, right? Aoife gains more from Anefa than Mizuki does. So, like, yes, but also Aoife's still better, and Aoife's better than Mizuki at a baseline, basically. And Aoife with Anefa is even more betterer. Huh? So, but if you just like Mizuki is still 100, at least at C0, whatever, or low constellations. Mizuki is still 100% in a situation of, you play this character because you like her. And that's fine, because why? Most characters in that context. I just really dislike... The thing I dislike about Mizuki is that she is a really interesting idea. I actually really like the idea of them making a unit that is specifically intended to be an on-field swirl DPS, right? I like the idea of that a lot. But they also very intentionally balance her in a way to make her ass. And make her team options ass too. And make her freeness energy ass as well. Because, like, they gave her some technical freeness energy by making her a healer, technically. But they made it work specifically in a way that made it kind of ass with Frina. And, like I don't know. And then they just made Aoife, who's just a better version of her, basically. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know. I don't get it. So, that's what frustrates me. What frustrates me is I actually think she has a really cool baseline idea for her kit. And the fact that she exists now means they're probably not going to do that kit idea in another character ever again. Right? Like, they're probably, I mean, to be clear, maybe they'll do a Node Cry. Maybe they'll do a Node Cry Animo unit with Lunar Swirl, and Lunar Swirl can crit at a baseline, and this Node Cry unit will just be Mizuki C6, but does twice the damage of Mizuki C6. Like, they could do that. They could make Mizuki Node Cry edition, but actually the same idea, but really good. But generally speaking, Mihoyo doesn't do the exact same idea again. They haven't gotten to the point of needing to do the exact same idea. Even characters that have very similar kits have a bunch of nuances to where one is relevant over the other, like Xingqiu versus Yelan, right? There's definite nuances there. So, like, I don't know. It's possible, I guess they do that. I mean, they already. I guess you could say they did Aoife, and Aoife is just Mizuki but better already. So maybe they're gonna do it again. Maybe they're gonna do Mizuki 3. I don't know, man. I don't know. They made the 3-star. They made the 4-star. Now it's time to make the 5-star.
Right here, right now. Grow.
I don't have my burst up. There we go. Oh, you have your full power up. Oh. See how good Yai is at triggering these? Like, ones that generate over here, you have to, like, be a little bit... You have to do a dash, right? But Yai actually has, like, pretty wide AoE. Like, Yai has really wide AoE for her bloom triggers. Like, Yai is really good at triggering bloom cores. It just... I don't know. And you tell that to Zajef and they'll be like, play Raiden. Play Raiden Hyperbloom. Okay. I would argue that if you don't need any particular character on field, Yai is a better Hyperbloom trigger than Raiden, because Yai gets more additional value and has reason to be built for EM from a more invested team standpoint, right? Raiden is way harder to get to the point of building. Like, you have to do something hyper specific with a Staff of Scarlet Sands on Raiden and whatever, like to get to the point of having crit and EM on her, and you're still sacrificing a lot of, you know, EM for a crit. Whereas Yai can do things like I've shown before in the past, where you can do full EM Yai with a bunch of crit substats, and she ascends with crit rate, and doesn't have 100% energy recharge needs like Raiden. And, you know, Raiden can hit every 1 second. Well, on-field Yai... That's about the same frequency. And you also have more control over it. Like, Yai is a better Hyper Bloom trigger than Raiden if you don't need to on-field anyone in particular. Right? Because she can, like, from an invested standpoint at least, with builds that have at least some crit substats. Like, even if you only have like 50% crit rate in Yai and you put her on full EM Gilded Dreams, her addition will still be doing talent damage with her skill, right? Like, there's some problems with it. The fact that you have to spend time doing this is time you're not spending triggering blooms. Like, there's problems. It's not perfect. She's unironically one of the better ones. I don't know. Anyways, sorry. I'm a Yai glazer. I am biased liking Yai, but I don't even play Hyperbloom Yai that often. C4 Lisa, you better? Is it? Does C4 Lisa fix Lisa's ass targeting? I haven't tried Hyperbloom Lisa since it drove me insane on my weapon-only account. Like, because Lisa's normal attacks are absolute ass. Absolute ass. So extreme, very absolute ass. Dory is better. I didn't say Yai was the best. And, okay, Dory's slow molasses attacks. And, I don't know. Dory doesn't have the, again, it's the conjunction of gaining value from EM and being able to do some talent damage, even with a not invasively invested build. Like, I don't know. But I'm a Dory hater, to be clear. I acknowledge my bias towards Yai. I'm not trying to make an objective measurement here. It's my subjective experience with Yai. I played Dory Hyperbloom things, to be clear, including with a build Dory on other people's accounts. So you're talking, this is just with but you have to burst on her. So I get where you're coming from, Tars, but like, needing to burst consistently with a C4 Lisa is, I think, a pretty different context. I don't know. I get where you're coming from. I don't fundamentally disagree, but it's a difference of like my control I have in my mind at minimum. I made a mistake with Hyperbloom ICD. It's just per target, independent of character trigger. Oh, okay. So I was correct. So I did not learn something new today. How dare I? Wait, have I learned something new today? Generally speaking, I'm generally someone who, like, if I try to recognize it, I usually end up being like, yeah, I did learn something new every day. I mean, okay. On the most semantic-y level, you can say, I learned I got older today. Well, that's not really something you learn. I learned that I could say that of the past. You could say I could say yesterday I know that I will get older tomorrow, and if I knew that yesterday, it's not something new I learned today. So what did I learn today? What did I learn today? If Tars didn't make me learn something because he's retracted it because he was wrong. Time for a super objective, super specific tier list. Who is the best on a tier list for the best on-field Hyperbloom trigger? Yes, Yai EM scaling with Nahida buff. Yeah, yeah. Like from a context of Yai, Nahida, Xingqiu, you have a flex slot, and notably you have a flex slot that, depending on your investment in Yai, you could be an attack buffer. It could be a cryo unit for more bloom generation. It could be whatever. Anyways, could be Dory. Oh, I learned a lot about 5.8. That's true. Is it that valuable? Maybe. I don't know. My job. It's valuable to me, at least for my job. Like I learned after thinking through things. I learned ways Anefa could be interesting. I also learned ways that Anefa is frustrating to me, in that you need to burst to get her EM buff. Like, I don't know. I am very interested still in like. I still think Anefa Sethos is the most interesting context for me. But again, like if it's from a context of like Anefa, Yelan, Nahida, having to burst on 3 units to get the maximum value is like not my vibe. For 3 5-star units. But from a context of like Xingqiu, maybe it's possible that I could end up liking Xingqiu, Anefa, Sethos enough, right, with Nahida, that I would be willing to. What is? Let me check. What is his targeting range? Xingqiu's targeting range with Sethos, because I like I feel like I kind of hate it. I feel like I might lean toward, because I have, like, for my personal preference, I might still lean towards Farina.
I knew you'd miss me.
Instead of Xingqiu. You might be like, oh, but 5-star animations, and like, yes. But I really like doing Sethos gameplay that uses his burst and his charge attack. And if I'm doing his charge attack playstyle, you're not applying Hydro. So, anyways. But let's test the thinking quick. How far away do you target? Because I don't remember. I've used you enough that I should know, probably. But I think you target from a fairly far direction. I need energy on you. Double Hydro and no Nahida normals is pretty bad. Wait, you're talking about like in the context of like on-field EI? Yeah, I don't think you would do double Hydro probably. You need don't kill it. You need okay. You need more. Yeah, if you're doing double Hydro, you need more Dendro applications. So yeah, on-field Nahida, yeah. Which is a fair approach. So yes, probably not double Hydro with the eye. So no like. Well, I mean, you could do solo Hydro with Farina still, but you could do Farina on-field Yai Hyperbloom, Farina, Bennett, because healer and attack buffing. On-field Yai Bennett, Farina. I wonder if Anefa is actually better, just from a context of the fact that her talent damage is way higher, and then you just do Burgeons instead of. Ah, fuck. I think Anefa might be better than in this specific team. Yai has more options for reaction triggery teams. But so anyways, Farina, Bennett, Nahida, Yai. So like, you know, hybrid Raiden team, but with Yai, quite frankly, Yai is basically as good, if not better, than Raiden there, right? With an invested build at least that has crit substats, because you can do hybrid Yai with talent damage and EM damage without having to have a special weapon on her. But that's basically the full EM Yai video I made, I believe. But Anefa there in the exact same team context, just replace Yai with Anefa. The difference is you're doing C6 Bennett and you're doing Pyro Infusion on Anefa, and you're triggering some Burgeons instead. But it's not a bad thing. As long as you don't cause too many problems with applying too much Pyro, which just means you have to be smart with it. That might just be straight better than Yai, because Anefa, C0 versus C0 at least, Anefa's talent damage is way higher. Well, rip. Do I play any TCGs? Not really anymore. Occasionally I play Magic with my brother, but just with my existing decks. Okay. Brap. What? Oh, I +4. So, do you target from here? Yeah, you do. Don't die. No, not from here, though. No, you still do target from here. Okay. So, yeah, Xingqiu's targeting range is very far. Alright, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So anyways, from a context, though, of Xingqiu not requiring a burst animation, I do like the idea of Sethos, Nahida, Xingqiu, Anefa. You shush. Because... Oh man, but Key of Caution suit on Farina. Like, Farina and Nahida with Constellation. So high investment Constellation bullshit going on. With Nahida on Prototype Amber. Farina with C2, right? And... So Farina C2, Nahida Prototype Amber. And Anefa, even with all the 5-star burst animations. Farina C2 with Key of Conscience suit, like, oh. Oh boy. That's so much EM. Like, Sethos would have like 1200 EM. Anyways. Yeah, I knew Xingqiu could do the Kuka Sword boss in midair. I know it's a little bit awkward. I've done it before. But, yeah. Proto Amber's only source of healing is pain. Yeah, but we're talking that it's enough to, with C2 Farina, it's enough to max out Farina's buff with a little bit of build-up time. But we still have shielding, right, from Anefa in that context. The only thing I don't like about the team is the 5-star burst animations, right? Would be required. But it's so much EM buffing that, like, from a high investment bullshit potential, might be Sethos' strongest team I could play by getting Anefa. But I am more interested in the idea, to be clear, of not using Farina and using Xingqiu instead, because particularly since I have to burst on Anefa to get the EM buff, and I'd want to burst on Nahida for its EM buff as well. So, and the other things Nahida's burst does, to be clear, which is mostly just buffing Nahida's skill damage, but, you know, that's the side benefit. But anyway, Xingqiu, like this, it might be a team that makes me want to like meaningfully invest in Xingqiu to the point of like getting a min-max J Cutter build, because like I should have the capability of doing a pretty dang good Xingqiu build with a little bit more investment, right? And playing well, that is. So I don't know. 1200 EM by 700% for charge attack. Yup. Is there EM bigger than like Diona? No, I think from my numbers I ran before, it seems like the max you could probably realistically expect from her buff is 200 EM for her and the on-fielder. Diona gives 200 EM when you're standing within the field. Anefa just gives it for like 20 seconds after bursting. Where's Diona? But the difference is, one, Anefa actually does damage. Two, on top of, you know, the buffing. But two, Anefa is probably in practice more like 150 EM. More importantly, though, again, it's Anefa's, it's buffing Anefa, who is dealing damage, and her EM matters for the like reaction damage calculation. And also, Anefa's going to steal blooms too in this context. That's probably important to remember. Her Brigitte does hit with AoE. So Brigitte will trigger blooms, and you might want more EM for that reason. But anyways, she's probably going to have around 150 to 200 EM buffing total for the on-fielder and herself, for most people. If you do attack, and not many attack substats or attack buffs in the team, I think what's the low end? The low end is probably like 2,000. So 2,000 times This would be like no attack percent buffs on the team, no tenacity, probably no meaningful attack subsets. Like a pretty bad build, probably. I think it's 2,000 attack. But let's see, a bad build, 0.06 is 120 EM. So you should be getting at least 120 EM from Anefa. But again, for how long that burst animation is it worth using? I don't know. I think it is. Like, it does enough damage. It's probably worth using in conjunction with the buff. I just wish I didn't have to, because 1,000 damage percent on its own, not worth. 1,000 damage percent plus the buff, worth. But I would just prefer the flexibility of it if I could get the buff with just the skill. So yeah, she can be good as an EM trigger herself. Like I believe Jeff has described Anefa as the second best electro carry in the game, wherein like Anefa is a better on-field electro unit than everyone other than Veressa. Welcome to 2025. So yep, that's fine. I don't know. I don't care about that. I honestly think it's fine. I don't like. Well, it's not fine. It's inevitable that would happen. It's inevitable that has to happen if they're going to make compelling units in the current state of the game, with relative to the relative to the current units they've already released that have already power creep things, right? Like, I think Anefa is actually a relatively balanced character, all things considered, in the current context of the game. If we go back to a year ago and they released Anefa like this and be like, what the fuck? Why does she do this much damage and be a shielder and like, what? But different context. We have to about context a little bit earlier. Do I have to again? No. Anefa with Lanyan. Anefa with Lanyan. I had the idea before. I was like, hey, Anefa instead of Farina, and then I can do Anefa, Eonson, Farazon, Lanyan. That could be... Wait. No Hydro. So... And the only really relevant Hydro to pair with... You want Farina. So, like, okay. Farina, Anefa. Okay, cool. Who's your healer? Well, Bennett, I guess. So removing Farazon? We're losing all the we're losing the whole dynamic of DPS Lanyan, where it's like, you know, quick swappy with Farazon and whatever. So no, unfortunately, is the answer. Because I don't see a context where DPS Lanyan and Anefa. To be clear, DPS Lanyan and Anefa can work. Like Bennett, Farina, Anefa, Lanyan should work pretty well, especially with Lanyan on a VV build. Don't get me wrong. Like that team, Anefa, Farina, Lanyan, Bennett is probably better than Farina, Bennett, Farazon, Lanyan. But it's not as much DPS Lanyan. It's one of those contexts where basically every way to use DPS Lanyan that isn't specifically Farina, Bennett, not everyone, but most of the context of trying to do DPS Lanyan that isn't specifically Farina, Bennett, Farazon is just like more DPSing other characters, and Lanyan does a little bit of front-loaded damage in conjunction with them and helps buff them at the same time, right? Balanced rip power scaling, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree, Tars. But like, as I've said before, we live in a post-Escoffier world now. Escoffier was my breaking point of like, you know, as long as they're releasing, because Escoffier, the reason Escoffier was my breaking point is not Escoffier on her own. No character exists in a vacuum. Escoffier is, in my opinion, really only actually problematic in conjunction with the fact that Farina exists. Farina plus Escoffier is the problem, less than either one of them on their own. Farina is only as problematic as the overpowered healers that also buff and do a bunch of damage that exist. If Baiju, like imagine if Baiju had released and Baiju did Nahida's damage and did the buffs Baiju deals and did as much elemental application as Nahida. Like, that's what Escoffier is, kind of. But again, I understand why they like made Escoffier for like her being an archetype enabler, because we needed more like team archetypes, less teams that relied on like Bennett. whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't like how Escoffier was balanced. I think she could have been balanced differently. And I strongly feel that one of the main things they could have done that would have been so easy, and the only reason I think they didn't do this is because they wanted money, because they decided that Electro, they decided that Cryo and Hydro are probably is going to be the premium 5-star focus teams. If Dahlia was Bennett, but only for freeze teams, like only Hydro Cryo teams, I think that would heavily fix the problem of like Farina Escoffier core with Escoffier teams and whatever. But yeah, there's been a million different wheelchairs that have been, I think, problematic. The game, it's not just Escoffier, but Escoffier for me was my breaking point of like, okay, they've clearly like started scaling up how strong they are making, you know, on-fielders and whatever. Duh. Like, very clearly, the raw multiplier value that they were giving characters in Natland jumped up a bit. And it jumped up a bit with Fontaine too, right? But from a supportive level, they released Shilonen. Shilonen at a baseline is not incredibly better than Kazuha. She's just better from a context of like multi-wave and convenience of use, right? But then doesn't have the grouping, doesn't have the damage that Kazuha deals, yada yada. But like her being a healer is a pretty big deal, and whatever, right? But at a baseline, right? Like, there was enough nuance to her that like, while I definitely feel that just at C0, I do think in many contexts she is just Kazuha power creep. In many contexts, she also there is still context where Kazuha is better than her, and that's like a balance that I was fine with, right? So I wasn't concerned, because I think the health of the game is best represented. The health of like the balance of how they're progressing, like in designing character kits, how much like power creep could. I think the best way of measuring power creep is by measuring supports and off-fielders. Why? Because 3 of your 4 characters are off-field at any given time, right? 3/4 of characters in any team must be off-field at any given time. Doesn't mean you have to only play 3 off-fielders and 1 on-fielder. You can play weird quick swappy things, and I like weird quick swappy things with Dia, whatever, that have short field time, and then you spend a short amount of field time with someone else, right? You know, if you know my content, I like that. But there's not that many of those contexts. And most of the time you can simplify things down to 3 off-fielders and an on-fielder, right? And it's off-fielders that are either just doing buffing, damage dealing, or whatever. And we have now reached a point where off-fielders are doing like the bare minimum is a bunch of buffing and defensive utility now, right? Like Sitlali was the first one of like, Sitlali was concerning in some ways, but also like I tolerated it because of how ass the situation was for off-field cryo for so long, right? Like Sitlali is probably still a little bit stronger than she needed to be, and it was like a concern that they were balancing a support to be as good as her, because like she wasn't the Archon, wasn't marketed as heavily as the Archon, but kind of felt like Farina level. I still feel that Sitlali had a Farina level effect in like teams and like damage that different kinds of teams can deal. Not like as universally, obviously. Farina is not, the buffing Hydro and Cryo res and scroll buff, and being a shielder and applying Cryo off field and a little bit of front loaded damage from her burst is not, Farina universality. She's much more niche. But on a level of like how much she uplifted certain things, I think she kind of is. That's like my whole joke of like, see, Lolly is my Archon, and like, but I felt like she was acceptable. I felt like she was acceptable because there was this very clear void pre-sit Lolly of like compelling off-field cryo options that could enable it. Because like we had the idea of like, yeah, Melt Arleccino can work, but like it always had like meaningful downsides. It wasn't really that much better. Like doing Melt Arleccino without Seat Lolly, it's not really that much better than her good vaporized teams, right? And has very significant like issues in gameplay that are like awkward. And I think there's a reason that a lot of people weren't doing Melt Arleccino pre-Seat Lolly. To be clear, post-Seat Lolly, I think I and many others have realized that those Melt Arleccino teams weren't actually that bad. and like we're probably more worth considering than most people maybe give them credit for, but you know, have gameplay issues at minimum. But I think Sitlali is tolerable power creep. I think Farina, in the context of them making more balanced healers, is tolerable. Again, Farina I think is now problematic because things don't exist on their own; they exist in conjunction with other characters. Farina, in the context of healers they make are balanced like Baiju, or even like Sijuin, where they're balancing team-wide healers around the fact that Farina turns them into buffers. Baiju is not just a buffer because of his passive, he's a buffer because of Farina's synergy. I think the only thing they really made a mistake on with Baiju is he should do better application, and have less cringe energy needs. But, like, you know, I was fine with it. But then, very shortly after we got Escoffier, right? And I was like, oh, they're not just uplifting on-fielders. Because, like what I had felt up to, I felt a little bit that Sitlali was like, you know, support power creep. A little bit that Shalona was support power creep, but I understood that it was still contextual versus Kazuha. Sitlali was like a little bit of support power creep, but there was a clear void in Cryo before. Escoffier is just like, oh, what if we stop giving a f*** about the balance of defensive units and buffers? Because we want to sell a thing. Like, that's what it felt like to me. And I don't know, like it's not her on its own. The we can easily say, you know, the power creep bell was already ringing loud with Muikers. And the fact that Muika has some supportive utility, although Muika's supportive utility is weird. No, I don't like how our burst was balanced. I really wish Muika's burst. The number one thing I would do to change Muika's kit, honestly, is just, I don't even care. Keep her damage exactly the same, but reduce her burst multipliers a lot and put a lot more of it into, when she's off-field, put it into her skill multipliers split over time, so that just her skill is doing more damage. Because I really, really, really freaking dislike the fact that you can consider doing something like using Muika to do Mount Risley. So do Muika, Risley, Bennett. What the frick is the last slot? I don't know. Whatever. You do Muika, Risley, Bennett, right? The optimal setups you usually want to do is probably something like do Bennett and then like do a Risley burst to erase the pyro that's on enemies, and then it will also apply cryo because it hits like 6 times, right? So it'll erase the pyro from Bennett and then apply cryo, and then you switch back to Muika, do a burst on Muika, and then switch to Risley. And it's just a melt Muika team where you happen to be on-fielding a cake. And like it barely feels like Risley is doing anything when you do that, and that's what's optimal. I hate how Muika's burst is balanced and her support, and therefore her supportive utility is balanced in a way that makes it so you like sacrifice uptime on like buffs for your on-field DPS that you want to play, Risley in this context, which is an exaggerated case to be clear, because it's not that bad in other cases. I just really dislike that. This is why I don't like Muika's burst and why I don't activate it and why I left it level 1. I think it's too strong at level 1. I actually think it's too strong at level 1. It angers me. It's okay. It's not too strong at level 1, but like I still don't like it at level 1. So, I don't know. I really, really wish her like initial burst hit was more balanced into, if you're playing her on-field playstyle, I wish her multipliers and like her motorcycling was higher. And like just distribute her damage a little bit more evenly, and it evens out this problem. And then like increase her, and then for off-field utility, increase her skill multiplier so that, you know, there's not this stupid dynamic of like setting up buffs and spending buff up time for Muika being way more optimal than just spending more buff up time on your off-fielder. And like Risley's an off-fielder that released last year. Not very compelling one that released last year, but like last year. So, anyway, Effie feels like she was balanced around Ayaka and Ayato. I mean, no, she was balanced around Skirk. She was balanced around Skirk, and them wanting to make Skirk be relatively competitive to Muika is my vibe. It's not fun to play. What do you mean it's not fun to play? Like, on-field Muika? I think there's plenty of people that have fun on-fielding Muika. I can see the fun of it. Why does Arleccino's second Bond of Life rotation do more damage than the first? Because you have carryover Bond of Life. she has. So when you, where is it? Yeah. So when you apply her blood debt thing from her skill, and then you absorb it after 5 seconds, when you swap back to her, this gives her a bond of life worth 130%, right? And bond of life is cleared on Arleccino. She consumes her bond of life when attacking, and Mask of Red Death increase is 230%, is 238% of her current total bond of life. But then she loses bond of life, 7.5% of bond of life, every single time she lands a normal attack, right? But she has to have over 30%, I believe, right? Where is it? It's in the normal attack multiplier. Oh, yeah. When she has to have over 30% bond of life before to still like have her infusion, right? So what happens is you attack until you get to 30% bond of life. But that means the next rotation, right? You put her E on, she gains another 130% bond, but you still have the 30% from the previous rotation. So now you have 160%. So you're starting with 160% times this 230 versus starting from 130. So second rotation Arleccino is, even in long rotation Arleccino situations, is always going to be more damage, right? And this is also why like short rotation Arleccino can be even better in my experience, particularly with a really invested Arleccino build. Is you can do like 15-second rotation on Arleccino, 16 seconds more realistic, but you can do like 16-second rotation teams with Arleccino, either in melt teams or in vaporized teams, but vaporized teams you'd have to use Candace C6. And that gives you, if you're doing shorter rotations, you're ending the rotation a little bit early with more than 30% bond of life remaining. So you'll have like, say, 40%, and that means you're starting at 170%, or you'll have 50%, you're starting at 180%. If your bar is full, by the way, you can have up to 200%. So that'd be a situation like if you end up having extra bond of life because you didn't attack very much, because of the enemy you need to dodge the enemy or whatever, right? So yeah. Anyways, which is Arleccino is I don't think they're ever going to release an on-fielder I like as much as Arleccino. Like, I feel like she's kind of the perfect balance of, they made a really strong character that is simple to play at a baseline, but versatile in a bunch of different team contexts that you can consider using on-field pyros for. She's flexible in both team composition. She's flexible in gameplay with being swapped out, and she has risk versus reward. Like, the fact that she can't be healed is a pretty big downside, right? The fact that, like, you don't feel like you need to play for Rena with her, like freaking every character. Not every character, but like, I think I like that they gave anti-Fenris synergy with her. And they uplifted her strength a little bit because of the fact that they gave her anti-Fenris synergy. But she's not unplayable with Frina, mind you. But, like, I don't know. She's such a brilliantly designed character, honestly. Like, the full nuance of Arleccino is great because she's appealing on like a casual level. She's appealing on a min-maxing level. Like, yeah, I don't know. Because of Arleccino, I can dodge a lot better. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't have to worry about that as much. Arleccino C1 helps. Having been playing a bit more with Arleccino C0 again on my casual account since getting her there, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can feel the Arleccino. It's like the damage increase, yes, but the getting interrupted is like, oh yeah, I've gotten used to not having to dodge as much in Arleccino. To be clear, when Arleccino first came out, I was like, oh yeah, I can dodge really well. But anyways, I'm fine with that balance. I think Arleccino C1 is strong enough that the fact that they gave it, quality of life of making it so you need to dodge less, you can just face tank more damage and not get interrupted, but also a big damage increase is good balance actually for a Constellation. So yeah. Anywho's, Mika C1 pulling for Eonson for Varesa. Interesting. Good idea to push for C2. Don't like her as a main DPS, but you use her in Varesa. I mean, win tower stream. That's a good question, actually. Man, part of me, I'm almost getting tired of making edited videos. If in case it's not obvious, I haven't made edited videos in a while. It feels so risky to try to convert to doing full live stream only. Like, I can tell you, it's scary because so much of my revenue comes from not live streams. Because I've done a very, 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 very poor job at trying to monetize my live streams. But if I try to like transition to monetizing my live streams, I'll live stream so much more shit, right? The problem with me and live streams and different things is like, I've always been trying to walk this balance of live streams and then doing edited videos. And I don't really like, because my brain works in different ways and I'm live stream versus not. So I basically never, not basically never, I don't often do live streams and then turn a live stream into an edited video. But if I can transition, yeah, like the Jeff strat or just the Twitch streamer or just streamer strat in general, where if I can get to the point where I can find a reliable editor, like Atomic, I don't think did a terrible job, but if I can get my like live stream revenue to a point where I can get used to recording videos live, right? That's something I can overcome. I can get to a point where I can just live stream full time essentially, and then get better at just having an editor. I don't edit my videos anymore, just have an editor edit videos. Abandon me making edited videos, which is like feels weird because of like abandoning some creative control on that level. But also like there's other problems. Like it's not just like, oh wow, instant time save by having an editor. This just makes immediate monetary sense. Like as I said before, it doesn't really feel like it makes monetary sense to me to have someone edit all of my videos for how many videos I want to put out necessarily for the rate I feel like makes sense to pay people. I don't know. Part of me feels like I have to. I really dislike the gig economy and like I don't know. But for some people, like they can edit so much more efficiently that like it's fine for them to be paid like a smaller amount. Like I'm not like trying to press. I don't know. I haven't gone out of my way to find like the perfect editor. Is my point. Atomic didn't do a bad job, but I think Atomic's life situation and in conjunction with the rate at which I was paying for them, and in conjunction with how I directed them to edit things, didn't work out very well, and that's fine. So I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's weird. In many ways, I feel like I'm terrible at the streaming mindset, but in other ways, I'm good at it because for some reason, my brain has the ability to just yap on and on and on. Like, Zajeff was actually, I was watching Zajeff stream earlier today before streaming, as I do often for like an hour or so. And Zajeff was on a tangent of tangents. But like a lot of Zajeff's live stream content, quite frankly, is a little more boring. No offense to him. But like, I don't think he yaps as much as I do. I think I yap a bit more than him. And that means I'm like simultaneously unproductive in a lot of ways, but I don't know. I blame Northern Lion. Clearly I watched too much Northern Lion and Northern Lion made me a yap monster. I don't know. To be clear, I'm not trying to like put myself, Northern Lion is like the god epitome of live streaming. So no tower. No, that's not what I'm saying. No, I want to do a tower stream, but it's probably, do you want me to wait until I can live stream tower at a time that makes sense? Cause like, I gotta like plan my move. I'm moving on the 1st, like in less than 2 weeks. There's never a quiet moment. Yeah. Like the only time I go quiet is if like I'm doing combat. I'm like, okay, I gotta focus. That's the only time I shut up. I don't know how my brain is able to do that. So, but yeah, I'm a bad streamer and then I'm bad at monetizing and I'm bad at making it like a career, but I'm maybe not a bad streamer on a keeping things engaging level. And I feel like I'm a bad streamer in that I care too much about what people say sometimes too. Like I get overly angry at people in chat sometimes, in a simple example. I don't know. Anywho's, it feels weird being an NL YouTube viewer since forever now he's a big streamer. I know, right? Like NL managed to like successfully turn his career from like making Isaac YouTube videos every day into like NL is one of those ones that like gives me hope of like, okay, just because I'm making Genshin Impact videos now does not mean I can't transition this to something better. Anyway, sorry, as far as NL goes, I am nowhere near NL. NL is like the god tier. He's had like a lot more experience than I have doing his shit too. But like, I am not, me trying to compare myself to NL was just on a yap level. I was just mostly joking that NL can constantly yap, but his yaps are way higher quality than my yaps, I feel like. I don't know. Sometimes I have some high quality yaps. Sometimes I don't. That's fine. So anyways, for Zenless, yeah, I kind of maybe want to stream Zenless. Maybe I can do like my first Twitch stream testing internet or whatever. Or it doesn't have to be a Twitch stream. I don't know. It depends on the mood I'm in. Doing Tower. So do you want me to? I've only seen stuff with Tower, and well, I think I don't remember what I did. I was tired. I went to do some of the Tower. I went to look at the Tower tutorial or whatever, see what it said, and then I watched some people play Tower. So I have an impression of Tower, and I think they have improved things, but I haven't actually played any of it for real. So I don't know. Do you want me to wait? Is my question. Do you want me to wait to see my first impressions, like my first play impressions, not my first seeing impressions? Wait. Okay. I can wait. I don't need the rewards or anything. That's fine. Watch partly for your trialing characters and then partly for you speaking for 2 hours 30 minutes with the character jumping back and forth. Yeah. The amount of my time in this video game is spent all just doing this. I haven't even done my resin today yet, by the way. Oh god. Anywho's. He said so today himself. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Zajef is like much better at being a live streamer in some ways. Like, to be clear, Zajef I think was being a little overly humble. I think Zajef is a good live streamer. I think he is just more comfortable with, you know, the silence than I am. And that it's just a slightly different vibe in different contexts. But yeah. My podcast would go crazy. See, the problem is I feel like podcasts, one, do we need another white dude podcast? 2, white dudes would say yes. And I am white. But I don't know. I need a format to care about a podcast. Do you see? Did anyone here watch the Sucrose Stands podcast? At least like just regularly, yes. But did you watch the one where I joined? And how I turned what they normally have as like an hour or 2 hour long podcast into a 3 or 4 hour one? Like, I want to do Shenhe. I am probably not often going to use Shenhe. I don't know. It's so weird. Shenhe is like, I'm glad. Hopefully, definitely. So it's popular. You know. Adventure Time. Come on, grab your friends. What a great show, by the way. I haven't actually. It ended. I never went and watched the ending. Some part of me does not want to see the end of Adventure Time. Anyways, Sucrose podcast. It's all the Sucrose Stands podcasts. It's a fairly small podcast. They get like a couple hundred views on each podcast or whatever. We're still doing it. I respect the hell out of that. Because they mostly just talking about Genshin every week, or mostly every week, because they like Genshin. That's awesome. So, still got it. So, anyways, it was an enjoyable podcast. They invited me for specifically, what was the topic? It was creating hypothetical Genshin kits. So I had some like baseline ideas I came in with, like things I'd like to see in the game. So yeah, they're pretty cool. And I've popped in to a couple of their podcasts since then. Not like been part of the podcast. I mean, I've like watched some of it. I wouldn't be against, to be clear, being invited again. And I'm sure, I mean, if I wanted, I could probably invite myself, even though that seems a little weird. But I don't really have a strong personal desire necessarily to invite myself to everyone or anything. I'm not trying to become a permanent member of Sucrose Stands because I feel like that's just like instant minus 5 hours per week. But I'm sure like the Sucrose Stands podcast is such that like if they're live streaming and I'm available and it's something I want to jump in on, I can be like, hey, I'm in the chat, can I join? And they'd probably be like, yeah, join. That's the vibe for that podcast, right? Anyways, I don't think I want to run a podcast myself about Genshin specifically. I mean, I'm not against the idea. I don't know. It's just maybe again if I ever transition to being more live streaming focused, because I don't know, doing like one specific day every other week or something where I gather. I'm sure Zejeff would be down. Where I gather Zejeff, maybe one other permanent guest, or like I would have to have at least a rotating cycle of at minimum semi-permanent guests. Don't pivot to politics. I don't plan to. I mean, well, let's be real. There's money in making content on politics. I am not planning to, though. Why? Because it takes way too much effort to actually make informed content in politics. Like, it just has to become your life. Like, it's not just like you have a job on content creation for politics. Your life is spent caring about the doings of the people in power and slowly going insane in your position of being a media person, trying to tell other people about the insane things people in power are trying to do. Like, oh, don't become a grifter? Well, no, I don't plan to become a grifter. If I got into politics, it'd be like, for real. Stop giving me feathers in this set. I actually don't care about it. You might be like, why? It's a plunging art. I have 4. Not 4. I have 3. And I think I have a 4th that is not leveled. That is 4-line. I have 3 4-liners that are 40. I have 3 4-liners that are all 40 CV. 2 of them are the exact same, but one with 2 ER rolls. And then one of them is high in crit damage. So 2 are high in crit rate with the exact same rolls. I don't need this. I don't need this. It doesn't matter how it rolls. Stop it. Stop giving me pieces in that set. on this. Like, if it was flowers, be like, oh, sick. A flower that could be an upgrade for Veressa. Stop giving me flowers. Or feathers. Ah. Anyways. Soon to join Hassan Biker. Yeah, pretty much. I feel like if I was going to... I don't watch a ton of Hassan other than passively from what I have heard from my brother watching Hassan, because he regularly watches Hassan. But I know of Hassan enough that, like, yeah, like, he seems to do a lot of... His life is what he does, right? And, like... I don't think I am the type... I don't know. This means I'm a bad content creator in some levels. Because the best content creators are the ones that are... The best content creators are the ones that are completely fine with their entire life becoming their content, essentially. And I'm not fine with that. So... I could see you just posting a phone number and debating some dumbasses. I mean, there's probably a YouTube. It probably already exists, but I think you could make a YouTube channel where you just like find random people's phone numbers or just enter a certain phone number, because most phone numbers are kind of taken. That you can just type in random phone numbers at this point in different area codes and whatever, and get a hold of people and be like, hey, do you have a few minutes to have a chat? And make that content. And isn't that a bit self-destructive? What? Throwing away feathers? Where's... Oh, I'm the wrong character. I was like, where's... Why? Yeah. Making content your only life. I mean, that's just how some people are. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of people that just... Work becomes their life. Wow. And my point is, like... I have not naturally inclined myself towards that direction. It's kind of all. So, yeah. I got a wrong text from old ladies and think that they're a friend and want to go to the pit for lunch. Yeah. Yeah. Although lately now it's just like, you know why that content wouldn't work, by the way? Because nobody picks up calls from unknown numbers anymore. Not nobody, but a lot fewer people. Because scam callers are too much. It would almost work better to like join like every Discord server under the sun. Oh god, there'd be a man. That'd be a if I did that, I'd report some. There'd be some Discord servers that get reported. Not just a Discord, but you know, there's some, you know, Discord lets anyone create a server for anything, and there's people that hide shit, like really horrible shit on Discord. So that'd be scary, because just wandering into those by accident, because like the idea would be seeking out Discord servers just to connect to random communities of people to get perspectives of people that are not familiar to me, and then talking to those people, right? But then I'd also accidentally find things that would be like a little scary to stumble into. So I don't know. There's like I have maybe the right kind of brain to consider doing that kind of thing in the future. It's just one of those things, like I'm doing Genshin content and like this is working enough for me that I don't know. I need to try new things more, because like I have ideas. My brain is filled with ideas all the time, is randomly of different forms of content. And in fact, I should like probably write down this one. I will go into my phone and add a note of like the idea here, which is, you know, join the channel for videos, basically informally interviewing people from random communities I know nothing about. It could be just so interesting on a personal level to do that. But like we're talking like Discord. What would the channel? What would the idea be for the channel name? Well, it would have to be Discord, real life, etc. Needs to have a good hook, consistent hook to it. If you don't have a hook, people don't watch. What's the hook? No, I'm not talking clickbait. Like, I found the most insane community. Go on to this weird server called Sun, Moon, and Earth, and all the weirdos there. Yeah, there's some people that like they constantly just say Sai Gamezu Poeti Dobi. That's the wrong way to say that. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't even say the Uma Musume. Anyways, there's a bunch of weird horse people in that place. I don't know. Anyways, sorry. What was I saying? Oh yeah, what's the hook? Like what's the channel? What's the channel gimmick? Like Earth to Saluna, maybe. Like the name of the channel doesn't matter. I'm more thinking on like how do I format like the core videos. I don't know. I would have to think. Jubilee mentioned. My day is ruined. Is that sort of what Jubilee does? I mean, Jubilee, I think, does a little bit different format of things than what I'm talking about. I'm talking a little bit more one-on-one, and also a little bit more informal, and not from this like I don't think I'd be as successful as Jubilee. My goal in thinking with this kind of idea is in line with my fundamental belief that everything can be understood. Not accepted. Everything can be understood. And every person can be understood. Maybe that's the channel name. Orphe, Element, and Roller leaked? I'll look it up. And whoa, what the frick, that text. Get a life. Is that what he was saying? That's true. I play Zenless. I should get a life. I'm gonna look it up, and I'm gonna make a sound to respond to it, because there's a particular role and element combo that would make me a little sad. Huh. Okay. It's not what I needed. It's not what I needed. But I get a rupture unit. And she's not fire like everyone thought she'd be. She's electric. Like what my ideal actually would have been, I wanted an ether attacker. Because like there's no ether DPS in the game I really like. And I didn't hate Yixuan's combat, but I hated her design. And I wanted a reason to skip her. And now I can fully ignore Harumasa, yeah. Now I have more electric DPS. Because my current electric DPS is I play DPS Qingyi. Or like I can tell you what I've been doing for electric weak things is most of the time I've just been playing Hugo, Trigger, Qingyi. It's my preferred Hugo team. I like the men team. I like the men team. I like him. I like it. But I also got Hugo specifically with the intention of playing the Qingyi Trigger Hugo. And it works really well at the investment level my teams are. So like, you know, and I enjoy it. I'm sorry. I enjoy that team a lot. And that team against electric weak enemies is pretty good. Although a little bit too good sometimes because it stuns too fast to a level that makes it problematic to get Qingyi's buff up properly. But anyways, this will give me, I am probably going to pull Orphe unless there's something about her kit I highly dislike. This will give me a probably more compelling electric DPS to use. And also another probable use case for Jifufu. I assume Jifufu should be good for Orphe as well. Other than the context of fire. Jifufu Orphe Trigger. Wait, no, Trigger is, well, we don't have footage yet, by the way. So like, it's just the. It's also a sus leak, but the fact that the beta is launching tonight means that like it's probably true. So I don't know, electric rupture. I'm glad to get a rupture unit. Also, frick, it probably means I'm gonna want her engine. Ugh. Whatever. Just trying to think. Like, I don't know. Like Trigger. Like some people play Trigger with Yixuan already, right? And like, being that she's electric, I don't know. And Qingyi is gonna be interesting with her too. I don't know. I should be pretty well set up, I think. I should be pretty well set up for this character. Presumably Seed might be intended to be a support for her, though, which might make things weird. Yes. Yeah, Trigger's the odd teammate because her Wenjin doesn't work. But I have M1 Trigger, which does a lot more days. And also is the permanent 55% buff. So, like, I'm pretty sure in my case, M1 Trigger is going to be very compelling. And what does Qingyi do in Razor language? I'm not gonna try. Lycon Wenjin found a home. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Just maximize days. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think it will be compelling. Yeah. Do something like that. I already have I'd have to tweak my trigger build around, but I should be able to do a Lycon engine build. I'd have to switch to 2-piece crit rate and a little bit heavier crit rate substats, but I think I can probably get very close to 90% crit rate on Trigger without her engine, which is, I know that sounds insane, but I have pretty good options for Trigger pieces. I don't think I can quite get 90% because but I think I need to like 80 at least, which is good enough. Qingyi stun, stick spin fast. Bzz, yeah, I think there's a little bit more nuance to it than that with like trying to build up her stacks properly and her hold basic, but anyways. I was planning on watching a movie that is better. Anyways, so okay. I'm happy with that. We'll see what Seed is. But yeah, the Trigger should be interesting. You know, if I end up really liking Trigger with Orphe, that will push me back to doing Hugo with Man more. Hugo with Man. Hugo with Men. Hugo is a man. Slightly. Lanya, Auron, Candace, Singcho, and Neff is looking good on paper. Oh yeah, I didn't think about... Man, I really, really, really want a Hydro unit that applies Hydro that isn't Farina. Like, like, all they had to do was release a Natland Hydro unit. Like, even if just frickin'... Dahlia was a Natland unit, suddenly bam. Even though the shield is irrelevant, Dahlia, Lanyon, Oron official plus Anefa. Cool team, interesting team. Even with Anefa not getting value and damage bonus. Like, ugh. Please, for the love of everything, in the next year, add a node cry unit that is Hydra application, but doesn't require whatever, and they can use the node cry artifact set, and they synergize with the node cry reactions, because then like Lanyon probably becomes interesting with them. Triple shield is crazy. That would be funny. I didn't even think about triple shield. Columbina wishlist, yeah. In Columbina we trust. We'll see. Columbina will enable Lunar Swirl, Lunar Electrocharge. I mean, that'd be pretty okay. Man, if Columbina is like a kit that applies off-field Hydro and enables all of the lunar reactions related to it, Lunar Swirls, Lunar Electrocharge, like Columbina on like a presumed supportive-ish artifact set, if she's off-fielder, of course, from the region. Lanyon, Columbina, Oron official, Anefa just seem pretty compelling. Yeah, assuming she's Hydro and off-field. I think Lanyon's gonna get some new teams probably. It's likely. We trust in that, but we need more Hydra options. That's really what Lanyon needs, more Hydra options. So more Hydra options that also do other things, that buff, right? And Columbina could easily be that. Because even if they're mostly focused on EM buffing, Lanyon has her passive where she gains a bunch of damage from EM. Like EM buffing is very good for her. It's like EM buffing, attack buffing, damage bonus buffing. As long as they buff something, and it's not HP or defense, Lanyon benefits. Like there has to be a unit in this next year that's gonna give a really compelling. I really want, I want more compelling DPS Lanyon teams that still feel like Lanyon's doing compelling damage. I believe. Yeah. If she's Hydra off-field that does lunar things, yeah, I think she will. Anyways, am I done on this account? I think I am. We got nothing on this account today. Let's go to polearms. Wait. Sorry, we're gonna do the... I normally don't do this in-game. We're gonna do it in-game. And this is your reminder to do this yourself. As well. You get to watch me do it. Where do you do it? There you go. We're gonna have to do this a couple times. Oops. Should we go onto my EU account that is like AR20 and do a couple wishes there? Redeem these there? I'll do that. Why not? For the lulz. I should there we go. Go redeem your codes. Blap. And then, I don't know, probably gonna end the stream after I do polearms only dailies, by the way, and casual account dailies. Well, do I want to do the dailies in the casual account? Yeah, I don't know. Silal is running first half, which is not preferable, to be honest, for the casual account. I can get to pity, to be clear, as long as we don't get... Like, I'm probably gonna go spend these wishes we're gonna get right now on whatever. My drawing session to claim clothes. Well, yeah. Opinion the co-op event. Oh, is it fully unlocked now? I haven't. Can you do it fully now? I haven't done much there. I've done it. I've done like one or two, I think. So I don't have much of an opinion on it right now. I will probably, hopefully, do a stream. Stop it. In 5 days. Okay, well, hopefully I will do it in the next 5 days. Probably not tomorrow. Maybe Sunday. Oh. I have no idea how many resources this account has, by the way. But, I don't know, for the lulz. I know this account has Shalonin. And this account has... Wait, does it? I think it does. It has Shalonin, it has Nuvilet. I am probably never going to play on this account. Seriously, because why? Oh, that's more than I thought it was. I just log onto this account occasionally to claim the free primogems, right? That's all I've been doing. I have not done anything. This account for this used to be what was oldies only, by the way. This account for well over a year has just been standing here. And it's gotten two kachings somehow. I think there's a guarantee right now. Oh yeah, I forgot about my own 60 primo code. That's true. But, anyways, the Mawikers, we have Shalonen, so like, Mawikers would be a good character for this account. For obvious reasons. So, I don't know. Like, why not? I've done some random wishing. I don't remember which banner this happened on. I probably did it on... That was probably Farina. April? It's probably Farina, right? So I think that was an early. Maybe not. No, yeah, that wasn't early. So this account has a guarantee right now. And, Eon-san, Shalonen Wika would be good. Alright. I mean, the C0 Xiangling is... The new Xiangling is not something you see very often. Oh, that's annoying. How do I solve that problem? I don't, I think. I do single pulls. I don't really want to do single pulls. That seems annoying. You know what? We do single pulls. Why? Because we'll probably get a 4-star. And like... If we get... Eons on, that would be nice for this account, if I ever care about it. Wait, do I have Bennett on this account? I actually... Oh, wow. I mean, Wizard is good, but like... I actually genuinely have no idea if I have Bennett. I see no Bennett. This is a Bennettless account. Well, all the more reason Eon Sun's probably relevant. Can I get the rest? I only got one. Oh, rip. Okay. Well, one is better than none. Nope, not that. There we go. Out of Star Glitter. Sure, we'll spend the last one. Well, that's it. No Mika for this account. Probably not logging in again for another who knows how long. Oh, I forgot to claim the primogems. Nod Cry teaser in 7 days, just like Natland did over the summer stream. Oh yeah, did they do the Natland teaser separately, or did they? Because I do recall, right? They did like the Natland like tossing the ball teaser. Was that at the end of like the version 4.8 stream, or was that separately? It was separate? Okay, cool. So they're probably going to do so separate for Node Cry as well. So this is the actual account that is free-to-play / casual account that I play on. Not really play on actively, but because it's casual, it's when I feel like it, and I haven't felt like it lately. I do think it would make sense for this account to like go fairly hard into this current banner, because like getting Eons on C2 and potentially getting C4 Xiangling could be a pretty big deal. The problem is, I don't feel like it. And if I don't feel like it, well, that breaks the main rule I have for this account. So, yarp. What I do feel like is trying to get Seat Lolly. I think I will try to get Seat Lolly. We tried to get her originally, and I lost the 50-50, and I was like, eh. I'll use the guarantee on Arleccino. And now, I want Seat Lolly still. Yep. Should I do Abyss quick? I haven't done the new Abyss. Or the event. What's this account at? Okay, we can probably get a 4-star. Nothing for pity. We have lost 2 50-50s in a row, so like we're getting to the point of capturing Radiance. If we lost it, like, I think it'd be fine if we had an early here. Particularly if it's a 50-50 loss. Early 50-50 loss would be two 5-stars in a row. It's like early 50-50 loss, 2 5-stars in a row on this account that, you know, is as what was the word I'm looking for? Well, casual as it is, like being able to just know the next 2 5-stars you get is what we're getting is a pretty big deal, right? So in many ways, I'd almost prefer to lose the next 50-50 if we got an early. Like I think I strongly would almost prefer it. Oops, I didn't claim the primitive. And I don't know. So like that's part of why I think it, like, and if we win the 50-50, then well, whatever. Then we're just back to normal 50-50 situation, and it's the normal experience. I don't know. I would appreciate just even having a C1 Eons on. So I'm still gonna spend these wishes here. See if we can get a 4-star. I don't even have a single actual Pyro Travel Constellation. Oops. Xiangling is, yeah. Eonson or Xiangling? Frick. What that means is like I should really continue wishing, right? Because like the ideal now would be get C2 Eons on and then get enough Star Glitter for getting Xiangling. Or we just get Xiangling, right? Definitely don't spend the Star Glitter here. That doesn't make sense in this current context. I don't really want to push myself to farm a bond this account, but like I probably should. Let's see how annoying Abyss is on this account. I think it's probably fine. Quit for a long time. What happened to Polearms Only? Polearms Only still exists. I logged into it. I mean, Polearms Only has gotten so hyper invested, not like monetarily, just played the game for long enough and gotten a primogems. Had Welkin's going to be clear. That like it's good. I'm gonna go into Polearms Only shortly. Oh, we have to kill some children. Yay. Bap. Should we play? We can try the thing I don't like to do. Just play Saint Joe with her. I don't know. Let's try that. And then, oh wait, I need Sing Joe for you. Never mind. Also, is Arleccino going to be better in AoE? Maybe. Okay, do that. And then you, well, I guess we'll do Shivers. That would make sense. Yeah, do Shivers things. Bap. We'll check Arleccino quick. Make sure she's fine. White tassel. Yep. Okie dokie. Wait, that was an attack timepiece, right? Not an EM.
I created another universe.
Yes, it was. Okay. Good, good. Couldn't tell because like 1800 attack is a little low, but like low base attack weapon, so you know. Okay. First rotation, I usually don't bother snapshotting official. Also, official is just not going to do as much damage in this account anyways, so it's probably fine. Casual farm sometimes? No, I know. But I think a casual player will farm just when there's a 5-star they want. I don't think a casual player farms for 4 stars that often. But like, me as a casual player would farm for 4 stars. Because me like 4 stars. But I don't know. Anyways, like we have like a week. I think next week I'll probably do some streams farming on this account. It makes sense too. At least to see if we can get a like if we get a Xiangling C4 from this, that's a pretty potentially meaningful deal. But then still have the chance that Yelan dupes, right? And if we get an early Mika's, you know, an okay character.
Show me your move.
And this. Only my resin moons to farm everything at once. Your resin moons. That's a funny way to call it. I know what you mean. Speaking of, I should probably stop streaming to finish the account fixing video. Because that is basically what that video is. But yeah, I should maybe, I didn't even think about that. I should probably try to save my fragiles on my main account. I only have like 2. Should probably try to save my fragiles on my main account for like the new artifact I made in 6.0.
ends here. Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
That was one enemy. Okay. Said anything about Sethos and Anefa? Oh, I yapped about Sethos and Anefa for a while, actually. My realization that Sethos and Anefa is probably pretty compelling, I think. It's going to be one of the more compelling use cases to me. Makes me want Anefa more on my main account. Because, like, most of the interesting team context I can think of, I can actually play on polearms only. But I can't do Sethos on polearms only. Crazy idea. I didn't absorb my bond properly. Or absorb my bond. I didn't absorb my mirrors. It is funny about it. I get a lot of vibes from Skirk that like they're going for an Arleccino type shtick with her gameplay in many ways. But then they didn't want her to be as versatile as Arleccino. like it feels like to me like they're like, ah, frick. We don't like that people can swap off of Arleccino. We don't like that people can have choices in their gameplay. So I don't know. It's fine. I'm to be clear. I'm glad that like Skirk and Arleccino feel like different characters to play. They didn't need to be copies of each other, but one cryo, one
Finally,
pyro. It's just like I get some vibes that like Skirk is cryo Arleccino, but they wanted her to be a lot more restrictive. Sounds funny hearing this is a casual account with your refined Skirk combos. I don't think I was playing refined Skirk there, but I understand where you're coming from. Casual from a time invested into the account perspective. Didn't even one rotate. Doomed. I'm not using burst again. What's the Sethos team with Anefa? Oh, the main thing. So there was a high investment bullshit team. I was like that you probably can't do unless you have this highly specific conjunction of things. But so the high investment bullshit team is like with Constellations out the butt, like stupid 5-star investment, but you know, so not recommending, because it's not going to perform so well. It's like, oh yeah, you should do this. But C2 Farina plus C2 Nahida on C2 Nahida is not necessary, but damage increase still. But C2 Farina, I have C2 Nahida. C2 Nahida plus C2 Farina on Nahida on Prototype Amber, because healing with C2 Farina has enough damage bonus to get the damage bonus. And then Anefa on a full attack percent build. Presumably on the new artifacts, because tenacity isn't that relevant there. And also I probably have tenacity and Farina anyways, because I'd be too lazy to change it. Anyway, well, no, I probably would change it, because important detail with Farina, and why I would even consider using Farina there, is because of Key of Cautious Suit can give a whole bunch of EM. Again, Seth is just doing straight EM scaling damage, so Farina Key of Cautious Suit buffing EM, Nahida EM buff, Anefa EM buff. Downside is need to use burst on all of them, and that's a lot of 5-star animations, and yada yada. But like, when he has EM scaling talent damage, giving him a shite ton of EM can be quite significant for his damage. But that's a super high investment BS thing. For a lower investment in Anefa, I actually really like the idea of doing Xingqiu Nahida Anefa quite a lot. And there I would probably do full attack build on Anefa for sure to get the maximum EM buff possible. So my Sethos build probably have in the neighborhood of like 800, 900 EM from both of them, from Nahida and Anefa total. And yeah, so anyways, that's my consideration, and I think it probably is going to be pretty good, but I don't know that I'm going to get her. Who's Anefa? She's the character coming out of this patch. She's the one in the thumbnail. That isn't Bennett. Anefa C0? Yes, both of those would be Anefa C0. I don't think Anefa's constellations are that important. Not irrelevant. They're not garbage, I don't think, but... the kinky. We can get all kinky. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. These are fine. I wonder if I can clear with these teams. I feel like I should be able to. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I mean, floor 12, not this floor. This floor should be fine. We'll see how good my skirt combos truly are on floor 12. I'm pretty sure I could have cleared the previous Abyss, by the way. Like, from the damage required for it, I should have been able to on this account. I'd never bothered trying because I just didn't care. It was too... I knew it was going to be too annoying to optimize, and I just, like... I knew I wouldn't enjoy it. So, I didn't. Could be the energy and drive you have for playing the game. I mean, it being my job helps. Although I've been doing a bad job. I basically, like, should recognize the fact that I didn't post videos the past 2 weekends is basically like me taking the 2 weeks off without me taking 2 weeks off. It's the way of being a YouTuber sometimes. It's also equivalent to if I did post videos and they perform terribly. It's the same situation. But posting no videos is a lot worse than posting videos than... well, okay. If I had posted like 4 videos in the last 2 weeks that performed really terribly, that could be worse for me than not posting any videos at all. But anyways. A casual wouldn't too? Yeah, exactly. Again, if I don't feel like doing something, I don't do it. A casual is just gonna operate full-on vibes. It's not possible for me to operate full-on vibes necessarily. But, you know, mostly it's just been like, hey, I'm interested in that character. I think I can probably make that character work somewhat on the account. So, I'll try to get them. And Skirk was, you know, a get from a context of... It happened to be that I lined up with getting Pity relatively easily. Like, I didn't have to farm a bunch with Skirk. I just had a guarantee that was carried over. Oh, there's another one. I had a guarantee that was... Oh, you butthole. Yeah. Had a guarantee that was carried over, and chose to use it on Skirk. The smart play would have been getting Escoffier. Smart play would have been getting Farina. But like, would have required a lot more grinding than I wanted to do. So, you still enjoy playing the game? Yeah. Not always, I would say. There's some things in Genshin that certainly annoy me. Lately, I've been a bit frustrated by their enemy design. Not being exactly my piece of cake, but I don't know. I'm actually a lot more optimistic about Genshin right now because of Stygian Onslaught, believe it or not. And Stygian Onslaught and this Abyss. Like, the fact that this Abyss is so much more flexible than the previous Abyss, despite them both being in the same patch, really gives me vibes of like, maybe they will do what my hope is, or they'll make Abysses just generally more flexible, because now they don't need to make Abyss hyper restrictive when they have Stygian Onslaught as the content to be hyper restrictive, right? So I don't know. Anyways, like, I still like any of my criticism from Genshin comes from a place of I almost always enjoy playing the game, generally speaking, and comes from a place of, while I certainly get burnt out playing the same video game for 3 years, I want to see it improve. The Lunar-Charged DPS will be like Sethos. That would be interesting. I'm gonna say I doubt it. Not because like I think he won't be interesting, but because okay, just gonna waste all my skirt up time. All right, I understand. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh, hypothetical on-field electro-charged DPS is it gonna be like Sethos? No, because you vowel. No, I'm dumb. It's fine. I think he's not gonna be, because they make 5-star kits simpler, and they pretty much every 5-star kit is strong enough and simple enough to use at a baseline, and doesn't have that crazy a mechanical nuance to them, usually, such that they're just like they're easy to understand. You use them once you understand the basic use of it, and like understanding the basic use of the character's kit is enough to get 90 to 95% of the utility out of the character. Whereas I'd say like Sethos is, you gotta like understand more and feel your way through using him in different situations, that like looking at Sethos' kit, understanding the baseline of Sethos' kit is like 70%. And I don't think they're going to do that for 5-stars that they want to sell to the players who just pull characters in Genshin because they got flashy animations and they like what the character looks like, right? So, I don't know, but I would really like to see, though, them do a main DPS that has similar gimmicks for using energy in the way that Sethos uses energy. I would like to see it, but I'm also fine with them just, well, that's just Sethos. They don't need to make a 5-star version of Sethos, because I have Sethos, and I'm happy with him. I could have one-rotated that, but whatever. But yeah, that's my vibe on their character design in the last while. I find it unlikely they're going to make a Sethos style 5-star. And it's fine. It's the same thing like Chaska versus Lanya. Like, it's really funny. I think I mentioned this in my Discord the other day, where like Lanyon is so very close to exactly what my like a dream version of Chaska would be to me. It's basically Lanyon, like Lanyon's kit, and whatever, you could change the values of multipliers around a little bit, but basically Lanyon's kit, but make it so that her burst, instead of being anemo damage, is converted to whatever damage type her shield is. So her big burst hits can be Pyro, Cryo, Hydro, Electro, right? And then Lanyon is exactly what I dreamed Chaska could be. Chaska is really fun to think about, but boring to play. And that's kind of where I'm coming from my vibe of like, they might make interesting kits to think about playing, but then like the more complicated the character is to think about their teams for, like Chaska, the more simple their gameplay seems to end up being, right? Gonna make a unit with 200 cost energy burst? Yeah, they should. Do it. Do it. I want to. What is the 200 cost energy unit in Star Rail that they made? The one that goes like that uses a burst at 100 energy, but then can keep on saving energy until 100 or 200, and then does a bigger burst. What is that character's name? I forgot what it was. Aglia. That was not the one I was thinking of. Argenti. That was the one I was thinking of. Aglia. I don't know who that is. I haven't played in the last year other than getting Archer and whatever. Yeah, Argenti. Like something like that is a cool idea. I want to see that. I think I could easily see them doing that. Is that the right sides? ER is fine. Well, ER is kind of meh. Waiting here. Actually, wait. We could do this. I should have done that. I should have done that first. Whoops. Okay, the buff helps a lot. Yeah, not even halfway. Makes me sad I'll never see over 100k from this skirk. Oh, I don't know why I did that. Never see 100k from this skirk outside of this Abyss Cycle buffing Cryo by 75%. Yeah, no, I don't think I would really be able to do this without Skirk. But the fact that I have Skirk here and like the second side is not anything crazy, I should be able to do this. The St. Joe is C2, by the way. It's not a C6 St. Joe, so. And the special is also not C6. Shepherdess is also not C6. The Bennett isn't even C5. I mean, this is a pretty low investment, or like, you know. The artifacts are pretty good on her, to be clear, but it's still Gladiator. Where'd they target the other thing? Okay, Oh, you were done. Okay, I'm stupid. I thought there was still another one. Okay. It's fine. Whatever. Do this. Ah, I absorbed too early. God damn it. Okay, I might have to redo, because severe skill issue. I could have sworn there was still 2 clones. I don't understand where the... Like, am I stupid? There was still 2 clones, right? Oh, I'm gonna die. I don't know, I'm at... Okay. Please. Can you, like, actually stay within Bennett a little bit? Oh my god. Yeah, I am too used to see one. I am too used to see one Arleccino. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. No, we'll still try it, I guess. We can definitely do this, obviously. Oh my god. Well, now we can't. I think we would have failed anyways. Killed him at the same time. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what happened. I just wasn't 100% sure. Okay. Also, all these buffs are really garbage. I was checking to see if there was like an attack percent. If there was like a defense minus 15%, attack plus 40%, that would have been amazing, and probably would have been just a free clear. I should have done Layla again first. I was dumb. Like, here, let me show you why I should do Layla first. We're gonna sacrifice a little bit of uptime on Eshu by doing Layla first. But it should be better. Wait, do this. Yeah, see. If you saw the gauge is way lower. Because we started because Layla starts shooting stars, or starts collecting stars based on skills being used. So having her going before the thing was up is better. in this context. Normally, though, I would want to maximize Eshu uptime, but this boss mechanic changes things. I think if I played this well, I could beat this in 2 rotations, by the way. I don't think we need to try to do that. Reaction, do you wish the new Dendro girl to be based on? I want her to enable some variant of Bloom and some variant of Cryo Dendro. I think I will put on official here. Do this. I just missed it, isn't it? Oh my god, where the frick did that aim? You know what? I'm gonna do this. What? How? Ooh, that's not ideal. Okay. Oh, I think I should have normal attacked before. I think I had more bond. That was bad bond management. Yeah. Oh, frick you. Panic. I didn't want to die. I think I have spare time. Yeah, easy. I don't have C6 Bennett on this account, unfortunately. Would really like it. Would like it. I did like 50 wishes just to get a C5 Bennett. And did not did it. So, yep. I missed. Interesting. So Skirk's N3 has higher range than her N5. Her attacks before her N5 have higher range. Weird. Yeah, it's so much funny how Skirk feels like a very balanced character. When you don't have the super overpowered broken combo with her. Weird. No, this is a C0 Skirk. This is on my casual account. Much lower investment builds all around. None of the particularly... Literally, like, none of the really relevant support cons. I mean, I have C1 Bennett. Nice. Come on. You butthole. Can I do this better? Is the chamber... No, is the chamber 2 second half? Okay, never mind. I don't care then. I mean, I do care, but... We might be fine to not care. Okay, I think we do this here. What? What happened? Okay. Did I get the whole EO? I don't think I did. No. Okay. No, I don't have visual going. I think it's fun though. No. Heal, I guess. Yeah. Hey, it's a pyro and skirk shielding abyss, so you know, it's odd. even a low investment skirk situation is fine. We're chilling here. This is maybe the hardest chamber. Brain every time. Brain's like compute. Anyways, I like this abyss a lot. It's so much more from the baseline. I got like worried, as I think Mini did from seeing double wayobs and whatever, but it was fine. I think the first chamber is probably our hardest chamber. Yeah, this team is going to trivialize this. Yeah.
Let me read you a breath. Know my soul. Judgment. Punishment.
Stars, time for me. Not yet.
Mine to wait.
I should have waited to do that, because you get bonus damage on your attacks after. Yeah, I don't know if it would have mattered to the player really, but. Yeah, I don't know. I'll give them credit. Like, they managed to successfully turn me into a wayob enjoyer. I like the wayobs now. I just dislike how they've implemented some of the wayobs relative to the other things in previous abysses they've done. Alright. And this one shouldn't be that hard, but this is the tankiest boss here. And also, these things are way more than I thought they would be. Oh my god, how long it's taking us to get through these? Holy. Oh my god, are you serious? How are you not dead, sir? How? How? Okay. I mean, well, whatever. I needed to heal. Do this. I'm standing in the lava. I don't have Caesar Bennett, that was pointless, but. Oh, I forgot about the follow-up hit. Oops. Could have bursted there. That was my bad. I could have just bursted there, but it would have lost. I didn't want to burst there because it would have lost damage. Also, we don't have like a single freaking relevant buff, did we? I don't remember what the second chamber one was, but honestly, should I just choose this? Like, skill damage is not useless for us, but I'm gonna choose defense because it might make it a lot. I'm gonna choose defense because it might actually result in Arleccino living through one of the buttholes hits. It also is going to increase our tankiness of our shield. Really? Okay, well, it's fine. We learn.
Time to act.
Not now. Don't be scared.
Why are the wayobs social distancing? There's a new virus in Tibet. They gotta keep their boundaries. Only when you make them really. Oh crap! What the? Only when you really make them angry do they come together. I'm gonna try this. That was not worth it. Just, oops. Yep. I also could have probably kept normal attacking, would have been fine actually, but. Meant to switch to Rosaria. No! Why? Bruh! Whatever. Do you have a geoshield? Oh my god. Bro, how did you do what you have done? You actual butthole. Oh my god. Okay. No swapping to Rosaria. That was a mistake before. Why? Why? No. Oh. Okay. Sure. Maybe the skill damage matters. Sure, let's choose the skill damage again. No, stop it. Why? Oh my god, bruh. Whatever. Arguably ideal, because why? We get energy there. Alright, there we go. Surely I don't die this time. You know what? I want to, wait. Is this worth it? I don't know. I kind of feel it's worth it, because these things are kind of tanky. I don't think it mattered. I don't think it was worth it. Frick. Can I reach him from here? I don't know, we did a little bit of damage to him, whatever. What? How did you eat one of those? I freaking... I love how you spit them on the opposite side, that's why, but like... Also, I never... Oh, the play mistakes! Oh, this is... I just... You know what? I don't care. I don't care right now. I'm no longer in the mood to try this. Hitting into minor annoyances, you know what? Is a casual account. Casual players wouldn't try hard to try to clear this. Not that it requires tryharding, it just requires harding. Also, I have to abandon to claim my damn rewards. For real. Okay, fine, I guess. Sure. Fine. Look, that's the casual... I can definitely clear. I'm bad. That's fine. I need 9 primogem... Fine, I'll do dailies. Probably not even getting a 4-star. It's probably a waste of time. Wait, what? I thought I didn't have enough. Did I just accidentally use some... Oops. I was just... Oh, frick me. I just used... So the reason there was 120 Genesis crystals there was like someone forever ago. I guess not that forever ago. But for someone a while ago... gave $1 top up to this account for some reason, I just used 9 paid primogems. What sin have I committed? No longer free to play. That's funny. Well, now I'm gonna have to explain that forever from now on. Why is it 111? God damn it. Official bill. That's... What am I doing? There you go. Yeah, not exactly enough crit rate, but, you know. Well, yeah, officially a whale. I'm sorry. What do I use my resin on? I don't even freaking know. I have nothing in particular. This is like why I haven't logged in this casual count. It's not like I can't like spend my resin on something. It's just like I don't know. Like I could just do ley lines, but like I have nothing in particular that needs improvement to a level that makes sense. And isn't like, I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna do this because if I get like a good Skirk circlet or timepiece or onset goblet, I think it actually becomes worth using this set on her on this account. But, you know, she's using Skirk is using gladiators right now. And it's a good gladiators build, but not amazing. Well, no, it's a very good gladiators build, honestly. The goblet is meh, but it's an onset goblet that enables a really, really good circlet. So, you know, like this is for an Ashu build, right? Add and having Rosaria buff here. It's a pretty dang good build. Getting something better than it though in new set is a little tricky. I believe Fischl is C2. And at least because this is a freeze team, it's really easy to farm this. So, that's my logic. Sharing glad between her and Arleccino. There's enough gladiator pieces on this account, it doesn't really matter. The only thing that Skirk has that maybe Arleccino should have is... yeah, not even that. No, I think the piece on Arleccino is kind of ideal. This piece is just better, I think, than the other piece for Arleccino. Yeah. So, like, if I switch Skirk over to the new set, she can have this piece, right? So I lose a little bit of crit rate, but it's fine. And then maybe I could try to see if Arleccino wants this more than wanting this. Like, it has higher CV, of course, but losing the attack percent's a little rough. But also attack percent isn't, like, incredible for Arleccino. So, yeah, I don't know. Is she on a crit damage or crit rate circlet? Crit damage, okay. Interesting. I wonder what kind of crit rate circlets I have for off pieces. I don't know. Still not playing Nuvia on a free-to-play where you're supposed to shine? I don't have Nuvia here. I have Nuvia on the Aero 20 account. I play him there. You got it. You know how much I would love... this I'm going to roll this to 4. If this rolls double crit, I'm going to be salty boy. Because you want to know the 2 improvements I could make on my Veresa build? A 4-line flower. At least it doesn't have attack percent. If it's not attack percent, I'd be real salty right now. And this was a 4-line with like I can make some improvements to my Veresa build, but they need like this kind of artifact, and then if this was double crit, you better not roll double crit, especially because I want timepieces for Skirk. You better not. Like, what do I do with the freaking plunge set? Honestly, the fact that I'm farming this domain, maybe it means I should pull Veresa on this account. I forgot I had that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at all these. Oh my god, these attack timepieces, bruh. Good. Maybe I should pull Veresa on a rerun on this account. We'll see. Particularly if they rerun Eon, because we're like, there's a good chance we don't get Eon Song cons here. So like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll do some farming next week. Like, I would rather have a rest over Mika right now. Earn the crystals and primogems to erase the crime. I mean, honestly, I'm tempted to. Because people would probably say that's fine. But you also... I can't burn... I can't... I could if I didn't accidentally use 9 there, I could, right? Oh no, I guess I can. I just have to get 9 primogems. Okay. Someone will remind me to do that. I'll burn them in resin. I'll burn them in resin. I'll get rid of it. I think that's acceptable. Because I used 9 accidentally on the banner. So if I get 9 more, then I can do 2 separate days. How much is it to refresh resin? Wait, I can't refresh resin. Oh, no, you can. It's 50. Oh, never mind. I can't. You can't do intervals of... I thought it was 60 for some reason. Okay. Well, I don't know. Anyways. I think it's just gonna stay at that, but I can't. What do I don't have any... Oh, this is another reason I don't want... It's just... yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Give me a cool. You might be like, oh, that could be a skirk artifact you're looking for. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly the skirk artifact I need when the one artifact I have on the set already for her is this ridiculous ass artifact. Like obviously there's no reality where that piece rolls in a relevant way. In fact, why is it even locked? There's literally no relevance to it. So feather, timepiece, goblet, circlet, yes. The flower, no. It's literally impossible. It's not possible to be better than this. Well, to be clear, it could higher roll value and crit damage, but like, let's be real. So, okay. Well, I'm not gonna go get crystallized. How many runs do we have? It's 20. Oh, you have to do 10 runs. Oh, that's so many. No, I'm gonna go get crystallized. I don't want to do 10 runs. I'm spending way more time streaming today than I thought I was going to. Do bosses? What boss? I don't need bosses to farm. Like, to be clear, I could farm bosses for the purpose of.
Would you care to...
The purpose of what? Ascension crystals. I think I might be a little low at ascension crystals in a couple types, but like, I don't know. I'll farm bosses when I need bosses. I feel like. It annoys me you can't see how much Moria you have from the screen, by the way. But I don't know.
If you ever...
Yeah, I don't know. We can check our seat lolly. Well, no, I don't want to pre-farm for seat lolly. I feel like pre-farming for seat lolly is cursed. That seems like a cursed thing to do. Pre-farming on an account that doesn't have enough resources to guarantee the character seems like a terrible idea. I don't like the idea of it. What was I looking at? Oh, ascension crystals, yeah. Well, I definitely need them. You're not wrong. I should probably go farm bosses. I have 0. And I have no Stardust to use. Okay. Let's do a crystal fly round. Oh boy. I was not intending to stream this long. Oh well. Weekly boss? That's true. Should go do that. How did I miss that one? We'll get the 4 crystal flies. I don't feel like doing a full crystal fly run. It's still to go into polearms only quick. Please, I ran out of stamina. No. What was I saying? Yeah, we'll condense 4 resin. Be done with that, please. And then go do the whatever the cryo boss is. Why the cryo boss? Because I don't feel like fighting the other boss. I don't want to fight the Natland boss. I probably should, but like Siddhali's talents past level 6 aren't that important. Just for shielding potential, right? It's not necessary. So we don't care. Do you not know about the Fontaine one? What do you mean? What do you mean, do I not know about the Fontaine one? The crystal flies? Of course I know about the Fontaine crystal flies. I went to Mondstadt because I opened up the map and it was on Mondstadt. And I don't feel like... I'm not farming 20 crystal flies right now. I needed enough for 4 or 5. At which point, anywhere that has like 1 or 2 teleport points to get 5-ish crystal flies is good enough. There's 6 in one spot. Yeah, and you scare away half of them half the time anyways. So, does it matter? In my opinion, no. Because you have half the time they fly in opposite directions from each other and you can't get all 6 anyways. I am experienced enough with crystal fly gathering. I know the inconsistency. Oh, the underwater spot? Oh, you mean that one? I don't normally do that one, but... Yeah, I could have gone there, but... I don't know, again, it's not a friggin' big deal. What it, like... Oh no, we had to teleport to the one extra godforsaken spot. Whoop-de-frickety-doo. I don't know, it just doesn't matter. Are we really to the point of we need to... What am I doing? We need to optimize our crystal fly farming? Do we level to that degree? I get what you're saying, but like... Yeah, but I normally, yes, if I'm trying to get a bunch of crystal flies at once, I go to Fontaine. And I was considering going to Fontaine, but when it was on Mondstadt, I was just like, I only need 4 today. Just get the 4, be done. I have other things to do. I hate you. That's my bad, to be clear. But I hate the first phase of the boss. It's super not fun. This boss has become maybe like, come on. This is not interesting to fight when you're just doing that. Like, bruh. And then this move is not interesting either. It's not a threat at all. I don't know. It's not terrible. It was like fun on first watch, but like the fact that I just described it as first watch should tell you what I think about it. I don't know. This boss was really fun visually, and then it turned into maybe like a 7 out of 10 boss, I'd say, after having to fight it many a time. Like, it should not have taken us that long with this team to get to this phase, in my opinion. Figured I'd just wait for Layla. Just a bit overly tedious. And also the way they move around is just kind of awful. But assume every Selûne account has a Lanyon. This account has a higher con. Like, if it didn't frick over my frickin' energy from the literal start, wouldn't have been a problem.
Good lord, I'm just forgetting your lines.
I'm gonna heal so I don't accidentally die. This account for a while had a higher Constellation Lanyon than my main account. It has a C3 Lanyon. Just don't really have a reason to play Lanyon with a Skirk team. Bro, stop jumping 5 miles away.
A symphony of cannon fire.
One blast is quite enough.
Miko mains rise. I mean, like it. This boss, I actually think is probably more enjoyable with something like Yai auto targeting things from a distance. It's just like way overly tedious on a farming experience level. I enjoyed this boss a lot in the story experience level. But not outside of that. So I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this boss is my point. That mechanic, by the way, I don't. Why were you not hitting? Like I don't know. There's some parts of this boss that are really good, and some that are just. It's weird. I neither love nor hate this boss, but I liked it a lot in the story. I don't know. Wow. Polearm billet. This is in polearms only. Dream thing is nice and barely any crystals. All right, cool. Element infuser would you like next? Electro. I've always wanted electro infuser, and seems like we're never gonna get one because they know it'd be good. Yeah, no ice crystals too is actually. I didn't even think about that. We kind of needed ice crystals. I should go farm whatever weekly bosses have ice crystals. Hopefully I remember. Well, you know what's stupid? I think I'm gonna have to end up spending extra resin on whatever bosses on that account if I get to Lolly. I'm gonna have to spend extra resin on whatever bosses on that account that just give cryo crystals, because like I'm not gonna have enough, and I don't have any star glitter to convert. So like, oh boy, redeem code. Bap. Get the last codes done. Hold, please. I already know the codes in the previous account, right? Definitely. I think so. Who's Asha? Why does one of these things say summer 30 Asha? 7:30 is just the patch date, but... Thanks for coming, Katagari. It was very important to spread the Yaimiko propaganda. Alright. Yep, Captain Resin here. Not surprising. I spent way too long on the other accounts yapping. Does Lolly's boss have ice crystals? I think it does. I believe... Like, but it's not going to give enough to fully ascend her. I guarantee you. Not at world level 9, it won't. What? Natland. Brain... this thing, right? Yeah, and wow, crazy. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure this is Lolly's boss, right? I think. Someone can clarify if it's not, but anyways, hopefully it is, because if it is, it'll help. It'll help. It'll be better than not. It is? Okay. Yeah, at least it only drops those crystals. But yeah, I'm like 90% sure I will not get enough crystals farming that to fully ascend.
Thank you for...
So it's literally gonna be a I have to spend probably, I'm gonna be willing to bet I have to spend twice the amount of resin farming bosses to get the crystals to ascend her. And to be clear, you know what? Actually, I'll probably not gonna fully ascend her. There's not really a need to fully ascend Sweet Lolly in this account for any real reason, right? I don't need to take talents past level 8. Not gonna be DPSing her. She's just gonna be on scroll. Brilliant Tales of Dragon Slayers. Like, there's no real reason to. So, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just forgo the final ascension, unless I feel like I really need more shield tankiness. But yeah. This account, don't need to do much other than trying to improve the Eon build a little bit. Oh, by the way, Uma Musume. On one of my phones I'm not currently using, a previous phone of mine, I chose to download it there and do an account there to see, because like you can get like 100 pulls for free when you create a new account. I was like, okay. This wasn't like something that was like, oh, I feel like I need the meta card that's on banner right now, but more. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, but more like I just wanted to see what would happen, particularly if I did like a couple pulls on the character banner in conjunction with on the card banner on an account reroll. Because there was a particular 2-star character I wanted, called Air Groove, because I liked her, and I didn't have her on my first account. And a problem that Uma Musume has is like, I feel like either you save an Uma Musume for a long, if you're like not spending a bunch of money, I think you either save for a long time, or you just embrace the RNG and never care about guaranteeing any specific thing and just RNG to the wind, get whatever you get, right? And that's what I'm leaning towards doing. But anyways, I started a new account. Like the game is just kind of ass on a gacha level. Like it's pretty just terrible. And if you want to be able to get the things you want as like a free to play, I have not gotten a strong sense of like the free to play economy yet, because there's too many like front loaded gems they're giving for free, and it's just but but you do have like 100 pulls you get for free on login right now. I think you might even get like, I think it's like 80 or 90 right now. And like with a 3% base chance for things, that's enough that like there's a reason people are re-rolling Uma Musume accounts out the butt, because it's really easy to just, there's literally a freaking button to delete your account data in the app and then redo it. Like you can just hit delete reroll within the game itself, which is really stupid and funny to me. Like they're basically encouraging it. And I guess that's cool. I did not do that 100 times or anything. I just did it once, and in 20 pulls I got the meta card. I was like, of course. In 20 pulls I got the meta card on the reroll account, which wasn't, not again. I did one new account. One, just to see for the lulls. I'll check if that's correct, right? And got the meta card immediately in 20 pulls. Meanwhile, I've done 160 pulls on my original account, and I've gotten a total of 8 5-stars SSRs, 5-star equivalent. They're not equivalent because it's a lot higher base rate. It's not quite, like, it's not 8 early 5-stars, right? 3% base rate versus like 0.6, so it's not the same. But 8 SSRs, not a single one is the meta card. 3 of them were raid ups, but they were the raid ups for the other card. Like it's an original Genshin weapon banner situation where there is no way to guarantee like the weapon that you get. There's no fate point system. The only system to guarantee it is after you've spent 200 total pulls, you can just claim the thing. But that's not that. It's not something you want to be able to do, want to have to do, and it's just ass on a lot of levels. There's no carryover pity, like, so I don't know, and there's no standard banner even. So like part of me would just say honestly, fuck the limited banners in Uma Musume, and just wish on standard banner only. But there's no fucking standard banner, so like you can't even. I don't know. You're just. Like, it's configured in as perfect as a way as it can be, just to be ass. And I can't fathom why they want it to be this ass, because I imagine it's the number one thing that's going to make people stop wanting to play. It already makes me stop wanting to play a little bit. So I don't know. it's in a weird state right now. The biggest troll, though, anyway, sorry, is that, you know, the meta card, I don't know if I care about the meta card. Why? Because, like, will it matter? I don't know. Maybe it'll affect my runs in a way that, like, makes me feel like I have more control over the stats the horses gain and whatever in a way that's engaging to me. Maybe it won't. I don't know. I haven't actually tried to use the thing on the secondary account. More importantly, I did a 10 pull on the character banner and got the 2-star horse that I wanted that I don't have on my first account. So I'm just like, do I abandon like the 10-ish whatever out plus I think more than 10 hours that I put into the first account and just roll with the new account? Or do I don't freaking know. I don't freaking know. And it's awful and it's ass and I hate it. I shouldn't even have considered a re-rolling because like doing that new account because it's just now it's a decision I have to make and it just I don't even want to think about it because I don't know because like it's just terrible. It's just a terrible gacha system, and it's a classic case of the gacha is ruining the actual game for me. So 2-star, yeah, well 2-star is 4-star, like it's an SR rarity, so it's 4-star rarity equivalent. 2 stars is technically just what the starting, like stars in Uma Musume is not banner rarity. Well, it's weird. So like a 4-star character, 4-star horse girl starts at 2 stars, but you can get them up to 5 stars by progression and pulling more copies of them, dupes of them over time. Like any of a weird case, any of the horses in Uma Musume like have a baseline rarity essentially, of 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star for acquiring them in the first place, and like they're called R's for rare, SR's for like the one above that, and that's like every 10 pulls you're guaranteed an SR, right? It's a 4-star. That's why I'd say it's a 4-star. So I don't know. It's not the same as like Genshin's gacha is my point. The gacha is quite different. But anyways, it's been live for hours. Is definitely not healthy. Why are you assuming it's not healthy? I've been fine, yo. SR is super rare? I don't freaking know. SSR is usually the highest rarity thing in Japanese gachas, I believe. SR is the rarity below, and then R is your trash crap. So the closest equivalent I can tell you is SR is 4 stars, SSR is 5 stars, and R's are 3 stars. But SRs seem to happen at, you know, you're guaranteed one every 10, like 4-star rate, but the base rarity is a bit higher than like the chance for early 4 stars. And then SSRs are way higher base chance in Uma Musume than 5 stars in Genshin. Like 5 times. It's 3% base rate. And that's like, that like mitigates a lot of the pain. Like I expect some more variance for things, but the pure RNG in the gacha is kind of cringe. And also the high base rate of 5 stars means like things are balanced in a way to really push you towards getting dupes. Like from what I understand, supposedly the meta card is only really truly a meta card. Like it only even is necessarily better than duplicates of having 4-star cards when you have 3 copies of it or 4 copies of it. I don't remember if it's 3 or 4. Like I think you might need 4 copies of it before it actually starts to be like, oh, this is way better. So like, and for that reason, it's like, okay, do I even give a shit about this? Because I'm not gonna get 4 copies. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, Bongo Cat retired now? Yeah, kind of, because I think I don't need too many things on stream. Like, where do I put Bongo Cat? I could put Bongo Cat next to the wolf, or the fox. I could put it over the UID, but like, I don't know. I just don't think the stream needs that much visual clutter, personally. Not that it's, I don't know. I've seen plenty of people's streams that have way more visual clutter than that would be, but It's also nice not to have to constantly tab out to click on it. I had my time with Bongo Cat. Might have my time with Bongo Cat again. I'm good for now. I do think I will try to make the fox do bongos in the future, though. Anyways, yeah, Bongo Cat, not gone, but been sidelined. So yeah, anyways, I think I'm mostly done though with stream, speaking of, so. I was not intending to stream this long. I don't think it was unhealthy. I mean, the only thing that was unhealthy is the fact that this did drain my energy a little bit for editing, but hopefully I'll be able to take a break and get my video edited. At least the Emily video. The Emily videos should be very easy for me to edit. I just have to sit down for like 3 hours and get it pumped out. The account fixing video is going to take a little longer. Well, why am I in the battle pass screen? I don't know. Anyways, I should save those for Anefa. What's my Anefa build look like? On tenacity, that is. Oh yeah, I remember. Okay. What's weird is I think this is kind of an ideal timepiece for Anefa for Chevreuse teams for now. It's kind of cracked, but like, it's in a weird spot. No, like I just. You see, have your water intake. Yeah, I don't know. I don't eat as much as many people do. I don't know. I just don't feel that much of a need to eat. Like, I'm gonna go and eat something out of this, to be clear. It's not like I wouldn't describe myself as like full right now. I could eat. It is eat time, probably. Why did I do Noblesse? Why did I say this previous? Oh, I remember why. I was trying to get some better pieces for Xiangling. Yeah, I should probably continue doing that, actually. Because I put Xiangling on a Noblesse build again. For this. What are you planning to eat? I don't know. Apple. Some cheese. I got some carrots I'll probably cut up. Truly exciting things. I don't know. Nothing crazy. If I'm feeling frisky, I might cook something. But that seems weird. I don't like food, so I don't really do anything real for food. Or raw vegetables, pretty much, yep. That's pretty much me. And then I snack on random garbage, like any human, like most humans, not everyone. But anyways, the Xiangling build currently, it's not exactly preferable. I don't want her on an EM goblet. Yeah. And I would like a new ER timepiece for her on Noblesse. You might be like, why? Because with as high investment as this Raiden build is, I am fairly confident Noblesse Xiangling is best here. Like, I could do Noblesse Chevreuse, but I think the best thing I can do is actually Song of Days Past and Chevreuse, and then Eon's on Scroll, of course, and then Xiangling on Noblesse. But anyways, I don't have the pieces for it right now to do anything that compelling for Xiangling's damage, so Xiangling is doing a lot less damage right now as is compared to on Emblem, and that probably makes this less worth doing, but I don't know. Anyways. My boy Benny's not homeless with rags anymore? Yeah. We like the Bennett skin. Bennett skin's 10 out of 10. Yelan skin is 3 out of... No, sorry. Wait, I think I'm allowed to say 3 out of 10. Now that Sylveon's gone. Like, I'll be getting the Yelan skin, but I didn't buy the Yelan skin. My mod Sylveon bought me the Yelan skin. So I'm getting the Yelan skin, but it's not going to stop me from calling it 3 out of 10. Her hair is really nice. I'll use it. I have no qualms with it other than, like, normal Yelan skin is 9 out of 10, and that makes me think something that is not really that different, but just, hey, would you like some more leg? It's like, okay, cool. Anyways. Doesn't matter since you don't use the C6 anyways. I mean, I've been using her more. But anyways. as a stream. Genshin 5.8 looks like it'll be fun. Probably will do on the docket for videos is I want to try to get out my video, Emily video, account fixing video, and then we'll probably stream on Sunday, maybe doing this event with you guys on all my accounts. We'll see how fun this is. I know like the dire difficulty can actually be hard, and I think there's reason to try to actually coordinate things to do, and you can use two of the same character even. So there's some fun. I think there's some fun weirdness to do there. Like, I was gonna say like what happens if two people play Mika, but I don't want to play Mika. I mean I can play the support for the Moikers, I guess. But anywho's, the co-op event I think has some interesting things going on. And then we'll do probably a little bit of farming on the casual account. So yeah. 5.8 looks like it'll be pretty good. It'll be good, and for well, okay, a little bit not ideal. By the way, the patch I think starts 2 days before I'm moving, but it's fine. If I don't stream that much in the first week, you'll have to forgive me because I'll be moving. So, but I'll have new internet for most of the next patch, and I should be able to dual stream. Should be able to fix my life. Maybe not, but I'm unironically I am kind of hoping that the forcing some living situation change on me and higher living costs motivates me. Patch starts on the day I go on a road trip. Well, you have something to look forward to when you come back. Assuming you're not gone for 6 weeks at least. But yeah. Bye. Sucrose skin? Oh yeah. I don't dislike Sucrose, but I would be down for a Sucrose skin.